The Wolf's Hour by Robert R. McCammon. Copyright 1989 by the McCammon Corporation. Read by Ted Stoddard.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. In the final days of World War II, Michael Gallatin, master spy, lover, and werewolf, sets out on a secret mission. Determined to crack a secret Nazi plan, Gallatin moves about the continent, only to be trapped himself just before the D-Day invasion. Strong language, descriptions of sex and violence. 1989. From the book jacket. D-Day is threatened, but one man could rip the heart out of the Nazis with his bare claws. He is Michael Gallatin, master spy, lover, and werewolf. Able to change shape with lightning speed, to kill silently or with savage, snarling fury, he proved his talents against Rommel in Africa. Now he faces his most delicate, dangerous mission, to unravel the secret Nazi plan known as Iron Fist. From a parachute jump into occupied France to the lush corruption of Berlin, from the arms of a beautiful spy to the cold embrace of a madman's death machine, Gallatin draws ever closer to the ghastly truth about Iron Fist. But with only hours to D-Day, he is trapped in the Nazis' web of destruction. Robert R. McCammon breaks the mold of the werewolf novel with The Wolf's Hour, combining a remarkable tale of pulse-pounding excitement with a uniquely sympathetic, fascinating portrait of the werewolf as noble warrior and conflicted being. Complex, compelling, and utterly real, Michael Gallatin deserves a place of honor in the pantheon of great fictional heroes. About the author. A modern master of horror, Robert R. McCammon is the author of 9 novels, including the New York Times bestsellers Swan Song and Stinger, Veil, Bethany's Sin, The Night Boat, and They Thirst, all available from pocketbooks. In The Wolf's Hour, his finest work yet, Mr. McCammon blends a riveting tale of World War II suspense with a beautifully crafted werewolf story to create one of the most intriguing heroes in contemporary fiction. A native of Birmingham, Alabama, Mr. McCammon is currently at work on a collection of short stories and a new novel to be published soon by pocketbooks. Amid the savagery of war, there is a thin line between man and beast. Victor. In the heart of the forest, the old man filled Michael Gallatin's head with Shakespeare, and taught him to hunt on 4 legs. He left his pupil with one command: live free, and one unanswerable question: what is the werewolf in the eye of God? Chesna Van Dorn. Known to the Allies as Echo, she was Germany's Golden Girl, a propaganda film star who sipped champagne with the Nazi top echelon. Posing as her fiancée, Gallatin discovered a woman of rare, glorious passion, and found a precious clue to Iron Fist that put them both in the path of death. Harry Sandler. An American big game hunter, openly sadistic, he kept a pet hawk so bloodthirsty even his Nazi pals dared not cross him. Gallatin had an old score to settle with Sandler, and he would take his vengeance as a man, not a wolf. Colonel Erich Bloch, mastermind of Iron Fist, former commander of Falkenhausen concentration camp, and gleeful member of the Brimstone Club. He kept a vicious bodyguard everyone called Boots. Bloch liked to think of himself as Chesna's fond uncle, and he didn't approve of her new beau, Gallatin. Mouse. A deserter from the German army, he met Gallatin while picking pockets on the streets of Paris. Desperate to return to his homeland, the little man agreed to help the Allies, and learned a devastating lesson about true courage. Dedicated to John Sanders. Thanks also to John Holmes for the technical research assistance. Prologue. 1. The war went on. By February 1941, it had leaped like a firestorm from Europe to the shores of northwest Africa, where Hitler's commander of German troops, a competent officer named Erwin Rommel, arrived in Tripoli in support of the Italians and began to drive the British force back to the Nile. Along the coastal road from Benghazi through El Agheila, Ajdabia, and Mekili, the Panzer Army Africa's tanks and soldiers continued to press across a land of torturous heat, sandstorms, gullies that had forgotten the taste of rain, and sheer cliffs that dropped hundreds of feet to flat plains of nothing. The mass of men, anti-armor guns, trucks, and tanks marched east, taking the fortress of Tobruk from the British on June 20, 1942, and advancing toward the glittering prize Hitler so desired, the Suez Canal. With control of that vital waterway, Nazi Germany would be able to choke off Allied shipping and continue the eastward march, driving into the soft underbelly of Russia. The British Eighth Army, most of the soldiers exhausted, staggered toward a railway stop called El Alamein in the last scorching days of June 1942. In their wake, the engineers frantically laid down intricate patterns of minefields, hoping to delay the oncoming panzers. There was rumor that Rommel was low on petrol and ammunition, but in their foxholes, dug in the hard white earth, the soldiers could feel the ground shake with the vibrations of Nazi tanks. And as the sun beat down and the vultures circled, columns of dust rose on the western horizon. Rommel had come to El Alamein, and he was not to be denied his dinner in Cairo. The sun set, blood red in a milky sky. The shadows of June 30 crept across the desert. The soldiers of the Eighth Army waited, while their officers studied sweat-stained maps in tents, and engineer teams continued to fortify the minefields between them and the German lines. The stars came out, brilliant in a moonless sky. Sergeants checked ammunition reserves and barked at men to clean up their foxholes, anything to get their minds off the carnage that would surely start at dawn. Several miles to the west, where recon riders on sand-scarred BMW motorcycles and troopers in armored scout cars rumbled through the dark on the edge of the minefields, a small sand-colored Storch airplane landed with a snarl and flurry of prop wash on a strip bordered by blue flares. Black Nazi swastikas were painted on the aircraft's wings. As soon as the Storch's wheels stopped turning, an open-roofed command car drove up from the northwest, its headlights visored. A German Oberstleutnant, wearing the dusty pale-brown uniform of the Afrika Korps and goggles against the swirling grit, got out of the aircraft. He carried a battered brown satchel that was handcuffed to his right wrist, and he was smartly saluted by the car's driver, who held the door for him. The Storch's pilot waited in the cockpit, following the officer's orders. Then the command car rumbled off the way it had come, and as soon as it was out of sight, the pilot sipped from his canteen and tried to get a little sleep. The command car climbed a small ridge, its tires spitting out sand and sharp-edged stones. On the ridge's other side stood the tents and vehicles of a forward reconnaissance battalion, everything dark but for the meager glow of lanterns inside the tents, and an occasional glint of shielded headlights as a motorcycle or armored car moved on some errand. The command car pulled to a halt before the largest and most central of the tents, and the Oberstleutnant waited for his door to be opened before he got out. As he strode toward the tent's entrance, he heard the rattle of cans and saw several skinny dogs rooting in the trash. One of them came toward him, its ribs showing and its eyes hollowed with hunger. He kicked at the animal before it reached him. His boot hit the dog's side, driving it back, but the creature made no noise. The officer knew the nasty things had lice, and with water at such a premium he didn't relish scrubbing his flesh with sand. The dog turned away, its hide bruised with other boot marks, its death by starvation already decided. The officer stopped just short of the tent flap. Something else was out there, he realized. just beyond the edge of the true dark, past where the dogs were searching through the garbage for scraps of beef. He could see its eyes. They glinted green, picking up a shard of light from a tent's lantern. They watched him without blinking, and in them there was no cowering or begging. Another damned tribesman's dog, the officer thought, though he could see nothing but its eyes. The dogs followed the camps, and it was said they would lick piss off a plate if you offered it to them. He didn't like the way that bastard watched him. Those eyes were cunning and cold, and he was tempted to reach for his Luger and dispatch another canine to Muslim heaven. Those eyes stirred ants of unease in his belly, because there was no fear in them. "Lieutenant Colonel Voigt, we've been expecting you. Please come in." The tent flap had been drawn back. Major Stummer, a rugged-faced man with close-cropped reddish hair and round eyeglasses, saluted, and Voigt nodded a greeting. Inside the tent were 3 more officers, standing around a table covered with maps. Lantern light spilled over the chiseled, sun-browned Germanic faces, which were turned expectantly toward Voigt. The lieutenant colonel paused at the tent's threshold. His gaze wandered to the right, past the skinny, starving dogs. The green eyes were gone. "Sir," Stummer inquired, "is anything wrong?" "No." His answer was too quick. It was stupid to be upset by a dog, he told himself. He had personally ordered an .88 gun to destroy 4 British tanks with more composure than he felt at this moment. Where had the dog gone? Out into the desert, of course. But why had it not come in to nose amid the cans like the others? Well, it was ridiculous to waste time thinking about it. Rommel had sent him here for information, and that's what he planned to take back to Panzer Army headquarters. "Nothing's wrong, except I have stomach ulcers, a heat rash on my neck, and I long to see snow before I go mad," Voigt said, as he stepped into the tent, and the flap fell shut behind him. Voigt stood at the table with Stummer, Major Kleinhurst, and the other 2 battalion officers. His flinty blue eyes scanned the maps. They showed the cruel, gully-slashed desert between Point 169, the small ridge he'd passed over, and the British fortifications. Inked-in red circles indicated minefields, and blue squares stood for the many defensive boxes studded with barbed wire and machine guns that would have to be overcome on the drive eastward. The maps also showed, in black lines and squares, where the German troops and tanks were positioned. On each map was the Recon Battalion's official rubber stamp. Voigt took off his flat-brimmed cap, wiped the sweat from his face with a well-used handkerchief, and studied the maps. He was a big, broad-shouldered man whose fair skin had hardened to burnished leather. He had blond hair with swirls of gray at the temples, his thick eyebrows almost completely gray. "I assume these are up to the minute?" he asked. "Yes, sir. The last patrol came in 20 minutes ago." Voigt grunted noncommittally, sensing that Stummer was waiting for a compliment on his battalion's thorough reconnaissance of the minefields. "I don't have much time. Field Marshal Rommel is waiting. What are your recommendations?" Stummer was disappointed that his battalion's work wasn't recognized. It had been hard and heavy the past 2 days and nights, searching for a hole in the British fortifications. He and his men might have been on the edge of the world for all the desolation around them. "Here." He picked up a pencil and tapped one of the maps. "We believe the easiest way through would be in this area, just south of Ruwaiset Ridge. The minefields are light, and you can see there's a gap in the field of fire between these 2 boxes." He touched 2 blue squares. "A concentrated effort might easily punch a hole through." "Major," Voigt said wearily, "nothing in this damned desert is easy. If we don't get the petrol and ammunition we need, we're going to be on foot, throwing rocks, before the week's over. Fold the maps for me." One of the junior officers began to do so. Voigt unzipped his satchel and put the maps in them. Then he zipped up the satchel, wiped the sweat off his face, and put on his cap. Now, for the flight back to Rommel's command post, and for the rest of the night there would be discussions, briefings, and a movement of troops, tanks, and supplies to the areas Rommel had decided to attack. Without these maps, the field marshal's decision would be nothing more than a toss of the dice. The satchel now had a satisfying weight. "I'm sure the field marshal would want me to say that you've done a remarkable job, Major," Voigt finally said. Stummer looked pleased. "We'll all toast the success of Panzer Army Africa on the banks of the Nile. Heil Hitler!" Voigt raised his hand quickly, and the others, all except Kleinhurst, who made no bones about his distaste for the party, responded in kind. Then the meeting was over, and Voigt turned away from the table and walked briskly out of the tent toward the waiting car. The driver was already there to open the door, and Major Stummer came out to see Voigt off. Voigt was a few strides from the car when he caught a quick movement to his right. His head swiveled in that direction, and at once his legs turned to jelly. Less than an arm's length away was a black dog with green eyes. It had evidently darted around from the tent's other side, and had come up on him so fast that neither the driver nor Stummer had time to react. The black beast was not like the other starving wild dogs. It was as big as a bull mastiff, almost 2.5 feet tall at the shoulder, and muscles like bunches of piano wires rippled along its back and haunches. Its ears were laid flat along its sleek-haired skull, and its eyes were as bright as green signal lamps. They stared up forcefully into Voigt's face, and in them the German officer recognized a killer's intelligence. It was not a dog, Voigt realized. It was a wolf. "Mein Gott!" Voigt said, with a rush of air, as if he had been punched in his ulcerated stomach. The muscular monster of a wolf was right on him, its mouth opening to show white fangs and scarlet gums. He felt its hot breath on the back of his handcuffed wrist, and as he realized with a flare of horror what it was about to do, his left hand went to the grip of his holstered Luger. The wolf's jaws snapped shut on Voigt's wrist, and with a savage twist of its head, it broke the bones. A splintered nub tore through Voigt's flesh, along with a spouting arc of scarlet that spattered the command car's side. Voigt screamed, unable to get the holster's flap unsnapped and the Luger freed. He tried to pull away, but the wolf planted its claws in the ground and wouldn't budge. The car's driver was frozen with shock, and Stummer was shouting for help from the other soldiers who just returned from their patrol. Voigt's burnished face had taken on a yellow cast. The wolf's jaws were working, the teeth starting to meet through the broken bones and bloody flesh. The green eyes stared defiantly at him. Voigt screamed, "Help me! Help me!" and the wolf rewarded him with a shake of its head that shivered agony through every nerve of his body and all but severed the hand. On the verge of fainting, Voigt tore the Luger out of his holster just as the driver cocked his own Walter pistol and aimed at the wolf's skull. Voigt pointed his gun into the thing's blood-smeared muzzle. But as the two fingers tightened on their triggers, the wolf suddenly hurled its body to one side, still clenching Voigt's wrist, and Voigt was thrown directly into the path of the Walter's barrel. The driver's pistol went off with a strident crack at the same time as the Luger fired into the ground. The Walter's bullet passed through Voigt's back, punching a red-edged hole through his chest as it emerged. As Voigt crumpled, the wolf ripped his hand away from the wrist. The handcuff slipped off and fell, still attached to the satchel. With a quick snap of its head, the wolf flung the quivering hand out of its blood-smeared jaws. It fell amid the starving dogs, and they pounced on the new piece of garbage. The driver fired again, his face a rictus of terror and his gun hand shaking. A gout of earth kicked up to the wolf's left as it leaped aside. 3 soldiers were running from another tent, all of them carrying Schmeisser submachine guns. Stummer shrieked, "Kill it!" and Kleinhurst came out of the headquarters tent with his pistol in hand. But the black animal darted forward over Voigt's body. Its teeth found the metal cuff and locked around it. As the driver fired a third time, the bullet went through the satchel and whined off the ground. Kleinhurst took aim, but before he could squeeze the trigger, the wolf zigzagged its body and raced off into the darkness to the east. The driver fired the rest of his clip, but there was no howl of pain. More soldiers were coming from their tents, and there were shouts of alarm all over the camp. Stummer ran to Voigt's body, rolled him over, and recoiled from all the gore. He swallowed thickly, his mind reeling at how fast it all had happened. And then he realized the crux of the matter. The wolf had taken the satchel full of reconnaissance maps and was heading east. east, toward the British lines. Those maps also showed the position of Rommel's troops, and if the British got them— "Mount up!" he screamed, coming to his feet as if an iron bar had been thrust up his spine. "Hurry, for God's sake, hurry! We've got to stop that beast!" He raced past the command car to another vehicle not far away, a yellow armored car with a heavy machine gun fixed to its windshield. The driver followed him, and now other soldiers ran to their BMW motorcycles and sidecars, which also were armed with machine guns. Stummer slid into the passenger seat. The driver started the engine and turned on the headlights. The motorcycle engines muttered and roared, and their lamps burned yellow, and Stummer shouted "Go!" to his driver through a throat that could already feel an executioner's noose. The armored car shot forward, throwing plumes of dust from its tires, and 4 motorcycles veered around it, accelerated, and roared past. A quarter-mile ahead, the Wolf was running. Its body was an engine designed for speed and distance. Its eyes narrowed to slits, and its jaws clamped firmly around the handcuff. The satchel bumped against the ground in a steady rhythm, and the Wolf's breathing was a low, powerful rumbling. The racing figure angled a few degrees to the right, went up a rocky hillock, and down again as if following a predetermined course. Sand flew from beneath its paws, and ahead of the beast scorpions and lizards darted for cover. Its ears twitched. A growling noise was coming up fast on the left. The Wolf's pace quickened, its paws thrumming against hard-packed sand. The growling was closer, much closer, and now it was almost directly to the left. A spotlight swept past the animal, came back, and fixed on the running shape. The soldier in the motorcycle sidecar shouted, "There it is!" and pulled the safety mechanism off the machine gun. He twisted the barrel toward the animal and opened fire. The Wolf skidded to a stop in a flurry of dust, and the bullets ripped a fiery pattern across the earth in front of it. The motorcycle zoomed past, its driver fighting the brake and handlebars. And then the Wolf changed course and started running again at full speed, still heading east, still gripping the handcuff. The machine gun kept chattering. Tracer bullets carved orange lines through the dark and ricocheted off stones like spent cigarette butts. But the Wolf zigzagged back and forth, its body hugging the earth, and as the tracers whined around, the animal went over another hillock and out of the spotlight's range. "Over there!" the gunner shouted against the wind. "It went over that hill!" The driver turned the bulky motorcycle and headed after it, white dust whirling through the headlight's beam. He gave the engine full power, and it responded with a throaty roar of German machinery. They topped the hill and started down, and the headlamp showed an 8-foot-deep gully just beneath it, waiting like a jagged grin. The motorcycle crashed into it, turned end over end, and the machine gun went off, spraying bullets in a wild arc that ricocheted off the sides of the gully and slammed through the bodies of the driver and gunner. The motorcycle crumpled, and its gas tank exploded. On the other side of the gully, which the Wolf had cleared with a single spring of its hind legs, the animal kept going, dodging pieces of hot metal that clattered down around it. Through the echoes of the blast came the noise of another predator, this time coming from the right. The Wolf's head ticked to the side, sighting the sidecar's spotlight. The machine gun began to fire, bullets thudding around the Wolf's legs and whistling past its body as it ran in quick, desperate circles and angles. But the motorcycle was closing the distance between them, and the bullets were getting nearer to their target. One tracer flashed so close that the Wolf could smell the bitter scent of a man's sweat on the cartridge. And then it made another quick turn, leaped high in the air as bullets danced underneath its legs, and scrambled into a gully that cut across the desert toward the southeast. The motorcycle prowled along the gully's rim, its sidecar occupant searching the bottom with a small attached spotlight. "I hit it," he vowed. "I know I saw the bullets hit—" He felt the hair on the back of his neck crawl. As he twisted the spotlight around, the huge black wolf that was running behind the motorcycle leaped forward, coming up over the sidecar and slamming its body against the driver. 2 of the man's ribs broke like rotted timbers, and as he was knocked out of his seat, the wolf seemed to stand up on its hind legs and lunge over the windshield as a man might jump. The tail slapped the gunner disdainfully in the face. He scrambled madly out, and the motorcycle went about another 15 feet before it reeled over the edge and crashed down to the bottom. The black wolf ran on, coming back to a due easterly course. Now the network of gullies and hillocks ended, and the desert was flat and rocky under the blazing stars. Still the wolf raced on, its heart beginning to beat harder, and its lungs pumping the clean smell of freedom, like the perfume of life, into its nostrils. It snapped its head quickly to the left, released the handcuff, and gripped the satchel's leather handle so the bag no longer bumped the ground. It fought and defeated the urge to spit the handle out, because it held the foul taste of a man's palm. And then from behind another guttural growl, this one lower pitched than the voices of the other two predators. The wolf glanced back, saw a pair of yellow moons speeding across the desert, following the animal's tracks. Machine-gun fire erupted, a red burst above the double moons, and bullets shot up sand less than 3 feet to the wolf's side. It jinked and spun, checked its speed, and darted forward again, and the next long burst of tracers singed the hairs along its backbone. "Faster!" Stummer shouted to his driver. "Don't lose it!" He got off another burst and saw sand kick up as the wolf angled sharply to the left. "Damn it," he said. "Hold it steady!" The animal still had Voight's satchel, and was heading directly toward the British lines. What kind of beast was it that would steal a case full of maps instead of scraps from the garbage heap? The damned monster had to be stopped. Stummer's palms were sweating, and he struggled to line the thing up in the gun's sights. But it kept dodging, cutting, and then picking up its speed as if it— Yes, Stummer thought, as if it could think like a man. "Steady!" he bellowed, but the car hit a bump, and again his aim was knocked off. He had to spray the ground ahead of the thing and hope the beast ran into the bullets. He braced himself for the gun's recoil and squeezed the trigger. Nothing. The gun was hot as the midday sun, and it had either jammed or run dry. The wolf glanced back, marking that the machine was closing fast, and then it returned its attention to the distance ahead. But too late. A barbed wire fence stood just ahead, less than 6 feet away. The wolf's hind legs tensed, and its body left the ground, but the fence was too close to avoid completely. The wolf's chest was sliced by barbed knots, and as its body went over, its right hind leg caught in the coils. "Now!" Stummer shouted. "Run it down!" The wolf thrashed, muscles rippling along its body. It clawed the earth with its forelegs, to no avail. Stummer was standing up, the wind rushing into his face, and the driver pressed the accelerator to the floorboard. The armored car was about 5 seconds away from smashing the wolf beneath its stubbled tires. What Stummer saw in those 5 seconds he might never have believed had he not witnessed it. The wolf twisted its body, and with its front claws grasped the barbed wire that trapped its leg. Those claws parted the wire, and held them apart as it wrenched its leg loose. Then it was on all fours again and darting away. The armored car ground the wire under its bulk, but the wolf was no longer there. But the headlights still held it, and Stummer could see that the animal was bounding instead of running, leaping right and left, sometimes touching a single hind leg to the earth before it leaped and twisted again in another direction. Stummer's heart slammed in his chest. "It knows," he realized. "That animal knows." He whispered, "We're in a minefield." And then the left front tire hit a mine, and the blast blew Major Stummer out of the car like a bloody pinwheel. The left rear tire detonated the next mine, and the shredded mass of the right front wheel hit the third one. The armored car buckled, its gasoline ignited, and tore the seams apart, and in the next second it rolled into yet another mine, and there was nothing left but a center of red fire and scorched metal flying heavenward. 60 yards ahead, the wolf stopped and looked back. It watched the fire for a moment, its green eyes aglow with destruction, and then it abruptly turned away and continued threading through the minefield toward the safety of the east. 2. He would soon be here. The Countess felt as excited as a schoolgirl on a first date. It had been more than a year since she'd seen him. Where he'd been in that time and what he'd done she didn't know. Nor did she care. That was not her business. All she'd been told was that he needed a sanctuary, and that the service had been using him for a dangerous assignment. More than that, it was not safe to know. She sat before the oval mirror in her lavender-hued dressing-room, the golden lights of Cairo glittering through the French doors that led to the terrace, and carefully applied her lipstick. On the night breeze she could smell cinnamon and mace, and palm fronds whispered politely in the courtyard below. She realized she was trembling, so she put her lipstick down before she made a mess of her mouth. "I'm not a dewy-eyed virgin," she told herself with some regret. But perhaps that was part of his magic, too. He had certainly made her feel, on his last visit here, that she was a first-grader in the school of love. Perhaps, she mused, she was so excited because in all this time, and through a procession of so-called lovers, she had not felt a touch such as his, and she longed for it. She realized she was the kind of woman her mother had once told her to stay away from, back in Germany before that insane maniac had brainwashed the country. But that was part of this life, too, and the danger invigorated her. Better to live than exist, she thought. Who had told her that? Oh, yes, he had. She ran an ivory brush through her hair, which was blonde and styled like Rita Hayworth's, full and falling gently over her shoulders. She had been blessed with a fine bone structure, high cheekbones, light brown eyes, and a slim build. It wasn't hard to keep her figure here, because she didn't care much for the Egyptian cuisine. She was 27 years old, had been thrice married, each husband more wealthy than the first, and she owned a major share in Cairo's daily English newspaper. Lately she'd been reading her paper with more interest as Rommel advanced on the Nile and the British fought valiantly to stem the Nazi tide. Yesterday's headline had been, "Rommel held to a standstill." The war would go on, but it appeared that, at least this month, Hitler would not be saluted east of El Alamein. She heard the soft purr of the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow's engine as the limousine pulled to the front door, and her heart jumped. She'd sent the chauffeur to pick him up, following the instructions she'd been given, at the Shepherd's Hotel. He was not staying there, but had attended a meeting of some kind, a debriefing, she understood it was called. The Shepherd's Hotel, with its well-known lobby of wicker chairs and oriental rugs, was full of war-weary British officers, drunken journalists, Muslim cutthroats, and, of course, Nazi eyes and ears. Her mansion on the eastern outskirts of the city was a safer place for him than a public hotel, and eminently more civilized. The Countess Margritta stood up from her dressing-table. Behind her was a screen decorated with blue and golden peacocks, and she took the pale sea-green dress that was hanging over it, stepped into it, and buttoned it up. One more look at her hair and makeup, a quick misting spray of Chanel's new fragrance over her white throat, and she was ready to go. But no, not quite. She decided to undo a strategic button so the swell of her breasts was unconfined. Then she slid her feet into her sandals and waited for Alexander to come up to the dressing-room. He did in about 3 more minutes. The butler rapped quietly on the door, and she said, "Yes?" "Mr. Gallatin has arrived, Countess." Alexander's voice was stiffly British. "Tell him I'll be down shortly." She listened to Alexander's footsteps moving along the teak-floored corridor. She was not so eager to see him that she would go downstairs without making him wait. That was part of the game between ladies and gentlemen. So she gave it another 3 or 4 minutes, and then, taking a deep breath, she left the dressing-room at an unhurried pace. She walked along a corridor lined with suits of armor, spears, swords, and other medieval weapons. They belonged to the former owner of the house, a Hitler sympathizer who'd fled the country when the Italians had been knocked around by O'Connor back in 1940. She didn't care much for weapons, but the knights seemed to go with the teak and oak of the house. And anyway, they were valuable, and made her feel as if she were being guarded around the clock. She reached the wide staircase with its banisters of carved oak, and descended to the first floor. The living-room doors were closed. That's where she'd instructed Alexander to take him. She took a few seconds to compose herself, held her palm up against her mouth to get a quick hint of her breath. Spearminty, thank God. And then she opened the doors with a nervous flourish. Silver lamps burned on low, polished tables. A small fire flickered in the hearth, because after midnight the desert breeze would turn chilly. Crystal glasses and bottles of vodka and scotch caught the light and gleamed on a decanter against the stucco wall. The carpet was a blaze of intertwined orange and gray figures, and on the mantel a clock ticked toward 9. And there he was, sitting in a wicker chair, his legs crossed at the ankles and his body in repose, as if he owned the area he occupied and would warrant no intrusion. He was staring thoughtfully at the mounted trophy on the wall above the mantel. But suddenly his eyes found her, and he stood from the chair with smooth grace. "Margarita," he said, and offered her the red roses he held in his hands. "Oh, Michael, they're lovely." Her voice was smoky, with the regal lilt of the North German plains. She walked toward him, not too fast. She cautioned herself, "Where did you find roses in Cairo this time of year?" He smiled slightly, and she could see his white, strong teeth. "Your neighbor's garden," he answered, and she could hear a trace of the Russian accent that mystified her so much. What was a Russian-born gentleman doing working with the British Secret Service in North Africa? And why was his name not Russian? Margarita laughed as she took the roses from him. Of course he was joking. Peter Van Gint's garden did indeed have an immaculate rose-bed, but the wall separating their properties was 6 feet tall. Michael Gallatin couldn't possibly have gotten over it, and anyway his khaki suit was spotless. He wore a light blue shirt and a necktie with muted gray and brown stripes, and he had a burnished desert tan. She smelled one of the roses. They were still dewy. "You look beautiful," he said. "You've done your hair differently." "Yes, it's the new style. Do you like it?" He reached out to touch a lock of her hair. His fingers caressed it, and slowly his hand moved to her cheek. A gentle touch, grazing the flesh, and goose-bumps rose on Margarita's arms. "You're cold," he said. "You should stand closer to the fire." His hand moved along the line of her chin, the fingers brushing her lips, then pulled away. He stepped closer to her and put an arm around her waist. She didn't back away. Her breath caught. His face was right there in front of hers, and his green eyes caught a red glint from the hearth, as if flames had sparked within them. His mouth descended. She felt an ache throb through her body, and then his lips stopped, less than 2 inches from hers, and he said, "I'm starving." She blinked, not knowing what to say. "I haven't eaten since breakfast," he went on. "Powdered eggs and dried beef. No wonder the Eighth Army is fighting so hard. They want to go home and get something edible." "Food," she said. "Oh, yes, food. I've had the cook make dinner for you. Mutton. That's your favorite, isn't it?" "I'm pleased you remembered." He kissed her lightly on the lips, and then he briefly nuzzled her neck with a softness that made the chill bumps burst up along her spine. He released her. His nostrils flared with the scent of Chanel and her own pungent woman aroma. Margarita took his hand. The palm was as rough as if he'd been laying bricks. She led him to the door, and they were almost there when he said, "Who killed the wolf?" She stopped. "Pardon me?" "The wolf." He motioned toward the gray-furred timber wolf mounted above the fireplace. "Who killed it?" "Oh, you've heard of Harry Sandler before, haven't you?" He shook his head. "Harry Sandler, the American big-game hunter. He was in all the papers 2 years ago when he shot a white leopard atop Mount Kilimanjaro." Still there was no recognition in Michael's eyes. "We've become good friends. He sent me the wolf from Canada. It's a beautiful creature, isn't it?" Michael grunted softly. He glanced at the other mounted trophies Sandler had given Margarita, the heads of an African water buffalo, a magnificent stag, a spotted leopard, and a black panther, but his gaze returned to the wolf. "Canada," he said. Where in Canada? I don't know exactly. I think Harry said up in Saskatchewan. She shrugged. Well, a wolf's a wolf, isn't it? He didn't answer. Then he looked at her, his eyes piercing, and smiled. I'll have to meet Mr. Harry Sandler some day, he said. Too bad you weren't here a week ago. Harry passed through Cairo on his way to Nairobi. She gave a playful tug at his arm to pull his attention off the trophy. Come on, before your food gets cold. In the dining room, Michael Gallatin ate his medallions of mutton at a long table under a crystal chandelier. Margareta picked at a hearts of palm salad and drank a glass of Chablis. And they made small talk about what was happening in London, the current popular plays, the fashions, the novels, and music, all things Margareta missed. Michael said he'd enjoyed Hemingway's latest work, and that the man had a clear eye. And as they spoke, Margareta studied Michael's face and realized, here under the brighter light of the chandelier, that he'd changed in the year and 5 weeks since their last meeting. The changes were subtle, but there nonetheless. There were more lines around his eyes, and perhaps more flecks of gray in the sleek, close-trimmed black hair as well. His age was another mystery. He might be anywhere from 30 to 34. Still, his movements had the sinuosity of youth, and there was impressive strength in his shoulders and arms. His hands were an enigma. They were sinewy, long-fingered, and artistic, the hands of a pianist, but the backs of them were dappled with fine, dark hairs. They were a workman's hands, too, used to rough labor, but they managed the sterling knife and fork with surprising grace. Michael Gallatin was a large man, maybe 6'2", with a broad chest, narrow hips, and long, lean legs. Margareta had wondered at their first meeting if he'd ever been a track and field athlete, but his response had been that he sometimes ran for pleasure. She sipped at her Chablis and glanced at him over the rim. Who was he, really? What did he do for the service? Where had he come from, and where was he bound? He had a sharp nose, and Margareta had noticed that he smelled all food and drink before he consumed it. His face was darkly handsome, clean-shaven and rugged, and when he smiled it was like a flare of light. But he didn't let her see that smile very often. In repose his face seemed to become darker still, and as the wattage of those green eyes fell, their somber hue made Margareta think of the color in the deep shadow of a primeval forest, a place of secrets best left unexplored, and perhaps a place also of great dangers. He reached for his goblet of water, disregarding the Chablis, and Margareta said, "I've sent the servants away for the evening." He sipped at the water and put the goblet aside, pressed his fork into another piece of meat. "How long has Alexander worked for you?" he asked. The question was totally unexpected. "Almost 8 months. The consulate recommended him. Why?" "He has—" Michael paused, considering his words. "An untrustworthy smell," he'd almost said. "A German accent," he finished. Margareta didn't know which one of them was crazy, because if Alexander was any more British, he'd be wearing a Union Jack for underdrawers. "He hides it well," Michael continued. He sniffed at the mutton before he ate it, and chewed before he spoke. "But not well enough. The British accent is a masquerade." Alexander cleared the security checks. You know how stringent those are. I can tell you his life history, if you want to hear it. He was born in Stratford-on-Avon. Michael nodded. "An actor's town, if there ever was one. That's got the Abwehr's fingerprints all over it." The Abwehr, as Margareta knew, was Hitler's intelligence bureau. "A car will be coming for me at 0700. I think you should go, too." "Go? Go where?" "Away. Out of Egypt, if possible. Maybe to London. I don't think it's safe for you here any more." "Impossible. I've got too many obligations. My God, I own the newspaper. I can't just clear out on a moment's notice. All right, stay at the consulate, but I think you should leave North Africa as soon as you can. My ship hasn't sprung a leak, Margarita insisted. You're wrong about Alexander. Michael said nothing. He ate another piece of mutton and dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. Are we winning? She asked him after another moment. We are holding, he answered, by our teeth and fingernails. Rommel's supply network has broken down, and his panzers are running out of petrol. Hitler's attention is fixed on the Soviet Union. Stalin's calling for an Allied attack from the West. No country, even one as strong as Germany, can wage war on two fronts. So if we can hold Rommel until his ammunition and petrol dries up, we can force him back to Tobruk, and past that if we're lucky. I didn't know you believed in luck. She arched a pale blonde eyebrow. It's a subjective term. Where I come from, luck and brute strength are one and the same. She pounced on the opportunity. Where do you come from, Michael? A place far from here, he replied, and the way he said it told her that there would be no more discussion of his personal life. We have dessert, she said, when he'd finished his meal and pushed the plate away. A chocolate tart in the kitchen. I'll make us some coffee, too. She stood up, but he was faster. He was at her side before she could take 2 steps, and he said, Later for the tart and coffee. I had another dessert in mind. Taking her hand, he kissed it slowly, finger by finger. She put her arms around his neck, her heart hammering. He picked her up effortlessly in his arms, and then plucked a single rose from where they were arranged in a blue vase at the table's center. He took her up the staircase, along the hall of armor, to her bedroom with its 4-poster bed and its view of the Cairo hills. They undressed each other by candlelight. She remembered how hairy his arms and chest were, but now she saw that he'd been injured. His chest was crisscrossed with adhesive bandages. What happened to you? She asked, as her fingers grazed his hard brown flesh. Just a little something I got tangled up in. He watched as her lace slip floated to her ankles, and then he picked her up out of her clothes and slid her against the cool white sheet. He was naked now as well, and seemed larger still for the knots of muscle exposed to the candlelight. He eased his body down beside hers, and she smelled another odor under his faint lime cologne. It was a musky aroma, and again she thought of green forests and cold winds blowing across the wilderness. His fingers traced slow circles around her nipples, and then his mouth was on hers, and their heat connected, flowed into each other, and she trembled to her soul. Something else replaced his fingers, the velvet rose, fluttering around her risen nipples, teasing her breasts like kisses. He drew the rose down along the line of her belly, stopped there to circle her navel, then down again into the fullness of golden hair, still circling and teasing with a gentle touch that made her body arch and yearn. The rose moved along the damp center of her desire, fluttering between her taut thighs, and then his tongue was there too, and she gripped his hair and moaned as her hips undulated to meet him. He paused, holding her back from the edge, and began again, the tongue and the rose, working in counterpoint like fingers on a fine golden instrument. Margarita made music, whispering and moaning as the warm waves built inside her and crashed through her senses. And then there it was, the white-hot explosion that lifted her off the bed and made her cry out his name. She settled back like an autumn leaf, full of color and wilted at the edges. He entered her, heat against heat, and she clung to his back and held on like a rider in the storm. His hips moved with deliberation, not frantic lust, and just as she thought she could accept no more of him, her body opened, and she sought to take him into the place where there would be one creature with 2 names and pounding hearts. And then even the hard spheres of his manhood would enter her too, instead of being simply pressed against the moistness. She wanted all of him, every inch, and all the liquid he could give her. But even in the midst of the maelstrom, she sensed him holding himself apart, as if there was something in himself that even he could not get to. In their cell of passion, she thought she heard him growl, but the noise was muffled against her throat, and she could not be sure it wasn't her own voice. The bed's joints spoke. It had spoken for many men, but never so eloquently. And then his body convulsed, once, twice, a third time, 5 times. He shivered, his fingers twisting the tangled sheet. She locked her legs around his back, urging him to stay. Her lips found his mouth, and she tasted the salt of his effort. They rested a while, talking again, but this time in whispered voices. And the subject was not London or the war, but the art of passion. And then she took the rose from where it lay on the bedside table, and she followed the trail down to his re-stirring hardness. It was a beautiful machine, and she lavished it with love. Rose petals lay on the sheets. The candle had burned low. Michael Gallatin lay on his back, sleeping, with Margretta's head on his shoulder. He breathed with a faint, husky, rumbling noise, like a well-kept engine. Still later, she awakened and kissed him on the lips. He was sleeping soundly, and did not respond. Her body was a pleasant ache. She felt stretched, reformed into his shape. She looked at his face for a moment, assigning the craggy features to memory. It was too late for her to feel real love, she thought. There had been too many bodies, too many ships passing in the night. She knew she was useful to the service as a refuge and liaison for agents who needed sanctuary, and that was all. Of course, she decided who she would sleep with, and when. But there had been many. The faces blended together, but his stayed apart. He was not like the others, and not like any man she'd ever known. So call it schoolgirl infatuation and leave it at that, she thought. He had his destination, and she had her own, and they were not likely to be the same port. She got out of bed, carefully so as not to awaken him, and went naked into the large walk-through closet that separated her bedroom from the dressing-room. She switched on the light, chose a white silk gown, shrugged into it, then took a brown terry-cloth robe, a man's robe, off a hanger, and draped it around a female-shaped dress dummy in the bedroom. A thought. Perhaps a spray of perfume between her breasts and a brush of her hair before true sleep. The car might be coming at 7 in the morning, but she recalled that he liked to be up by 5:30. Margaretta walked, the well-used rose in hand, into the dressing-room. A small Tiffany lamp still burned on the table. She sniffed the rose, smelled their mingled scents, and put it into a vase. That one would have to be pressed between silk. She drew a contented breath, then picked up her brush and looked into the mirror. The man was standing behind the screen. She could see his face above it, and in the second of calm recognition before terror, she realized it was a perfect killer's face, devoid of emotion, pale, and quite unremarkable. It was the kind of face that blends easily into crowds, and you do not remember a moment after seeing. She opened her mouth to call for Michael. 3. There was a polite cough, and a peacock's eye winked fire. The bullet hit Margaretta in the back of the skull, precisely where the assassin had aimed. Her blood, bone, and brains spattered onto the glass, and her head thunked down amid the vials of beauty. He came out snake-quick, dressed in tight-fitting black, the small pistol with its silencer gripped in a black-gloved hand. He glanced at the little rubber-coated grapple hook that clung to the terrace's railing. The rope trailed down to the courtyard. She was dead, and the job was done, but he knew that a British agent was here as well. He looked at his wristwatch. Almost 10 minutes before the car would meet him beyond the gate. Time enough to send the swine to hell. He cocked the pistol and started through the closet. And there was the bitch's bedroom, a low candle flickering, a shape in the sheets. He aimed the pistol at its head and steadied his wrist with his other arm, a gunman's pose. The silencer coughed, once, then again. The shape jumped with the force of the bullets. And then, like a good artist who must see the results of his craft, he pulled the sheets away from the corpse. Except it was not a corpse. It was a dress dummy, with 2 bullet holes in its blank white forehead. A movement to his right. Someone fast. The killer panicked and twisted to get off a shot, but a chair slammed against his back and ribs, and he lost the gun before his finger could squeeze. It went into the folds of the sheet and out of sight. He was a big man, 6'3" and 230 pounds, all beef-bred muscle. The breath left his mouth with the roar of a locomotive bursting from a tunnel, and the chair's swing staggered him, but didn't put him down. The killer tore the chair out of his combatant's grip before it could be used again and kicked out, his boot hitting the man's stomach. The kick drew a satisfying grunt of pain, and the British agent, a man in a brown robe, crashed back against the wall, holding his gut. The assassin flung the chair. Michael saw it coming in the flex of the man's hands, and as he dodged, the chair broke to pieces against the wall. Then the man was on him, fingers clenching around his throat, digging savagely into his windpipe. Black motes spun across Michael's vision. In his nostrils was the iron odor of blood and brains, the scent of Margretta's death he'd smelled a second after he'd heard the silencer's deadly whisper. This man was a professional, Michael knew. It was man against man, and only one would be alive in a matter of minutes. So be it. Michael quickly brought his hands up, breaking the killer's grip, and smashed the palm of his right hand into the man's nose. He intended to drive the bones into the brain, but the killer was fast and turned his head to deflect the strike. Still the nose crumpled and exploded, and the man's eyes were wet with pain. He staggered back 2 steps, and Michael hit him in the jaw with a quick left and right. The killer's lower lip split open, but he grasped the collar of Michael's robe, lifted him off his feet, and hurled him through the bedroom door. Michael crashed into the hallway and into one of the suits of armor. It fell off its stand in a clatter. The Nazi assassin came through the door, his mouth streaming blood, and as Michael tried to scramble up, a kick caught him in the shoulder and flung him another 8 feet along the hall. The killer looked around, his eyes glinting at the sight of armor and weapons. For an instant his face had a shine of reverence, as if he had stumbled into a holy shrine of violence. He picked up a mace, a wooden handle with a 3-foot-long chain attached to an iron ball of jagged spikes, and whirled it gleefully over his head. He advanced on Michael Gallatin. The medieval weapon shrieked as it swung for Michael's skull, but he ducked its arc and back-pedaled out of range. The mace swung back the other way before he could get his balance, and the iron spikes bit brown terrycloth. But Michael leaped back, colliding with another suit of armor. As it fell, he grasped a metal shield and whirled around, catching the mace's next blow as it came at his legs. Sparks flew off the polished metal, the vibration thrumming up Michael's arm to his bruised shoulder. And then the killer lifted the mace over his head to crush Michael's skull, and Gallatin threw the shield, its edge hitting the other man's knees, chopping his legs out from under him. As the killer pitched down, Michael started to kick him in the face, but checked himself. A broken foot would not help his agility. The killer was getting to his feet, the mace still in hand. Michael darted to the wall and pulled a broadsword off its hooks, and then he turned to face the next attack. The German warily regarded the sword and picked up a battle-axe, casting the shorter weapon aside. They faced each other for a few seconds, each looking for an opening, and then Michael feinted with a thrust, and the battle-axe clanged it aside. The killer lunged in, avoided a swing of the sword, the battle-axe upraised, but Michael's sword was there to deflect it. The axe hit the sword's hilt in a burst of blue sparks, snapped off the blade, and left Gallatin standing with a nub of nothing. The killer swung the axe at his prey's face, his body braced for the pleasure of collision. Michael had, in a split second, judged the fine angles and dimensions of impact. He realized that a step backward would lose him his head, as would a step to either side. So he moved in, crowding the killer, and since blows to the face seemed to do no good, He drove his fist into the exposed hollow of the armpit, his knuckles gouging for the pressure point of veins and arteries. The killer cried out in pain, and as his arm went dead, he lost control of the axe. It left his hand and thunked 2 inches deep into the oak-paneled wall. Michael hit him in the ruined nose, snapping his head back, and followed with a blow to the point of the chin. The German grunted, spewed blood, and fell back against the second-floor railing. Michael followed him, drew his arm back to strike at the throat, but suddenly the assassin's arms streaked out, the fleshy hands closing on his neck once more and lifting him off his feet. Michael thrashed, but he had no traction. The killer was holding him almost at arm's length, and in another few seconds the idea would come to throw Michael over the railing to the tiled floor below. There was an oak beam 2 feet above Michael's head, but it was smooth and polished, and there was nothing to hold on to. The blood roared in his brain, oily sweat surfaced from his pores, and deep within something else stretched and began to awaken from a sleep of shadows. The fingers pressed into his arteries, interrupting the flow of blood. The killer shook him, partly in disdain and partly to secure a tighter grip. The end was near. The German could see the other man's eyes beginning to bulge. Michael's arms reached up, fingers grazing the oak. His body trembled violently, a movement that the assassin interpreted as the nearing of death. For him, it was. Michael Gallatin's right hand began to twist and contort. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and utter agony played across his features. The black hair on the back of his hand rippled, the sinews shifting. There were little popping noises of cracking bones. The hand gnarled, the knuckles swelled, the flesh turning mottled and thick, the black hair beginning to spread. "Die, you son of a bitch!" the killer said, speaking in German. He squeezed his eyes shut, all concentration on strangling the man to death. "Very soon now, very soon." Something moved under his hands. Like scurrying ants, the body was getting heavier, thickening. There was a pungent animal smell. The killer opened his eyes and looked up at his victim. He was holding something that was no longer a man. With a scream, he tried to throw the thing over the railing, but 2 pairs of claws dug into the oak beam and latched there, and the monster brought up a still human kneecap and hit him in the chin with a power that all but knocked him senseless. He released the thing, and still screaming, but now in a high, thin drone, scrambled away from it. He fell over scattered armor, crawled toward the bedroom door, looked back, and saw the monster's claws wrench free of the beam. The thing fell to the floor, hitching and convulsing, and thrashed out of its brown terrycloth robe. And now the assassin, one of the best of his breed, knew the full meaning of horror. The monster righted itself, crawling toward him. It was not yet fully formed, but its green eyes caught and held him, promising agony. The killer's hand closed on a spear. He jabbed at the thing, and it leaped aside, but the spear tip caught it on the malformed left cheek and drew a scarlet line against the black. He kicked desperately at it, trying to pull himself through the bedroom door and get to the terrace railing, and then he felt fangs snap shut on his ankle, a crushing power that broke the bones like matchsticks. The jaws opened and snapped on the other leg at the calf. Again bones broke, and the assassin was crippled. He screamed for God, but there was no answer. There was only the steady rumbling of the monster's lungs. He threw up his hands to ward it off, but human hands were of no consequence. The beast jumped upon him, its wet snout and staring, terrible eyes right in his face. And then the snout winnowed toward his chest, the fangs gleaming. There was a hammer blow to his breastbone, followed by another that almost split him in 2. Claws were at work, the nails throwing up a red spray. The killer writhed and fought as best he could, but his best was nothing. The beast's claws entered his lungs, ripped away the heaving tissue, drove down into the man's core, and then the snout and the teeth found the pulsing prize, and with 2 twists of the head, the heart was torn from its vine like an overripe, dripping fruit. The heart was crushed between the fangs, and the mouth accepted its juices. The killer's eyes were still open, and his body twitched, but all his blood was flooding out, and there was none left to keep his brain alive. He gave a shuddering, terrible moan, and the monster threw its head back and echoed the cry in a voice that rang through the house like a death knell. And then, nosing into the gaping hole, the beast began its feeding, tearing with rampant rage at the inner mysteries of a man. Afterward, as the lights of Cairo dimmed and the first violet light of the sun began to come up over the pyramids, something caught between animal and man spasmed and retched in the mansion of the Countess Margherita. From its mouth flowed grisly lumps and fragments, a creeping red sea that went under the banister and over the edge to the tiled floor below. The naked, retching thing curled itself into a fetal shape, shivering uncontrollably, and in that house of the dead no one heard it weep. 1. Rite of Spring. 1. Again the dream awakened him, and he lay in the dark while the gusts bellowed at the windows and an errant shutter flapped. He had dreamed he was a wolf, who dreamed he was a man, who dreamed he was a wolf, who dreamed. And in that maze of dreams there had been bits and pieces of memory, flying like the fragments of an exploded jigsaw puzzle. The sepia-toned faces of his father, mother, and older sister, faces as if from a burned-edge photograph. A palace of broken white stones, surrounded by thick primeval forest where the howls of wolves spoke to the moon. A passing steam train, headlight blazing, and a young boy racing along the tracks beside it faster and faster toward the entrance of the tunnel that lay ahead. And from the puzzle of memory, an old, leathery, white-bearded face, the lips opening to whisper, "Live free." He sat up on his haunches and realized then that he had been lying not on his bed, but on the cold stone floor before the fireplace. A few embers drowsed in the darkness, waiting to be stirred. He stood up, his body naked and muscular, and walked to the high bay windows that overlooked the wild hills of northern Wales. The March wind was raging beyond the glass, and scattershots of rain and sleet struck the windows before his face. He stared from darkness into darkness, and he knew they were coming. They had let him alone too long. The Nazis were being forced toward Berlin by a vengeful Soviet tide, but Western Europe, the Atlantic Wall, was still in Hitler's grip. Now, in this year of 1944, great events were in motion, events with great potential for victory or terrible risks of defeat. And he knew full well what the aftermath of that defeat would mean. A solidified Nazi hold on Western Europe, perhaps an intensified effort against the Russian troops, and a savage battle for territory between Berlin and Moscow. Though their ranks had been thinned, the Nazis were still the best disciplined killers in the world. They could still deflect the Russian juggernaut and surge again toward the capital of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Galatinov's motherland. But he was Michael Gallatin now, and he lived in a different land. He spoke English, thought in Russian, and contemplated in a language more ancient than either of those human tongues. They were coming. He could feel them getting nearer, as surely as he sensed the wind whirling through the forest 60 yards away. The world's tumult was bringing them closer to his house on this rocky coast that most men shunned. They were coming for one reason. They needed him. Live free, he thought, and his mouth curled with the hint of a smile. There was some bitterness in it. Freedom was an illusion, in the shelter of his own house on this stormy land, where the nearest village, Endor's Rill, lay more than 15 miles to the south. For him, a great part of freedom was isolation, and he had come to realize more and more, as he monitored the shortwave broadcasts between London and the continent, listening to the voices speak in codes through the blizzards of static, that the bonds of humanity had chained him. So he would not refuse them entrance when they arrived, because he was a man, and they would also be men. He would listen to what they had to say, might even consider it briefly before he refused. They had come a long way, over rough roads, and he might possibly offer them shelter for the night. But his service to his adopted homeland was done, and now it was up to young soldiers with mud-grimed faces and nervous fingers on carbine triggers. The generals and commanders might bark orders, but it was the young who died carrying them out. That was the way it had been throughout the ages, and in that respect the future of warfare would never change, men being what they were. Well, there was no keeping them away from his door. He could lock the gate, way up at the end of the road, but they would find a way over it, or cut the barbed wire fence and walk in. The British had a lot of experience in snipping barbed wire, so it was best just to leave the gate unlocked and wait for them. It might be tomorrow, or the day after that, or next week. Whenever, he would still be here. Michael listened to the song of the wild for a moment, his head cocked slightly to one side. Then he returned to the flagstone floor in front of the fireplace, lay down and curled his arms around his knees, and tried to rest. 2. He picked a damn lonely place to live, didn't he? Major Shackleton lit a cigar and cranked down the glossy black Ford's rear window on his side to let the smoke seep out. The cigar tip glowed red in the gloomy twilight of late afternoon. You Brits like this kind of weather, huh? I fear we have no choice but to like it, Captain Humes Talbot answered. He smiled as politely as he could, his aristocratic nostrils flared. Or at least accept it. Right. Shackleton, a United States Army officer with a face like the business end of a battle-axe, peered out at the gray, low clouds and the nasty drizzle. He hadn't seen the sun for more than 2 weeks, and the chill was making his bones ache. The elderly, stiff-backed British Army driver, separated from his passengers by a glass window, was taking them along a narrow, pebbled road that wound between dark, cloud-shrouded crags and stands of thick pine forest. The last village they'd passed, Houlet, was 12 miles behind them. That's why you people are so pale, he went on, like a bulldozer through a tea party. Everybody looks like a ghost over here. You ever come to Arkansas, I'll show you a springtime sun. I'm not sure my schedule will allow it, Humes Talbot said, and cranked down his window a turn and a half. He was wan and thin, a 28-year-old staff officer whose closest brush with death had been diving into a Portsmouth ditch as a Messerschmitt fighter screamed past 70 feet overhead. But that had been in August of 1940, and now no Luftwaffe aircraft dared to cross the channel. So, Gallatin served with distinction in North Africa? Shackleton's teeth were clenched around the cigar, and the stub was wet with saliva. That was 2 years ago. If he's been out of service since then, what makes your people think he can handle the job? Humes Talbot stared at him blankly with his bespectacled blue eyes. Because, he said, Major Gallatin is a professional. So am I, sonny. Shackleton was 10 years the British captain's senior. That doesn't make me able to parachute into France, does it? And I haven't been sitting on my tailbone for the last 24 months. I'll guarantee you that. Yes, sir, the other man agreed, simply because he felt he should. But your people asked for help in this matter, and since it's a benefit to both of us, my superiors felt... Yeah, that's yesterday's news. Shackleton waved the man quiet with an impatient hand. I've told my people I'm not sold on Gallatin's, Major Gallatin's record. His lack of field experience, I ought to say, but I'm supposed to make a judgment based on a personal meeting, which isn't the way we work in the States. We go by the record over there. We go by the character over here, Humes Talbot said, with a bite of frost. Sir. Shackleton smiled faintly. Well, at least he'd gotten a rise out of this stiff-necked kid. Your Secret Service might have recommended Gallatin, but that doesn't swing a shovelful of shit as far as I'm concerned. Pardon my French. He snorted smoke from his nostrils, his eyes catching a gleam of red. I understand Gallatin's not his real name. He used to be Mikhail Galatinov. He's a Russian, right?" "He was born in St. Petersburg in 1910, came the careful reply. "In 1934 he became a citizen of Great Britain." "Yeah, but Russia's in his blood. You can't trust Russians. They drink too much vodka." He tapped ashes into the ashtray on the back of the driver's seat, but his aim was off, and most of the ash fell on his spit-shined shoes. "So why'd he leave Russia? Maybe he was wanted for a crime over there?" Major Gallatin's father was an army general and a friend of Tsar Nicholas II, Humes Talbot said as he watched the road unreal in the yellow gleam of the headlights. In May of 1918, General Fyodor Galatinov, his wife, and 12-year-old daughter were executed by Soviet Party extremists. The young Galatinov escaped. "And," Shackleton prodded, "who brought him to England?" "He came by himself, working aboard a freighter," the captain said, "in 1932. Shackleton smoked his cigar and thought about it. "Hold on," he said quietly. "You're saying he hid from the murder squads in Russia from the time he was 8 to when he was 22 years old?" "How'd he do that?" "I don't know," Humes Talbot admitted. "You don't know? Hell, I thought you boys were supposed to know everything about Galatinov, or whatever. Hadn't you got his records verified?" "There's a gap in his records." The younger man saw the dim glow of lights ahead through the pines. The road was curving, taking them toward the sparkle of lanterns. "The information is classified, for the top echelon of the Secret Service only." "Yeah? Well, that's enough to tell me I don't want him on the job." "I presume Major Gallatin named those individuals who remained loyal to the memory of the Royal Circle and helped him survive. To expose those names would be, shall we say, less than prudent." The small houses and clustered together structures of a village were coming out of the drizzle. A little white sign on a post said, "Endor's Rill." "I will pass on a bit of rumor, if I may," Humes Talbot said, wanting to throw a smoking grenade back at the ugly American. "I understand that the mad monk Rasputin was in St. Petersburg and enjoyed liaisons with several ladies of breeding in 1909 and 1910. One of those ladies, dare I say, was Elena Galatinov." He looked into Shackleton's face. "Rasputin may have been Michael Gallatin's real father." A small cough of cigar smoke came from Shackleton's throat. There was a tapping noise. Mallory, the driver, rapped his knuckles on the glass and put his foot to the Ford's brake. The car was slowing, the windshield wipers slapping away the sleet and rain. Humes Talbot rolled the glass barrier down, and Mallory said with a crisp Oxford accent, "Beg your pardon, sir, but I think we should stop for directions. That might be the place." He pointed at a lantern-lit tavern coming up on the right. "Indeed it is," the young man agreed, and rolled the glass back up as Mallory cruised the big car to a stop in front of the tavern's door. "I'll be back in a minute," Humes Talbot said as he pulled the collar of his coat up around his neck and opened the door. "Wait for me," Shackleton told him. "I could use a drink of whiskey to get my blood warm again." They left Mallory in the car and went up a set of stone steps. A sign creaked on chains above the doorway, and Shackleton glanced up at it to see a painted sheep and the words, "The Mutton Chop." Inside, a cast-iron stove burned with the sweet musk of bog peat, and oil lamps hung from pegs on the wooden walls. Three men who were sitting at a back table talking quietly and drinking ale looked up from their conversation at the uniformed military officers. "Welcome, gentlemen," an attractive black-haired woman behind the bar said with a heavy Welsh accent. Her eyes were bright blue, and they quickly examined the two visitors with a thoroughness that seemed casual. "What may I do for you?" "Whiskey, babe," Shackleton said, grinning around his cigar. "Best poison you've got." She uncorked a jug and poured him a murky shot-glass full. "Only poison we've got, if you don't count the ale and bitters." She smiled faintly, a sultry smile with a challenge in it. Nothing for me, but I would like some information. Humes Talbot warmed his hands before the stove. We're looking for a man who lives around here. His name is Michael Gallatin. Do you—" "Oh, yes," she said, and her eyes glinted. "I do know Michael." "Where does he live?" Shackleton took a whiff of the whiskey, and thought his eyebrows had been singed. "Around. He doesn't entertain visitors." She stroked her cloth across the jug. "Much." "He's expecting us, babe. Official business." She considered that for a moment, looking at the shine of their buttons. "Take the road that runs through the rill. It goes on for 8 miles, and then it turns into dirt, or mud, as the case may be. It splits into 2. The road on the left is the rougher one. It goes to his gate. Whether it'll be open or not is up to him." "We'll open it if it's not," Shackleton said. He took the cigar out of his mouth and, with a grin at the bartender, swallowed the local whiskey. "Bottoms up," she told him. His knees buckled as the whiskey seared down his throat like a trail of lava. He thought for a second that he'd swallowed crushed glass or bits of razor blade. He felt sweat boil out of his pores, and he squeezed a cough down in his chest because the bartender was watching him, smiling knowingly, and he was damned if he'd fall on his ass in front of a woman. "How do you like it, babe?" she asked, all innocence. He feared returning the cigar to his mouth in case the smoke caught fire and blew his head off. Tears burned his eyes, but he clenched his teeth and slammed the shot glass down on the bar. "It needs agin'," he managed to croak, and his face flamed when he heard the men laugh at the back table. "That it does," she agreed, and her soft laughter was like the rustle of a silk curtain. Shackleton started to reach for his wallet, but she said, "It's on the house. You're a good sport." He smiled, more sickly than sporty, and Humes Talbot cleared his throat and said, "We thank you for the information and hospitality, madam. Shall we go, Major?" Shackleton made something that might have been a grunt of assent, and followed Humes Talbot to the door on leaden legs. "Major, dear," the bartender called before he went out. He looked back, wanting to get out of this suffocating heat. "You can thank Michael for the drink when you see him. That's his private stock. Nobody else will touch the stuff." Shackleton went out the door of the mutton shop, feeling like chopped mutton. Full dark had fallen as Mallory drove them away from Endor's Rill, between the wind-lashed woods and mountains carved by the fingers of time. Shackleton, his face tinged the shade of tallow, forced himself to finish the cigar and then thumped it away out the window. It blew a trail of sparks like a falling comet. Mallory turned off the main road, a mud-puddled wagon track, and onto the rougher one on the left. The axles groaned as the Ford's tires plowed through potholes, and the seat springs yowled like pressured steam vents as Shackleton was thrown and jostled. The young British captain was used to uncomfortable roadways, and he clenched the hand grip over his door's window and lifted his rear an inch or 2 off the leather. "Man, don't want to be located," was all Shackleton could say, as the Ford shook harder than any tank he'd ever driven. "Lord have mercy on my aching tailbone," he thought. The road went on, a path of tortures, through the dense green woods. Finally, after 2 or 3 more brutal miles, the headlights found a high iron gate. It was wide open, and the Ford continued through. The muddy road smoothed a bit, but not by much. Every so often they hit a bump, and Shackleton's teeth cracked together with a force that he knew would cut his tongue off if he didn't keep it rolled up in his head. The wind swirled through the forest on both sides of the road. The sleet pelted down, and suddenly Shackleton felt a long way from Arkansas. Mallory stepped on the brake. "Here, what's that?" Humes Talbot said, looking along the cone of the headlights. 3 large dogs were standing in the road, the wind ruffling their fur. "My God!" Humes Talbot took off his glasses, hurriedly wiped the lenses, and put them back on. "I believe those are wolves." "Hell, lock the damned doors!" Shackleton hollered. The Ford slowed to a crawl. As Shackleton's fist hammered down the lock on his side, The three animals lifted their muzzles to the scent of hot metal and engine oil and vanished into the dark wall of trees on the left. The Ford picked up speed again, Mallory's age-spotted hands steady on the wheel, and they took a long curve through the forest and emerged onto a driveway paved with fieldstones. And there stood the house of Michael Gallatin. It looked like a church, made of dark red stones chinked together with white mortar. Shackleton realized that it must have been a church at one time, because it had a narrow tower topped with a white spire and a walkway around it. But the truly amazing thing about the structure was that it had electricity. Light streamed from the windows on the first floor, and up in the church's tower panes of stained glass gleamed dark blue and crimson. Off to the right was a smaller stone building, possibly a workshed or garage. The driveway made a circle in front of the house, and Mallory stopped the Ford and pulled up the handbrake. He tapped on the window, and when Humes Talbot had lowered it, Mallory asked, a little uneasily, "Shall I wait here, sir?" "Yes, for now." Humes Talbot was aware the old chauffeur had been supplied from the Secret Service's pool of drivers, but there was no need to let him know more than was absolutely necessary. Mallory nodded, an obedient servant, and cut the engine and headlamps. "Major?" Humes Talbot motioned toward the house. The two officers walked from the car through the biting sleet, their shoulders hunched in their overcoats. At the top of 3 stone steps was a scarred oak door with a green bronze knocker, an animal of some kind, with a bone clenched in its teeth. Humes Talbot lifted the bone, and the beast's fanged lower jaw rose with it. He knocked against the door and waited, beginning to shiver. A bolt scraped back. Shackleton felt his gut bubble from the witch's brew in the mutton shop. And then the door opened on oiled hinges, and a dark-haired man stood outlined in light. "Come in," Michael Gallatin said. 3. The house was warm. It had oiled oak floors, and in a high-roofed, timber-beamed den, a fire blazed in a hearth of rough white rock. After Captain Humes Talbot had given Michael the letter of introduction signed by Colonel Valentine Vivian of the London Passport Control Office, Shackleton walked directly to the fireplace to warm his ruddy hands. "Hell of a time getting here," Shackleton growled, working his fingers. "You couldn't have picked a more desolate place, could you?" "I couldn't find one," Michael said quietly, reading the letter. "If I'd wanted to entertain unannounced visitors, I'd have bought a house in London." Shackleton got the blood stinging in his hands again, and turned to get a better examination of the man he'd come so far to meet. Michael Gallatin was wearing a black sweater, the sleeves pushed up on his forearms, and faded, well-used khaki trousers. On his feet were scuffed brown loafers. His thick black hair, streaked with gray at the temples, was shorn in a military style, short on the sides and back. On his face was the dark grizzle of perhaps 2 or 3 days without a razor's touch. There was a scar on his left cheek that started just under the eye and continued back into the hairline. A blade scar, Shackleton thought. Close call, too. Well, so Gallatin had had some experience in hand-to-hand combat. So what? Shackleton guessed the man's height at around 6'2", maybe a quarter of an inch more or less, and his weight at around 190 or 195. Gallatin looked fit, a broad-shouldered, athletic type, maybe a football player or rugby or whatever the Limeys called it. There was a quiet power about the man, like a heavy spring that had been crushed down and was on the edge of explosion. Still, that didn't make him ready for a mission into Nazi-occupied France. Gallatin needed sun. He had the pallor of hibernation about him. Probably hadn't seen a bright sun in 6 months. Hell, there probably hadn't been anything but murky gloom in this damned country all winter. But winter was on its last legs now, and the spring equinox, March 21, was only 2 days away. "Do you know you've got wolves on your land?" Shackleton asked him. "Yes," Michael said, and folded the letter up when he'd finished. It had been a long time since he'd had a communication from Colonel Vivian. This must be important. "I wouldn't go out walking if I were you," Shackleton went on. He reached into the inside pocket of his coat, brought out a cigar and cut its end with a small clipper. Then he struck a match on the white stones of the hearth. "Those big bastards like meat." "They're bitches." Michael slipped the letter into his pocket. "Whatever." Shackleton lit the cigar, drew deeply on it, and plumed out blue smoke. "You want to have a little action, you ought to get yourself a rifle and go wolf hunting. You do know how to use a rifle, don't—" He stopped speaking, because suddenly Michael Gallatin was right there in his face, and the man's pale green eyes froze him to the bone. Michael's hand came up, grasped the cigar, and pulled it from between the other man's teeth. He broke it in half and tossed it into the fire. "Major Shackleton," he said, with a trace of a Russian accent softened by cool British gentility, "this is my home. You'll ask my permission to smoke here. And when you ask, I'll say no. Do we understand each other?" Shackleton sputtered, his face reddening. That was a 50-cent cigar." "It puts out half-cent fumes," Michael told him, stared into the man's eyes for a few seconds longer to make certain his message was clear, and then turned his attention to the young captain. "I'm retired. That's my answer." "But, sir, you haven't heard what we came to say yet." "I can guess." Michael walked to the bay windows and looked out at the dark line of the woods. He had smelled his reserve stock of old whiskey wafting from Shackleton's skin, and smiled slightly, knowing how the American, used to bland liquor, must have reacted. Good for Maureen at the mutton shop. "There's a cooperative venture underway between the alliances. If this wasn't important to the Americans, the Major wouldn't be here. I've been listening to the cross-channel radio traffic on my shortwave. All those codes, things about flowers for Rudy and violins needing to be tuned. I can't understand all the messages, but I understand the sounds of the voices. Great excitement and a lot of fear. I say that adds up to an imminent invasion of the Atlantic Wall." He looked at Humes Talbot, who hadn't moved or taken off his wet overcoat. "Within 3 to 4 months, I'd guess, when summer smooths the channel. I'm sure neither Mr. Churchill nor Mr. Roosevelt cares to land an army of seasick soldiers on Hitler's beaches. So sometime in June or July would be correct. August would be too late. The Americans would have to fight eastward during the worst of the winter. If they take their landing zones in June, they'll be able to construct their supply lines and dig into their defensive positions on the border of Germany by the first snowfall." He lifted his eyebrows. "Am I close?" Shackleton let the breath hiss from between his teeth. "You sure this guy's on our side?" he asked Humes Talbot. "Let me conjecture a bit further," Michael said, his gaze ticking toward the young captain, and then back to Shackleton. "To be successful, a cross-channel invasion would have to be preceded by a disruption of German communications, detonation of ammunition and fuel dumps, and a general atmosphere of hell on earth. But a quiet hell, with cool flames. I expect the networks of partisans will have a busy night blowing up railroad tracks, and maybe there's a place in the scheme for the Americans, too. A paratroop assault would sow the kind of discord behind the lines that might keep the Germans running in a dozen directions at the same time." Michael walked to the fireplace beside the Major and offered his palms to the heat. "I expect that what you want me to do has a bearing on the invasion. Of course, I don't know where it'll be, or exactly when, and I don't want that information. Another thing you must realize is that the Nazi High Command certainly suspects an invasion attempt within the next 5 months. With the Soviets fighting in from the east, the Germans know the time is ripe, at least from the Alliance point of view, for an attack from the west." He rubbed his hands together. "I hope my conclusions aren't too much off the mark?" "No, sir," Humes Talbot admitted. "They hit the bullseye." Michael nodded, and Shackleton said, "Do you have somebody spying for you in London?" "I have my eyes, my ears, and my brain. That's all I need." "Sir," Humes Talbot had been standing almost at attention, and now he let his back loosen and took a step forward. "Can we at least brief you on what the mission involves?" "You'd be wasting your time and the Major's. As I said, I'm retired." "Retired? After one lousy field assignment in North Africa?" Shackleton made an unpleasant noise with his lips. "So you were a hero during the battle for El Alamein, right?" He'd read Gallatin's service record during his trip from Washington. "You got into a Nazi commander's HQ and stole deployment maps. Big damn squat. Unless you've missed the point, Major, the war's still going on. And if we don't get a foothold in Europe in the summer of '44, we might find our asses washed out to sea for a long time before we can make another try." "Major Shackleton?" Michael turned toward him, and the intensity of his glare made the Major think he was peering into the green-tinted windows of a blast furnace. "You won't mention North Africa again," he said quietly, but with dangerous meaning. "I failed a friend." He blinked. The blast furnace glare dimmed for a second, then came back full force. "North Africa is a closed subject." Damn the man, Shackleton thought. If he could, he'd stomp Gallatin into the floor. "I just meant—" "I don't care what you meant." Michael looked at Humes Talbot, the captain eager to get on with the briefing, and then Michael sighed and said, "All right. Let's hear it." "Yes, sir. May I?" He paused, about to shrug off his overcoat. Michael motioned for him to go ahead, and as the two officers took off their coats, Michael walked to a high-backed black leather chair and sat down facing the flames. "It's a security problem, really," Humes Talbot said, coming around so he could gauge Major Gallatin's expression. It was one of profound disinterest. "Of course you're correct. It does involve the invasion plans. We and the Americans are trying to clean up all the loose ends before the 1st of June. Getting agents out of France and Holland, for instance, whose security might be compromised. There's an American agent in Paris—" "Adam's his code name," Shackleton interrupted. "Paris is no longer a Garden of Eden," Michael said, lacing his fingers together. "Not with all those Nazi serpents crawling around in it." "Right," the Major went on, taking the reins. "Anyway, your intelligence boys got a coded message from Adam a little more than 2 weeks ago. He said there's something big in the works, something he didn't have all the details on yet. But he said that whatever it is, it's under multi-layered security. He got wind of it from an artist in Berlin, a guy named Theo von Frankowitz." "Wait." Michael leaned forward, and Humes Talbot saw the glint of concentration in his eyes, like the shine of sword metal. "An artist? Why an artist?" "I don't know. We can't dig up any information on von Frankowitz. So, anyway, Adam sent another message 8 days ago. It was only a couple of lines long. He said he was being watched, and he had information that had to be brought out of France by personal courier. He had to end the transmission before he could go into detail." "The Gestapo?" Michael glanced at Humes Talbot. "Our informants don't indicate that the Gestapo has Adam," the younger man said. "We think they know he's one of ours, and have him under constant surveillance. They're probably hoping he'll lead them to other agents." "So no one else can find out what this information is and bring it out?" "No, sir. Someone from the outside has to go in." "And they're monitoring his radio set, of course. Or maybe they found it and smashed it." Michael frowned, watching the oak wood burn. "Why an artist?" he asked again. "What would an artist know about military secrets?" "We have no idea," Humes Talbot said. "You see our predicament." "We've got to find out what the hell's going on," Shackleton spoke up. "The first wave of the invasion will be almost 200,000 soldiers. By 90 days after D-Day, we're planning on having more than 1 million boys over there to kick Hitler's ass. We're risking the whole shooting match on one day, one turn of a card, and we'd sure better know what's in the Nazis' hand." "Death," Michael said, and neither of the other two men spoke. The flames crackled and spat sparks. Michael Gallatin waited for the rest of it. "You'd be flown over France and go in by parachute, near the village of Bazancourt, about 60 miles northwest of Paris," Humes Talbot said. "One of our people will be at the drop point to meet you. From there, you'll be taken to Paris and given all the help you need to reach Adam. This is a high-priority assignment, Major Gallatin, and if the invasion's going to have any chance at all, we've got to know what we're up against." Michael watched the fire burn. He said, "I'm sorry. Find someone else." "But, sir, please don't make a hasty—" "I said I've retired. That ends it." "Well, that's just peachy," Shackleton burst out. "We broke our butts getting here because we were told by some jackass that you were the best in your business, and you say you're retired." He slurred the word. "Where I come from, that's just another way of saying a man's lost his nerve." Michael smiled thinly, which served to infuriate Shackleton even more, but didn't respond. "Major, sir," Humes Talbot tried again, "please don't give us your final word now. Won't you at least think about the assignment? Perhaps we might stay overnight, and we can discuss it again in the morning." Michael listened to the noise of sleet against the windows. Shackleton thought of the long road home, and his tailbone throbbed. "You can stay the night," Michael agreed, "but I won't go to Paris." Humes Talbot started to speak again, but he decided to let it rest. Shackleton muttered, "Hell, fire, and damnation." But Michael only pondered the fires of his own making. "We brought along a driver," Humes Talbot said. "Is there a possibility you might find some room for him? I'll put a cot in front of the fire." He got up and went to get the cot from his storage room, and Humes Talbot left the house to call Mallory in. While the two men were gone, Shackleton nosed around the den. He found an antique rosewood Victrola, a record on the turntable. Its title was "The Rite of Spring" by somebody named Stravinsky. Well, count on a Russian to like Russian music. Probably a bunch of Slavic Jabberwocky. He could use a bright Bing Crosby tune on a night like this. Gallatin liked books, that was for sure. Volumes like Man from Beast, Carnivores, A History of Gregorian Chants, Shakespeare's World, and other books with Russian, German, and French titles filled the bookcases. "Do you like my house?" Shackleton jumped. Michael had come up behind him, silent as mist. He was carrying a folding cot, which he unfolded and placed before the hearth. The house was a Lutheran church in the 1840s. Survivors of a shipwreck built it. The sea cliffs are only 100 yards from here. They built a village on this site, too, but bubonic plague wiped them out 8 years later. "Oh," Shackleton said, and wiped his hands on his trouser legs. "The ruins were still sturdy. I decided to try to put it back together again. It took me all of 4 years, and I still have a lot to do. In case you're wondering, I've got a generator that runs on petrol out back. I figured you didn't have power lines way out here." "No, not way out here. You'll be sleeping in the tower room where the pastor died. It's not a very large room, but the bed's big enough for two." The door opened and closed, and Michael glanced back at Humes Talbot and the chauffeur. Michael stared for a few seconds, unblinking, as the old man took off his coat and topcoat. "You can sleep here," Michael said, with a gesture toward the cot. "The kitchen's through that door, if you want coffee or anything to eat." He told all three of them. "I keep hours you might find odd. If you hear me up in the middle of the night, stay in your room," he said, with a glance that made the back of Shackleton's neck crawl. "I'm going up to rest." Michael started up the stairs. He paused and selected a book. "Oh, the bathroom and shower are behind the house. I hope you don't mind cold water. Good night, gentlemen." He ascended the steps, and in another moment they heard a door softly close. "Damn weird," Shackleton muttered, and he trudged into the kitchen for something to chew on. 4. Michael sat up in bed and lit an oil lamp. He hadn't been sleeping, only waiting. He picked up his wristwatch from the small table beside his bed, though his sense of time told him it was after 3. It was 3:07. He sniffed the air, and his eyes narrowed. A smell of tobacco smoke, burley and latakia, a potent blend. He knew that aroma, and it called him. He was still dressed in his khakis and black sweater. He slipped on his loafers, picked up the lamp, and followed its yellow glow down the circular staircase. A couple of fresh logs had been added to the hearth, and a polite fire burned. Michael saw a haze of pipe smoke drifting above the high-backed leather chair that faced the flames. The cot was empty. "Let's talk, Michael," the man who called himself Mallory said. "Yes, sir." He drew up a chair and sat down with the lamp on a table between them. Mallory, not his real name but one of many, laughed quietly. The pipe's bit clenched between his teeth. Firelight glinted in his eyes, and now he didn't appear nearly as old and unsteady as he'd been when he first entered the house. "Stay in your room," he said, and laughed again. His real voice, unmasked, had a gravelly edge. "That was good, Michael. You scared the balls off that poor Yank." "Does he have any?" "Oh, he's quite a capable officer. Don't let the bluff and bluster fool you. Major Shackleton knows his job." Mallory's penetrating gaze slid toward the other man. "And you do, too." Michael didn't answer. Mallory smoked his pipe in silence for a moment, then said, "What happened to Margarita Philippe in Egypt wasn't your fault, Michael. She knew the risks, and she did her job bravely and well. You killed her assassin and exposed Harry Sandler as an agent for the Nazis. You also did your job bravely and well. Not well enough." This still made the sick sensation of grief gnaw at his insides. "If I'd been alert that night, I might have saved Margarita's life." "It was her time," Mallory said flatly, a statement from a professional in the arena of life and death. "And your time of brooding over Margarita should end now." "When I find Sandler—" Michael's face was tight, and heat rose in his cheeks. "I knew he was a German agent as soon as Margarita showed me the wolf he said he'd sent her from Canada. To me it was perfectly clear it was a Balkan wolf, not Canadian. And the only way Sandler could have killed a Balkan wolf was to go on a hunting trip with his Nazi friends." Harry Sandler, the big game hunter from America, who'd been written about in Life magazine, had vanished after Margarita's murder, and left no tracks. "I should have made Margarita leave the house that night, immediately. Instead, He clenched his hands on the chair's armrests. "She trusted me," he said in a hushed voice. "Michael," Mallory said, "I want you to go to Paris. Is it that vital that you be involved with this?" "Yes, that vital." He puffed smoke and removed the pipe from his mouth. "We'll have one chance, and one chance only, for the invasion to be successful. The time frame, as of now, is the first week of June. That's subject to change according to the weather and the tides. We have to make sure all potential disasters are dealt with, and I can tell you that watching these commanders hash things out leaves a lot of room for the damnedest mistakes you can imagine." He grunted and smiled thinly. "We have to do our part to give them a clean house when they move in. If the Gestapo's watching Adams so closely, you can be certain he has information they don't want getting out. We have to learn what it is. With your special talents, there's a possibility you can get in and out under the nose of the Gestapo." Michael watched the fire. The man sitting in the chair next to him was one of 3 people in the world who knew he was a lycanthrope. "There's another facet to this you should consider," Mallory said. 4 days ago, we received a coded message from our agent Echo in Berlin. She's seen Harry Sandler. Michael looked into the other man's face. Sandler was in the company of a Nazi colonel named Erich Bloch, an SS officer, who used to be commandant of Falkenhausen concentration camp near Berlin. So Sandler's moving in some high circles. Is Sandler still in Berlin? We haven't had word from Echo to indicate otherwise. She's keeping watch on him for us. Michael grunted softly. He had no idea who Echo was, but he remembered Sandler's ruddy-cheeked face from a Life magazine photograph, grinning as he rested one booted foot on a dead lion on the Kenya grassland. "We can get you dossiers on Sandler and Bloch, of course," Mallory ventured on. "We don't know what their connection might be. Echo would contact you in Berlin. What you might decide to do from there is up to your own discretion." My discretion, Michael thought. That was a polite way of saying that if he chose to kill Harry Sandler, he would be on his own. "Your first mission, however, is to find out what Adam knows." Mallory let a trail of smoke trickle from his mouth. "That's imperative. You can relay the information through your French contact." "What about Adam? Don't you want him out of Paris?" "If possible." Michael mulled that over. The man who in this instance called himself Mallory was as infamous for what he left unsaid as for what he spelled out. "We want to tie up all the loose ends," Mallory said after a moment's silence. "I'm intrigued by the same thing you are, Michael. Why is an artist involved in this?" "Von Frankowitz is a nobody, a hack who does sidewalk portraits in Berlin. How is he involved with secrets of state?" Mallory's eyes found Michael. "Will you do the job?" "Niet," he thought. But he felt a pressure in his veins like the power of a steam furnace building heat. In 2 years he had not gone one day without thinking of how his friend, the Countess Margrethe, had died while he slumbered in the embrace of spent passions. Finding Harry Sandler might wipe the slate clean. Probably not, but there would be satisfaction in hunting the hunter. And the situation with Adam and the impending invasion was a vital issue on its own. How might Adam's information affect D-Day and the lives of the thousands of soldiers who would storm ashore on a fateful morning in June? "Yes," Michael said, tension in his throat. "I knew I could count on you at the 11th hour," Mallory said with a faint smile. "The wolf's hour, isn't it?" "I have one request to make. My parachute training's rusty. I'd like to go over by submarine." Mallory considered it briefly, then shook his head. "I'm sorry. Too risky, with German patrol boats and mines in the channel. A small transport plane is the safest alternative. We'll whisk you to a place where you can sharpen your skills, do a few practice jumps. Piece of cake, as the Yanks say." Michael's palms were wet, and he closed his fists. Only 2 things frightened him: confinement and heights. He couldn't stand the roar and sputter of airplanes, and with his feet off the earth he felt diminished and weak. But there was no choice. He would have to bear it and forge ahead, though the parachute training would be sheer torture. "All right." "Splendid." Mallory's tone of voice said he'd known all along Michael Gallatin would accept the task. "You're doing well, aren't you, Michael? Getting enough sleep, eating balanced meals, not too much meat, I hope?" "Not too much." The forest was stocked with a large herd of deer and stags, plus wild boar and hares. "I worry about you sometimes. You need a wife." Michael laughed, in spite of Mallory's well-intentioned seriousness. "Well," Mallory amended, "perhaps not." They talked for a while longer, about the war, of course, because that was their crossroads of interest. And as the fire gnawed quietly on oak logs, and the wind keened before dawn, the lycanthrope in service to the king stood up and descended the stairs to his bedroom. Mallory slept in his chair before the hearth, his face in repose, again that of an elderly chauffeur. 5. Dawn came gray and stormy as yesterday's dusk. At 6 o'clock, orchestral music roused Major Shackleton and Captain Humes Talbot, whose backbones popped and moaned as they pried themselves out of the narrow and wholly uncomfortable dead pastor's bed. They had slept clothed, to ward off the chill that sneaked in around the stained-glass window, and they went downstairs marked with unmilitary wrinkles. Sleet slashed at the windows, and Shackleton thought he might scream. "Good morning," Michael Gallatin said, sitting in the black leather chair before a newly built fire, a mug of hot Twinings Earl Grey in his hand. He wore a dark blue flannel robe and no shoes. "There's coffee and tea in the kitchen, also some scrambled eggs and local sausage, if you want any breakfast." "If that sausage is as strong as the local whiskey, I think I'll pass," Shackleton said with a frown of distaste. "No, it's very mild. Help yourselves." "Where's Mallory?" Humes Talbot asked, looking round. "Oh, he had his breakfast and went out to change the oil in the car. I let him use the garage." "What's that racket?" Shackleton thought the music sounded like armies of demons clashing in hell. He walked to the Victrola and saw the record spinning around. "Stravinsky, isn't it?" Humes Talbot inquired. "Yes, the Rite of Spring. It's my favorite composition. This is the part, Major Shackleton, where the village elders stand in a circle and watch a young girl dance herself to death in a pagan ritual of sacrifice." Michael closed his eyes for a few seconds, seeing the dark purple and crimson of the leaping, frenzied notes. He opened them again and stared at the Major. "Sacrifice seems to be a particularly popular topic these days." "I wouldn't know." Gallatin's eyes made Shackleton nervous. They were steady and piercing, and they held a power that made the Major feel as boneless as a wash-rag. "I'm a Benny Goodman fan." "Oh, yes, I know his work." Michael listened to the thunderous, pounding music for another moment. In it was the image of a world at war, fighting against its own barbarity, and the barbarity clearly winning. Then he stood up, lifted the needle without scratching the 78 RPM disc, and let the Victrola wind down. "I accept the mission, gentlemen," he said. "I'll find out what you want to know." "You will? I mean—" Humes Talbot stumbled over his words. "I thought you'd made up your mind already." "I had. I changed it." "Oh, I see." He didn't really, but he wasn't going to question the man's motives any further. "Well, that's good to hear, sir, very good. We'll put you in a week of training, of course. Give you a few practice parachute jumps and some linguistic work, though I doubt you'll need it. And we'll put together all the information you'll need as soon as we get back to London." "Yes, you do that." The thought of the flight over the Channel into France made the skin crawl on the back of his neck, but that would have to be dealt with at the proper time. He drew a deep breath, glad now that his decision was final. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going for my morning run." "I knew you were a runner," Shackleton said. "I am, too. How far do you go?" 5 miles, more or less." "I've gone 7 miles before, loaded down with field gear. Listen, if you've got an extra warm-up suit and a sweater, I'll go with you. I wouldn't mind getting the blood moving again. Especially after trying to sleep in that torture rack," he thought. "I don't wear a warm-up suit," Michael told him, and removed his robe. He was naked underneath. He folded the robe over the chair back. "It's almost springtime. And thank you, Major, but I always run alone." He walked past Shackleton and Humes Talbot, who were both too shocked to move or speak, and went out the door and into the cold, sleety morning light. Shackleton caught the door before it closed. He watched, incredulous, as the naked man began to run with long, purposeful strides down the driveway, then across the grassy field toward the woods. "Hey!" he shouted. "What about the wolves?" Michael Gallatin didn't look back, and in another moment he vanished into the line of trees. "He's an odd chap, don't you think?" Humes Talbot asked, peering over the other man's shoulder. "Odd or not," Shacklin said, "I believe Major Gallatin can get the job done." Sleet dashed him in the face, and he shivered in spite of his uniform and shut the door against the wind. 6. "Martin, come here and look at this." The man whose name had been called stood up from his desk immediately and walked into the inner office, his shoes clacking on the concrete floor. He was heavy-set and broad-shouldered, and he wore an expensive brown suit, a spotless white shirt, and black necktie. His graying hair was combed back from his forehead. He had the soft, fleshy features of a child's favorite uncle, a man who liked to tell bedtime stories. The walls of the inner office were covered with maps, marked with red arrows and circles. Some of the arrows had been scratched out, drawn and redrawn, and many of the circles had been crossed out with angry lines. More maps lay on the office's large desk, along with piles of papers that needed signatures. A small metal box had been opened, and in it were carefully organized vials of watercolors and horsehair brushes of various sizes. The man behind the desk had pulled his stiff-backed chair to an easel in the corner of the windowless room, and on that easel was a painting in progress, a watercolor of a white farmhouse, and behind it the purple rise of jagged mountain peaks. On the floor around the artist's feet were other paintings of houses and the countryside, all of them put aside before they were finished. "Here, right here, do you see it?" The artist wore glasses, and he tapped his paintbrush against a smeared shadow at the farmhouse's edge. "I see a shadow," Martin answered. "In the shadow, right there." He tapped it again harder. "Look close." He picked up the painting, getting watercolors on his fingers, and thrust it in Martin's face. Martin swallowed thickly. He saw a shadow, and only that. This seemed to be important and should be handled carefully. "Yes," he answered, "I think I do see it." "Ah," the other man said, smiling. "Ah, so there it is." He spoke German with a heavy, some might think clumsy, Austrian accent. "The wolf, right there in the shadow." He pointed the brush's wooden end at a dark scrawl that Martin couldn't make heads or tails of. "The wolf on the prowl. And look here." He picked up another painting, badly done, of a winding mountain stream. "See it? Behind that rock?" "Yes, mein Führer," Martin Bormann said, staring at a rock and a misshapen line or two. "And here, in this one." Hitler offered a third painting of a field of white edelweiss. He pointed his crimson-smeared finger at two dark dots amid the sunny flowers. "The eyes of the wolf. You see, he's creeping closer. You know what that means, don't you?" Martin hesitated, then slowly shook his head. "The wolf is my lucky symbol," Hitler said, with a hint of agitation. "Everyone knows that. And here's the wolf, appearing in my paintings with a will of its own. Do you need a clearer portent than that?" "Here we go," Hitler's secretary thought. "Now we descend into the maelstrom of signs and symbols. I'm the wolf, don't you understand?" Hitler took off his glasses, which few but the inner circle ever saw him wearing, snapped them shut, and slid them into their leather case. "This is a portent of the future. My future." His intense blue eyes blinked. "The future of the Reich, I should say, of course. This only tells me again what I already know to be true." Martin waited without speaking, staring at the farmhouse picture with its unintelligible scribble in the shadows. "We're going to smash the Slavs and drive them back into their rat holes," Hitler went on. "Leningrad, Moscow, Stalingrad, Kursk, names on a map." He grasped a map, leaving red fingerprints on it, and pushed it disdainfully off the desk. "Frederick the Great never considered defeat. Never considered it. He had loyal generals, yes. He had a staff who obeyed orders. Never in my life have I seen such willful disobedience. If they want to hurt me, why don't they just put a gun to my head?" Martin said nothing. Hitler's cheeks were growing red, and his eyes looked yellow and moist, a bad sign. "I said we need larger tanks," the Fuhrer continued. "And you know what I heard in return? Larger tanks use more fuel. That's their excuse. They think of every possible way to hobble me. Larger tanks use more fuel. Well, what is the whole of Russia but a vast pit of petroleum? And my officers tumble back from the Slavs in terror and refuse to fight for the lifeblood of Germany. How can we hope to hold the Slavs back without fuel? Not to speak of the air raids destroying the ball-bearing plants. You know what they say to that? Mein Führer. They always say Mein Führer in those voices that make you sick, as if you'd eaten too much sugar. Our anti-aircraft guns need more shells. Our trucks that haul the anti-aircraft guns need more fuel. You see how their minds work?" He blinked again, and the other man saw the understanding settle back in like cold light. "Oh, yes. You were with us at the meeting this afternoon, weren't you?" Yes, he answered. "Yesterday afternoon." He glanced at his pocket watch. "It's almost 1:30. Hitler nodded absently. He wore his brocaded cashmere robe, a gift from Mussolini, and leather slippers, and he and Bormann were alone in the administrative wing of his Berlin headquarters. He stared at his handiwork, at the houses built of unsteady lines and the landscapes with false perspectives, and he dipped his brush into a cupful of water and let the colors bleed out. "It's a portent," he said, "that I'm drawing a wolf without even knowing it. That means victory, Martin. The utter and total destruction of the Reich's enemies, from without and within," he said with a meaningful glance at his secretary. "You should know by now, mein Führer, that no one can defy your will." Hitler didn't seem to hear. He was busy returning all his paints and brushes to the metal box, which he kept locked in his safe. "What's my schedule for today, Martin?" At 8 o'clock, a breakfast meeting with Colonel Bloch and Dr. Hildebrand. Then a staff meeting from 9 o'clock to 10:30. Field Marshal Rommel is due in at 1 o'clock for a briefing on the Atlantic Wall fortifications. "Ah!" Hitler's eyes lit up again. "Rommel. Now there's a man with a good mind. I forgave him for North Africa. Everything's fine now." "Yes, sir. At 7:40 this evening we'll be accompanying the Field Marshal by plane to the coast of Normandy," Bormann continued. "Then on to Rotterdam." "Rotterdam," Hitler nodded, putting his box of paints into the safe. "I trust that work is going on schedule? That's vital." "Yes, sir. After a day in Rotterdam, we'll be flying back to the Berghof for a week." "The Berghof! Yes, I'd forgotten." Hitler smiled, dark circles under his eyes. The Berghof, Hitler's mansion in the Bavarian Alps, above the village of Berchtesgaden, had been his only true home since the summer of 1928. It was a place of bracing wind, vistas that would have stunned at the sight of Odin, and memories that lay easy on the mind, except for Gelly, of course. He'd met Gelly Raubal there, his one true love. Gelly, dear Gelly, with blonde hair and laughing eyes. Why did dear Gelly burst her heart with a single shot? "I loved you, Gelly," he thought. Wasn't that enough? Eva would be waiting for him at the Berghof, and sometimes when the light was just so and Eva's hair was brushed back, Hitler could squint his eyes and see the face of Gelly, his lost love and niece, 23 years old when she committed suicide in 1931. His head hurt. He looked at the calendar, the days of March, on his desk amid the clutter. It's springtime, Hitler realized. From beyond the walls, out over the blacked-out city of Berlin, came a howling. The wolf, Hitler thought, his mouth opening in a gasp. No, an air raid siren. The noise built and moaned, felt more than heard behind the walls of the Reich Chancellery. In the distance there was the sound of a bomb exploding, a crunching noise like the smashing of a heavy axe against a tree trunk. Then another bomb, two more, a fifth and sixth in rapid succession. "Call someone," Hitler commanded, cold sweat sparkling on his cheeks. Martin picked up the desk telephone and dialed a number. More bombs fell, the noise of destruction swelling and waning. Hitler's fingers gripped the desk's edge. The bombs were falling to the south, he believed, down near Tempelhof Airport. Not close enough to fear, but still. The crack and boom of distant explosions ceased. Now there was only the wolf howl of the air raid siren and more answering around the city. "A nuisance raid," Martin said after he'd spoken with the chief of Berlin security. "A few craters on the airfield and some row houses on fire. The bombers have gone." "Damn the swine!" Hitler stood up, trembling. "Damn them to hell! Where are the Luftwaffe night fighters when we need them? Isn't anyone awake?" He strode to one of the maps that showed the defensive fortifications, the minefields and concrete bunkers on the Normandy coast. "Thank the fates that Rommel is. Churchill and that Jew Roosevelt are going to come to France sooner or later. They'll find a warm reception, won't they?" Martin agreed that they would. "And when they send their cannon fodder, they'll be sitting in London at their polished desks, drinking English tea and eating those, what do they call those biscuit things?" "Crumpets," Martin said. "Drinking tea and eating crumpets." Hitler steamrolled on. "But we'll give them something special to chew on, won't we, Martin?" "Yes, mein Führer," Martin said. Hitler grunted and moved to another map. This one was of more immediate concern. It showed the route of the Slavic wave threatening to burst the banks of Russia and flood their filth into German-occupied Poland and Romania. Small red circles showed pockets of trapped German divisions, each 15,000 men, slowly dwindling away. "I want 2 more armored divisions right here." Hitler touched one of the pressure points, where at this moment, hundreds of miles away, German soldiers fought for their lives against the Russian onslaught. "I want them ready to fight within 24 hours. "Yes, mein Führer." 30,000 men and almost 300 tanks, Martin thought. Where would they come from? The generals in the west would bellow if they lost any more of their troops, and those in the east were too busy for additional paperwork. Well, the men and tanks would be found. It was the Führer's will. Period. "I'm tired," Hitler said. "I think I can sleep now. Lock up, will you?" He trudged out of the office and down the long hallway outside, a small man in a bathrobe. Martin was tired, too. It had been a long day. All of them were. Before he turned out the desk lamp, he went around and picked up the farmhouse painting with its dark smear of shadow. He looked long and hard into that darkness. Maybe, just maybe, that was a wolf, creeping around the farmhouse's corner. Yes, Martin could see it now. It was right there where the Führer had said it was. A portent. Martin put the painting back on its easel. Hitler would probably never touch it again, and who knew where all these pictures would end up? The wolf was there. The more Martin looked, the clearer it became. The Führer always saw these portents first, and that, of course, was part of his magic. Martin Bormann switched off the lamp, locked the office door, and walked down the long corridor to his apartment. In the bedroom, his wife Gerda slept soundly, a picture of Hitler on the wall above her head. 7. "Major Gallatin," the dark-haired co-pilot said over the muffled roar of the propellers. 6 minutes to the drop zone." Michael nodded and stood up, grim-lipped. He hooked his ripcord's clamp around the brace that ran overhead the length of the transport aircraft's spine, and walked to the closed door. Above it was a dim red warning light, suffusing the plane's interior with crimson. It was the 26th of March, and the time on Michael's wristwatch was 19 minutes after 2. He closed his mind to the lurch and sway of the C-47 and began to inspect the parachute pack's straps, making sure they were hooked with equal pressure on either side of his groin. A strap tightening across the testicles, almost 1,000 feet in the air, would not be his idea of a pleasant experience. He checked the buckles of the chest straps, and then the top fold of the pack itself, making sure nothing would foul the lines as the chute billowed out. It was supposed to be a black chute, because there was a half moon. 3 minutes, Major, the polite co-pilot, a kid from New Jersey, said. Thank you. Michael felt the airplane veer slightly to starboard, the pilot correcting course either to avoid searchlights or an anti-aircraft emplacement. Michael breathed slowly and deeply, watching the red bulb above the doorway. His heart was beating hard, and sweat had dampened the inside of his dark green jumpsuit. He wore a black knit cap, and his face was daubed with black and green camouflage paint. He hoped it would wash off easily, because it might draw a bit of unwanted attention on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. Strapped to his body was a short shovel with a folding blade, a knife with a serrated edge, a .45 automatic, and a pack of bullets. Also a little box, zipped into his jacket, that contained 2 chocolate bars and some salted beef jerky. He figured the heat of his body would have melted the chocolate bars by now. 1 minute. The red light went out. The New Jersey kid pulled a latch, and the C-47's doorway slid open, letting in a scream of wind. Michael immediately stepped into position, his boot tips on the edge, and his arms braced against the doorway's sides. Below him was a black plain that just as well could have been dense forest or fathomless ocean. 30 seconds, the co-pilot shouted against the wind and props noise. Something glinted far below. Michael's breath snagged. Another glint, a finger of light rising from the earth, searching the sky. Oh, geez, the other man said. The searchlight angled upward. They've heard our engines, Michael realized. Now they're hunting. The light swung around, and its beam knifed through the dark less than 100 feet below Michael's boots. He stood steady, but his gut twisted. There was a burst of red off to the left of the searchlight, followed by a thunderous boom and a white flash about 500 or 600 feet over the C-47. The plane trembled from the shock wave, but stayed on course. A second anti-aircraft shell exploded higher up and more to the right, but the searchlight was coming around again for another sweep. The New Jersey kid, his face pallid, grasped Michael's shoulder. "Major, we're screwed," he shouted. "You want to scrub the drop?" The aircraft was picking up speed, about to make a violent turn away from the drop zone. Michael knew there was no time for deliberation. "I'm going," he answered, and he jumped through the doorway with sweat on his face. He fell into darkness, his heart swelling and his stomach rising up in his abdomen. He clenched his teeth, his arms crossed and gripping his elbows. He heard the high whine of the plane passing on, and then there was a bone-wrenching shock as the ripcord pulled and the chute trailed out of its pack with a soft, almost gentle pop. As the parachute bloomed, Michael Gallatin's hurtling descent was braked. He felt as if his internal organs, muscles and bones, were in brutal collision, his kneecaps jerking up so high they almost smashed into his chin. Then he got his legs straightened out, and he grasped the chute's guidelines, his heart still racing from the impact with air. He heard another blast from the anti-aircraft cannon, but it was high and to the right, and he was in no danger of being shredded by shrapnel. The searchlight veered toward him, stopped, and began to rotate in the other direction again, hunting the intruder. Michael gazed around at the dark earth below, looking for the sign he'd been told to expect. It should be from the east, he remembered. The half-moon was over his left shoulder. He turned slowly under the expanded silk and searched the ground. There, a green light, a blinker, flashing out a quick tattoo. Then darkness again. He guided the chute toward the light and looked up to make sure the lines were all clear. The parachute was white. Damn it, he thought. Trust the supply service to screw things up. If a German soldier on the ground saw the white shoot, there was going to be hell to pay. The searchlight crew had probably already radioed for a scout car or motorcycle team. Now not only was he in danger, but so was the person with the green blinker, whoever that might be. The anti-aircraft cannon spoke again, a knell of distant thunder. But the C-47 was long gone, heading back across the Channel to England. Michael wished the two Americans good luck, and turned his attention to his own difficulties. There was nothing to do at the moment but fall. When he touched ground, he'd be ready for action. But right now he was dangling at the mercy of a white parachute. Michael looked up, listening to the wind hiss in the silk folds. It stirred a memory. So long ago, a world and a lifetime. So long ago, when he knew innocence. And suddenly, in a flash of memory, the sky was bright blue, and there was not a white parachute over his head, but instead a white silk kite, unreeling from his hand to catch the breeze of Russia. "Mikhail! Mikhail!" a woman's voice called over a field full of yellow flowers. And Mikhail Gallatinov, all of 8 years old and still fully human, smiled with the May sun on his face. 2. The White Palace. 1. "Mikhail!" the woman called across time and distance. "Mikhail, where are you?" In another moment Elena Gallatinov saw the kite, and then her green-eyed gaze found her son, standing out at the far edge of the field almost to the deep woods. On this day, the 21st of May, in the year 1918, the breeze blew from the east, and brought with it a faint smell of gunpowder. "Come home," she told the little boy, and watched as he waved and began to reel the kite's line in. The kite dipped like a white fish. Behind the tall, black-haired woman, whose skin was the shade of porcelain, stood the Gallatinov manor, a 2-storied house of brown Russian stones, with a red, sharply angled roof and chimneys. Large sunflowers grew around the house, and there was a gravel driveway that went from the house through the iron gates and connected with a dirt road to the nearest village, Morok, 6 miles to the south. The closest town of any size was Minsk, over 50 miles north on bad roads. Russia was a huge country, and the house of General Fyodor Gallatinov was a mote of dust on the head of a pin. But the 14 acres of meadow and woods was the Gallatinov world, and had been so since Tsar Nicholas II had abdicated his throne on March 2, 1917. And with the Tsar's final words in his signed statement of abdication, "May the Lord God help Russia," the motherland had turned into a killer of her children. But the young Mikhail knew nothing of politics, of red Russians fighting white Russians, and cold-minded men named Lenin and Trotsky. He knew nothing, mercifully, of whole villages razed to the ground by rival factions less than 100 miles from where he stood reeling in a silken kite. He knew nothing of famine, and women and children twitching as they were hanged from trees, and pistol barrels splattered with brains. He knew his father was a hero in a war, that his mother was beautiful, that his sister sometimes pinched his cheeks and called him a ragamuffin, and that today was the day of a long-anticipated picnic. He got the kite down, wrestling with the wind, and then he clasped it gently in his arms and ran across the field toward his mother. Elena, though, knew the things that her son did not. She was 37 years old, wearing a long white dress of springtime linen, and gray had begun to creep back from her forehead and at her temples. Lines had etched deeply around her eyes and at the corners of her mouth, not age lines, but the lines of constant inner turmoil. Fyodor had been away at war too long, and gravely wounded at a marshy slaughter-hole called Kovel. Gone were the operas and brightly lit festivals of St. Petersburg. Gone were the noisy street markets of Moscow. Gone were the banquets and royal garden parties of Tsar Nicholas and Tsarina Alexandra. and left in their shadows were the skeletons of the future. "I flew it, Mother," Mikhail shouted when he got closer. "Did you see how high?" "Oh, that was your kite?" she asked, with feigned surprise. "I thought it was a cloud tied to a string." He saw she was teasing him. "It was my kite," he insisted, and she took his hand and said, "You'd better come down to earth now, my little cloud. We have a picnic to go on." She squeezed his hand. He was as excited as a candle flame, and led him toward the house. In the driveway the hired man, Dmitri, had brought the carriage and 2 horses from the barn, and 12-year-old Alicia was carrying one of the wicker baskets for their picnic from the front door. The maid and Alana's sewing companion, Sophie, brought the other basket out, and helped Alicia pack them into the back of the carriage. And then Fyodor emerged from the house, carrying a brown blanket rolled up under one arm, and the other hand steadying himself on his eagle-crested cane. His right leg, mauled by machine-gun bullets, was stiff and noticeably thinner than the left leg, but he had learned to move with grace, and as he brought the blanket to the rear of the carriage, he lifted his gray-bearded face to the sun. Ilana, after all these years, could still feel her heartbeat quicken as she looked at him. He was tall and lean, with the figure of a swordsman, and though he was 46 years old, and his body bore the scars of rapier and bullet wounds, he yet had a youthful quality, a curiosity and power of life that sometimes made her feel ancient. His face, with its long, slender nose, square jaw, and deep-set brown eyes, used to be hard and bitter, the face of a man who has crashed into the ceiling of his limitations. Now, though, it had softened with the reality of his situation. He was retired from the service of the motherland, and would live out the rest of his years here, on this plot of land far from the center of tumult. His forced retirement, after the abdication of the Tsar, had not been an easy pill to swallow. But now that it was dissolved, he felt numb, like an amputated relic. "What a beautiful day!" he said, and watched the wind blowing through the trees. He wore his brown, carefully ironed uniform with its chest full of medals and ribbons, and on his head was his black-visored cap, still bearing the seal of Tsar Nicholas II. "I flew the kite," Mikhail said eagerly to his father. "I got it up almost to the sky." "Good for you," Galatinov answered, and reached out to Alicia. "My golden angel, help me inside, will you?" Ilana watched as Alicia helped her father into the carriage, while Mikhail stood with his kite in his arms. She touched her son's shoulder. "Come on, Mikhail. Let's make sure everything's packed." They put the kite into the back of the carriage, too, and Dmitri closed and latched the trunk's lid. Then Ilana and Mikhail sat across from Fyodor and Alicia in the red velvet interior, and they waved goodbye to Sophie as Dmitri popped the reins and the 2 chestnut horses began their journey. Mikhail looked out the oval window as Alicia drew a picture, and their mother and father talked about things that he barely remembered: the spring festival in St. Petersburg, the estate where they'd lived when he was born, people whose names were familiar only because he'd heard them before. He watched the gently rolling land give way to forests of towering oaks and evergreens, listened to the creak of the wheels and the crisp jingling of the horses' traces. The sweet scent of wildflowers drifted into the carriage as they passed a blossoming meadow, and Alicia perked up from her drawing when Mikhail sighted a herd of deer on the edge of the woods. He'd been cooped up in the house from the middle of October until the end of April, patiently doing the schoolwork lessons that Magda, his and Alicia's tutor, taught him. Now Mikhail's senses rioted under the heady onslaught of springtime. Winter's pewter had been banished from the land, for a time at least, and Mikhail's world wore fine green robes. Their May picnic was an annual excursion, a ritual that connected them to their lives in St. Petersburg. This year Dmitri had found a good place for them, on the shore of a lake about an hour's leisurely drive from the Galatinov house. The lake was blue and wind-rippled, and as Dmitri pulled the carriage into a meadow, Mikhail heard the cawing of crows atop a huge gnarled oak. Forest circled the lake, the emerald wilderness unbroken by village or habitation for 100 miles to the north, south, and west. Dmitri stopped the carriage and chocked the wheels, then let the horses drink lake water as the Galatinovs unloaded their picnic baskets and spread the blanket down overlooking the blue pool. They ate their meal of baked ham, fried potatoes, dark wheat bread, and ginger cake with sugar frosting. One of the horses nickered and jumped around nervously for a moment, but Dmitri got the mare settled down, and Fyodor sat facing the woods. "She smells something wild," he told Elana as he poured them both a glass of red wine. "Children," he warned, "don't stray too far from us." "Yes, father," Elysia said, but she was already taking off her shoes and lifting up the hem of her pink dress to go wading. Mikhail went down to the lake with her and hunted for pretty stones while she walked in the shallows. Dmitri stayed nearby, sitting on a fallen tree and watching the clouds glide past, a rifle at his side. The enchanted afternoon moved on. His pockets full of stones, Mikhail reclined in the sunny meadow and watched his father and mother sit together on the picnic blanket and talk. Elysia lay beside her father, sleeping, and every so often his hand would move out to touch her arm or shoulder. Mikhail realized quite suddenly that his father's hand had never touched him. He didn't know why, nor did he understand why his father's eyes took on a January chill when they met his own. Sometimes he felt like a small thing that lived beneath a rock, and other times he didn't care. But there was no time when there wasn't a hurting deep in his heart. After a while, his mother laid her head on his father's shoulder, and they slept in the sun. Mikhail watched a raven circling overhead, the light glinting blue-black off its wings, and then he stood up and walked to the carriage to get his kite. He ran back and forth, letting the string unwind from his fingers, and a breeze caught the silk, expanded it, and the kite sailed smoothly up into the air. He started to shout to his parents, but they were both asleep. Elysia was sleeping as well, her back pressed against their father's side. Dmitri sat on his fallen tree, deep in thought, the rifle resting across his knees. The kite floated higher. The string continued to unreel. Mikhail shifted his fingers to get a better grip. The breeze was fierce beyond the treetops. It grasped the kite, hurled it right and left, and made the string thrum like a mandolin. Still the kite ascended. Too high, he decided momentarily. He started to reel it back, and then the wind hit the kite from a strange angle, lifted it, and turned it at the same time, and the string tightened, strained, and snapped about 6 feet below the balsa wood crossbar. "Oh, no!" he almost cried out. The kite had been a present from his mother on his 8th birthday, the 7th of March. And now it was flying away at the mercy of the wind, going over the treetops toward the deep woods. "Oh, no!" He looked at Dmitri and started to shout for help, but Dmitri had his hands pressed to his face, as if in some private agony. The rest of his family slumbered on, and Mikhail thought of how his father hated to be awakened from a nap. In another moment the kite would be over the forest, and the decision had to be made now whether to stand here and watch it go, or follow and hope it would fall when the breeze slackened. "Children," he remembered his father saying, "don't stray too far from us." But this was his kite, and if it were lost, his mother's heart would be broken. He glanced again at Dmitri. The man hadn't moved. Precious seconds were ticking past. Mikhail decided. He ran across the meadow and into the woods. Looking up, he could see the kite through the green leaves and tangle of branches. As he followed its erratic progress, he dug a handful of smooth stones from his pocket and dropped them at his feet to mark a trail back. The kite went on, and so did the boy. Less than 2 minutes after Michael had left the meadow, 3 men on horseback, came down to the lake from the main road. They all wore dark, patched peasant clothing. One of them carried a rifle slung around his shoulder, and the other two were armed with pistols and cartridge belts. They continued to where the Galatinov family slept in the sun, and as one of the horses snorted and whinnied, Dmitri looked around and stood up, pinpricks of sweat sparkling on his face. 2. Fyodor Galatinov awakened as three shadows fell across him. He blinked, saw the horses and riders, and as he sat up, Ilana wakened too. Alicia looked up, rubbing her eyes. "Good afternoon, General Galatinov," the lead rider, a man with a long, thin face and bushy red eyebrows, said. "I haven't seen you since Kovel." "Kovel? Who? Who are you?" "I was Lieutenant Sergei Shchedrin, the Guards' Army. You may not remember me, but surely you remember Kovel." "Of course I do, every day of my life." Galatinov struggled to his feet, balancing on his cane. His face had become mottled with angry red. "What's the meaning of this, Lieutenant Shchedrin?" "Oh, no." The other man extended a finger and wagged it back and forth. "I'm simply Comrade Shchedrin now. My friends Anton and Danilov were also at Kovel." Galatinov's gaze flickered to the two faces. Anton's was broad and heavy-jowled, and Danilov's bore a bayonet scar from his left eyebrow up to his hairline. Their eyes were cold and only slightly curious, as if they were examining an insect under a magnifying glass. "We've brought the rest of our company with us as well," Shchedrin said. "The rest of your company?" Galatinov shook his head, not comprehending. "Listen." Shchedrin cocked his head as the breeze keened through the woods. "There they are, whispering. Listen to what they say. Justice, justice. Do you hear them, General?" "We're having a picnic," Galatinov said firmly. "I'd like for you gentlemen to leave." "Yes," Shchedrin said, "I'm sure you would. What a lovely family you have." "Dmitri!" the general shouted. "Dmitri, fire a warning shot above there." He turned toward Dmitri, and what he saw closed an iron claw around his heart. Dmitri stood about 15 yards away, and hadn't even cocked the rifle or lifted it to a firing position. He stared at the ground. His shoulders stooped. "Dmitri!" Galatinov shouted again, but he knew he would not be answered. His throat was dry, and he grasped Ilana's chilly hand. "Thank you for bringing them here, Comrade Dmitri," Shchedrin told him. "Your service will be noted and rewarded." Mikhail, moving swiftly through the forest in pursuit of his kite, thought he heard his father shouting. His heart hammered. His father had probably awakened and was calling for him. There was going to be a switching in Mikhail's immediate future. But the kite was falling now, the string snagging in the top of an oak tree. Then the wind kicked it loose, and the kite rose again. Mikhail pushed through dense brush, soft, spongy masses of dead leaves and moss, and kept following. 10 more feet, 20 more, 30 more. Thorns grabbed his hair. He pulled free, ducked his head under the thorn branches, and dropped another stone to the ground to mark his way back. The kite dipped, fell into the arms of an evergreen, and teasingly floated free once more. Then it was rising sharply into the blue sky, and as Mikhail watched it go, his face was dappled with sun and shadow. Something moved in the underbrush, less than a dozen feet to Mikhail's left. He stood very still as the kite picked up speed and floated away. Whatever had moved was silent now, waiting. There was another movement to the boy's right, the soft crackle of weight settling on dry leaves. Mikhail swallowed. He started to call for his mother, but she was too far away to hear him, and he wanted no loud noises. Silence, but for the wind hissing in the trees. Mikhail smelled the aroma of an animal, a rank, bestial smell, the odor of a creature that had decayed meat on its breath. He felt something, two somethings, watching him from opposite sides, and he thought that if he ran, they would leap on him from behind. His impulse was to scream and turn and flee headlong through the woods, but he struck it down. He could not get away by running. No, no, a Galatinov never runs, his father had once told him. Mikhail felt a droplet of sweat trickling down the center of his back. The beasts were waiting for his decision, and they were very close. He turned, his legs trembling, and began to walk slowly back, following the trail of lakeshore stones. A Galatinov never runs, Fyodor thought. His gaze swept the meadow. Mikhail. Where was Mikhail? Our company was slaughtered at Kovel. Shedrin leaned forward, hands clenching the saddle horn. Slaughtered, he repeated. We were commanded to run headlong across a swamp into a nest of barbed wire and machine guns. Of course you remember that. I remember a war, Galatinov answered. I remember one tragedy tripping on the heels of another. For you, tragedy. For us, slaughter. Of course we obeyed orders. We were good soldiers of the Tsar. How could we not obey? We all obeyed the same orders that day. Yes, we did, Shedrin agreed. But some obeyed them with the blood of innocent men. Your hands are still red, General. I can see the blood dripping off them. Look closer. Galatinov stepped defiantly toward the man, though Alana tried to hold him back. My own blood is on there, too. Ah, Shedrin nodded. So it is. But not enough, I think. Ilana gasped. Anton had withdrawn his pistol from his holster and cocked it. Make them go away, Alicia said, tears in her eyes. Please make them go away. Danilov pulled his pistol out and eased the hammer back. Galatinov stepped in front of his wife and daughter, his eyes black with fury. How dare you raise a gun to me and my family? He lifted his cane. Damn you to hell! Put down those pistols! We have a proclamation to read, Shedrin said, undaunted. He removed a rolled-up piece of paper from his saddlebag and opened it. To General Fyodor Galatinov, in service to Tsar Nicholas II, hero, he smiled thinly, of Kovel, and commander of the Guards' army. From the survivors of the Guards' army, who suffered and were slaughtered by the ineptitude of Tsar Nicholas and his imperial court. Since we cannot have the Tsar, we will have you, and so the case will be closed to our satisfaction. An execution squad, Galatinov realized. God only knew how long they'd been tracking him. He glanced quickly around. No way out. Mikhail, where was the boy? His heart was beating hard, and his palms were sweating. Alicia began to sob, but Alana was silent. Galatinov looked at the guns and the eyes of the men who aimed at them. There was no way out. You'll let my family go, he demanded. No Galatinov will leave this place alive, Shedrin replied. We understand the importance of a task well done, comrade. Consider this your private Kovel. He unstrapped his rifle and pulled back the bolt to chamber a shell. You goddamned dogs, General Galatinov said, and stepped forward to strike the man's face with his cane. Anton shot him in the chest before the cane was swung. The pistol's crack made Ilana and her daughter jump, and the noise echoed across the meadow like strange thunder. A brooding of ravens leaped from a treetop and winged for safety. Galatinov was hurled backward by the force of the bullet, and fell to his knees in the grass. Crimson was spreading across the front of his uniform. He gasped, could not find the strength to stand. Ilana screamed and fell down beside her husband, her arms around him as if she could protect him from the next bullet. Alicia turned, began to run toward the lake, and Danilov shot her twice in the back before she'd gotten 10 feet away. She tumbled, a sack of bloody flesh and broken bones. "No!" Galatinov said, and got his good leg under him. Blood was creeping from his mouth, and his eyes glinted with terror. He started to rise, Ilana still clinging to him. Shedrin pulled the rifle's trigger, and the bullet hit Galatinov in the face. Bits of bone and brains splattered over Ilana's dress. The jittering body fell backward, carrying Ilana with it, and they fell over the picnic baskets, bottles of wine, and crumb-flecked platters. Danilov shot Galatinov in the stomach, and Anton fired 2 more bullets into the man's head, as Ilana continued to shriek. "Oh, dear God!" Dmitri said, choking, and he ran down to the lake's edge to be violently sick. Mikhail heard a series of high cracking noises, followed by a scream. He stopped, and the beasts that were tracking him also halted. His mother's voice, he realized. His face tightened with fear, and he began to run through the forest, heedless of the danger at his back. Vines gripped his shirt and tried to trip him. He followed the trail of stones through the underbrush, his boots slipping on moss-covered rocks and sinking into ankle-deep pools of dead leaves. And then he burst out of the forest into the meadow and saw 3 men on horseback, and bodies lying sprawled. Red gleamed on green grass. His stomach knotted. His knees seized up, and he saw one of the men pull back the bolt of his rifle and aim at his... "Mother!" he shouted, his voice echoing horror across the meadow. Anton and Danilov looked toward the boy. Ilana Galatinov, on her knees with her white dress dripping blood, saw him standing there, and she screamed, "Run, Mikhail, run!" The rifle bullet hit her below the hairline. Mikhail saw his mother's head explode. "Get the boy!" Shedrin commanded, and Anton lifted his smoking pistol. He stared, transfixed, at the black eye of the gun barrel. A Galatinov never runs, he thought. He saw the man's finger twitch on the trigger. A gout of fire leaped from the black-eyed barrel, and he heard a waspish whine and felt heat on his left cheek. A branch snapped beyond his shoulder. "Kill him, damn it!" Shedrin yelled as he chambered another bullet into his rifle and wheeled his horse around. Danilov was taking aim at Mikhail, and Anton was about to squeeze off a second shot. A Galatinov ran. He twisted around, his mother's scream ringing in his mind, and fled into the forest as a bullet thunked into a tree to his right and showered his hair with splinters. He tripped over a vine, staggered, and almost fell. There was the hoarser crack of a rifle shot, and the bullet passed over Mikhail's skull as he struggled for balance. Then he was picking up speed, tearing into the underbrush, sliding on dead leaves, and fighting through tangles of thorns. He toppled into a gully, got up, and scrambled out, heading deeper into the wilderness. "Come on," Shedrin told the others. "We can't let the little bastard get away." He dug his heels into his mount's flanks and entered the forest with Anton and Danilov riding just behind him. Mikhail heard the thunder of hooves. He clambered up a rocky hillside and half ran, half slid down the descending side. "Over there!" he heard one of the men shout. "I saw him this way." Thorns whipped Mikhail in the face and tore across his shirt. He blinked back tears, his legs pumping. A shot rang out and hit a tree trunk 5 feet away. "Save your bullets, idiot!" Shedrin commanded, getting a quick glimpse of the boy's back before the branches covered his flight. Mikhail ran on, his shoulders hunched against the expected impact of a lead slug. His lungs were burning, his heart hammering through his chest. He dared to glance back. The horses and men raced after him, dead leaves flying up in their wake. He looked ahead again, angled to the left, and ran into thick green undergrowth laced with creepers. Anton's horse stepped into a gopher hole. The animal bellowed and fell, and Anton's right knee burst open like an overripe fruit as he landed on a sharp-edged rock. He screamed in agony, the horse writhing and trying to get up, but both Shedrin and Danilov kept up their pursuit. Mikhail fought through the undergrowth, slanting down into a valley cloaked with green. He knew full well what would happen if the killers caught him, and fear gave him wings. His feet slipped out from beneath him on a bed of pine needles, and he slid through a place where the shadows had grown crimson mushrooms. Then he was up and running again, and behind him he heard a horse's whinny, and a man shouting, "He's over here, going downhill." Ahead was dense forest, close-packed evergreens and thick coils of thorn bushes and stands of wild red berries. He headed for the thickest of it, hoping to leap into the coils and fight his way to the bottom, to a place where the horseman couldn't follow. He reached out, parted the emerald growth with bleeding hands, and came face to muzzle with the beast. It was a wolf, with dark brown eyes and sleek russet fur. Mikhail fell backward, his mouth open, but the scream shocked out of him. The wolf leaped, its jaws opened, and the teeth gouged furrows across Mikhail's left shoulder as it slammed him to the earth. The breath was knocked out of him, as was all sense. The wolf's teeth clamped on his shoulder, about to tear through the flesh and crush the bones. And then the horse bearing Sergei Shchedrin burst through the brush and reared, its eyes flaring with terror. Shchedrin lost his rifle, and he cried out, clinging to the horse's neck as he saw the wolf beneath his boots. The animal released Mikhail's shoulder, spun around in a smooth, graceful motion, and bit deeply into the horse's stomach. The horse made a strangled moan, kicked wildly, and fell onto its side, trapping Shchedrin's legs beneath. "Holy Jesus!" Danilov shouted, reining in his horse on the hillside. 2 seconds after he'd spoken, the large grey wolf that had been tracking him leaped onto the horse's flank, clawed up over it into the saddle, and clamped its fangs into the back of Danilov's neck. It shook Danilov like a rag doll, snapping his spine and driving him out of the saddle to the ground. The horse thrashed and tumbled, rolling down the hillside in a flurry of dead leaves and pine needles. A third wolf, this one blond with ice-blue eyes, darted in and grasped Danilov's flailing right arm. With a savage twist, the beast broke it at the elbow, and the splintered bones tore through the man's flesh. Danilov's body jerked and writhed. The grey wolf that had knocked him out of the saddle closed its jaws on Danilov's throat and crushed the windpipe with a casual squeeze. As Shchedrin struggled to free his legs, the russet wolf finished tearing the horse's stomach open. Coils of steaming intestines slid from the gaping wound, and the horse shrieked. Another beast, pale brown, streaked with grey, leaped from the brush and landed on the horse's throat, tearing it open with teeth and claws. Shchedrin was screaming, a high, thin scream, and digging his fingers into the earth to try to pull loose. Only a few feet away, Mikhail sat up, stunned and half-conscious, with blood and wolf saliva drooling from the wounds in his shoulder. Over the hilltop, Anton heard the sounds of violence and gripped his ruined knee. He tried to crawl through the thicket, his horse struggling to rise on a broken ankle. He crawled perhaps 8 feet, far enough to drive agony through every nerve of his body, when 2 smaller wolves, one dark brown and the other a dusky red, came together from the underbrush, and each clenched a wrist, breaking the bones with quick snaps of their heads. Anton cried out for God, but in this wilderness God had fangs. The 2 wolves, working in concert, broke Anton's shoulders and rib cage. Then the red one seized Anton's throat, while the dark brown beast clamped its jaws to the sides of the man's head. As Anton trembled and moaned, reduced to a mindless husk, the animals crushed his throat and broke open his skull like a clay pot. Shchedrin, his hands clawing the earth, had pulled himself part way free from the shuddering weight atop him. Tears of terror streamed from his eyes, and he grasped hold of a small sapling and kept pulling. The sapling cracked. He smelled the coppery reek of blood, felt sickening heat wash across his face, and he looked around into the maw of the pale brown beast. Blood dripped from its mouth. It stared into his eyes for maybe 3 terrible seconds, and Shedrin sobbed, "Please." The wolf lunged forward, gripped the flesh of his face between its fangs, and ripped it off the skull, as if peeling away a mask. Raw red muscles danced underneath, and the grinning skull's teeth chattered. The wolf planted its paws on Shedrin's shoulders and gulped the man's shredded face down with a shiver of excitement. Shedrin's lidless eyes stared from the bloody skull. The grey wolf, large-shouldered and rippling with muscle, came in and broke Shedrin's neck. The russet animal snapped Shedrin's lower jaw away and tore the hanging tongue out. Then the pale brown beast seized the dead man's skull, cracked it open, and began to feast. Mikhail moaned softly, fighting to stay conscious, his senses brutalized. The russet wolf that had bitten his shoulder turned toward him and began to advance. It got within 4 feet and halted, sniffing the air to catch Mikhail's scent. Its dark eyes stared into Mikhail's face and held his gaze. Seconds passed. Mikhail, near fainting, stared back, and in his delirium of pain and shock he thought the beast was asking him a question, and that question might have been, "Do you want to die?" Mikhail, holding the animal's penetrating stare, reached out to one side and picked up a piece of branch. He lifted it, his hand trembling, to strike the wolf's skull when it lunged. The wolf paused, motionless, its eyes like fathomless dark whirlpools. And then the grey animal roughly nudged the other wolf's ribs, and the death trance broke. The russet wolf blinked, gave a snorted whoof, a sound of acknowledgment, and turned away to continue its feast on the ruins of Sergei Shedrin. The grey one shattered Shedrin's breastbone and gnawed in after the heart. Mikhail held the stick with a white-knuckled grip. Over the hilltop, one of the animals feasting on Anton's corpse gave a low howl that rapidly built in intensity, echoing through the forest and scaring birds out of the trees. The blond, blue-eyed wolf paused in its chewing of Danilov's shredded torso and lifted its head to the breeze, replying with a howl that made a shiver course up Mikhail's spine and cleared the misty pain from his head. The pale brown animal began to howl, then the russet wolf, singing in eerie harmony with blood-smeared muzzles. Finally the grey wolf lifted its head and sang a wailing, discordant note that silenced the others. The note wavered, grew in power and volume, changed pitch, and slid upward. Then the grey wolf abruptly ceased its singing, and all the wolves returned to their horse-meat and human flesh. From the distance came a howling that lasted maybe 15 seconds, faded, and died. Dark motes spun across Mikhail's vision. He pressed his hand to his shoulder. In the wounds, muscle tissue showed bright pink. He almost shouted for his mother and father, but then the images of corpses and murder slammed into his brain again and knocked him witless. Not witless enough, however, to realize that sooner or later the wolf pack would tear him to pieces. This was not a game. This was not a fairy tale told to him by his mother in the golden glow of lamplight. This was not Hans Christian Andersen or Aesop's fables. This was life and death. He shook his head to force back the twilight. Run, he thought. A Galatinov never runs. Got to run. Got to. The pale brown, grey-streaked wolf and the blond one snapped at each other over the red chunks of Danilov's liver. Then the blond beast backed off, allowing the dominant animal to gobble up the bits of meat. The large-shouldered grey wolf was ripping pieces out of the horse's flanks. Mikhail crawled away from them, pushing himself backward with his boots. He kept watching them, expecting an attack. The blond wolf stared at him for a second, blue eyes glittering, then began to feed on the horse's entrails. Mikhail pushed himself into the thicket, the breath rasping from his lungs, and at the center of thorns and green creepers he lost consciousness and fell into night. The afternoon passed. The sun began to sink. Blue shadows laced the forest, and chill pockets formed. The corpses shrank, being whittled down to their foundations. Bones cracked, the ghosts of pistol shots, and the red marrow lay exposed. The wolves ate their fill, then lodged chunks of meat in their gullets to be regurgitated. Their bellies swollen, they began to drift off into the gathering shadows. Except for one, the large gray wolf sniffed the air and stood near the little boy's body. It nosed around the oozing wounds on Mikhail's shoulder, and smelled the tang of blood mingled with wolf saliva. The beast stood staring down into Mikhail's face for a long time without moving, as if in solemn contemplation. It sighed. The sun was almost gone. Faint specks of stars appeared over the forest in the darkening east. A crescent moon hung above Russia. The wolf leaned forward, pushing the boy over on his stomach with its blood-caked muzzle. Mikhail groaned softly, stirred, then lapsed again into unconsciousness. The wolf clamped its jaws gently but firmly around the back of the child's neck, lifting the limp body off the ground with muscular ease. The beast began to stride through the forest, its amber-eyed gaze ticking to right and left, its senses questing for the enemy. Behind it, the child's boots dragged on the ground and plowed furrows in the leaves. 3. Sometime, somewhere, he heard a chorus of howls. They rang out through the darkness, over the forest and hills, over the lake and the meadow where corpses lay amid the dandelions. The wolf song soared, breaking into discordant notes and returning to harmony again. And Mikhail heard himself moan, in crude emulation of the howling, as pain racked his body. He felt sweat on his face, a savage burning in his wounds. He tried to open his eyes, but the lids were gummed shut by dried tears. In his nostrils was the odor of blood and meat, and he felt hot breath on his face. Something rumbled nearby, like a steady bellows. The merciful darkness closed around him once more, and he slipped away in its velvet folds. The high, sweet trilling of birds awakened him. He knew he was conscious, but he wondered for a moment if he were in heaven. If so, God hadn't healed his shoulder, nor had the angels kissed the sticky tears from his eyes. He had to almost rip the lids open. Sunlight and shadow, cold stones, and the smell of ancient clay. He sat up, his shoulders shrieking. No, not heaven, he realized. It was still the hell he'd fallen into yesterday. Or he thought a day must have passed, at least. This was a golden morning sun, glinting brightly in the tangle of trees and vines he could see through a large, glassless, oval window. The vines had entered the window and latched onto the wall where a mosaic of figures bearing candles had faded to shades. He looked up, his neck muscles stiff and aching. Above him was a high ceiling, crossed with wooden beams. He was sitting on the stone floor of a huge room, sunlight streaming through a series of windows, some of which still held fragments of dark red glass. Vines, drunk with the springtime sun, festooned the walls and dangled from the ceiling. The branch of an oak tree had entered one of the windows, and pigeons cooed in the rafters. It occurred to him quite simply that he was a long way from home. Mother, he thought. Father. Alicia. His heart stuttered, and fresh tears ran down his cheeks. His eyes felt burned, as if scorched by sight. All dead. All gone. He rocked himself, staring at nothing. All dead. All gone. Bye-bye. He sniffled once, and his nose drooled, and then he sat up straight again, his mind flaming with fear. The wolves! Where were the wolves? He could sit here in this place, he decided. Sit right here until someone came for him. It wouldn't be long. Someone would surely come, wouldn't they? He caught a metallic whiff and looked to his right. On the mossy stone next to him was a piece of bloody meat that might have been a liver. Beside it lay a dozen or so blueberries. Mikhail felt his lungs freeze. A scream hung in his bruised throat. He scrambled away from the gruesome offering, making an animalish moaning noise, and he found a corner and wedged himself into it. He shivered and retched, losing the remnants of his picnic lunch. No one was going to come, he thought, ever. He shook and moaned. The wolves had been here, and they might be back very soon. If he was going to live, he would have to find his way out of this place. He sat, huddled up and shivering, until he could force himself to stand. His legs were unsteady, and threatened to collapse, but then he got himself all the way up. One hand clamped to the throbbing fang wounds at his shoulder, and he lurched out of the room into a long corridor, lined with more mosaics and moss-draped statues without heads or arms. Mikhail saw an exit to his left and went through the portal. He found himself in what might have been years, decades ago, a garden. It was overgrown and choked with dead leaves and goldenrod, but here and there a sturdy flower had sprung from the soil. More statues stood about, gesturing like silent sentinels. In the midst of intersecting paths was a white stone fountain, full of rainwater. Mikhail paused at it, cupped his hands into the water, and drank. Then he splashed it on his face and over the shoulder wounds. The raw flesh burned and made tears creep down his cheeks. But he bit his lower lip and hung on, then looked around to see exactly where he was. The sun threw light and shadows upon the walls and turrets of a white palace. Its stones were the hue of bleached bone, and the roofs of its minarets and onion domes were the pale green of ancient bronze. The palace's turrets stretched up into the tree-tops. Stone stairways wound upward to observation platforms. Most of the windows had been broken, smashed by invading oak branches, but some of them remained. They were made of multi-paned, multicolored glass, some dark red, others blue, emerald, ochre, and violet. The palace, a deserted kingdom, cast walls of white stone around the garden, but had failed to keep out the forest. Oaks had burst upward through geometric walkways, shattering man's order with the brutal fist of nature. Vines had snaked through cracks in the walls, displacing 100-pound stones. A thicket of black thorns had pushed out of the earth under the feet of a statue, thrown it over, and broken its neck, then embraced its victim. Mikhail walked through the green desolation and saw a crooked bronze gate ahead. He staggered to the gate and used all his strength to pull the heavy, ornate metal open. The hinges squealed. He faced another wall, this one formed of dense forest. In this wall there was no gate. No trails showed the way home. There was nothing but the woods, and Mikhail realized at once that it might go on for many miles, and in each mile he might meet his death. The birds sang, stupidly happy. Mikhail heard another sound as well, a fluttering noise, oddly familiar. He looked back at the palace, lifting his gaze toward the tree-tops, and there he saw it. His kite's string had wrapped itself around the thin spire atop an onion dome. The kite fluttered in the breeze like a white flag. Something moved, down on the ground to his right. Mikhail gasped, took a backward step, and hit the wall. A girl in a tawny robe stood about 30 feet away, on the far side of the fountain. She was older than Alicia had been, probably 15 or 16. Her long blonde hair hung over her shoulders, and she stared at Mikhail with ice-blue eyes for a few seconds. Then, without speaking, she glided to the fountain's rim, bent down, and pressed her mouth to the water. Mikhail heard her tongue lapping. She glanced up again warily before she resumed her drinking. Then she wiped her mouth with her forearm, swept her golden tresses out of her face, and straightened up from the fountain. She turned away and began walking back to the portal Mikhail had come through. "Wait!" he called. She didn't. She disappeared into the White Palace. Mikhail was alone again. He must still be asleep, he thought. A dream had just walked through his field of vision and returned into slumber. But the throbbing pain at his shoulder was real enough, and so was the deep ache of other bruises. His memories, those too were terribly real, and so he decided must be the girl. He crossed the overgrown garden, careful step by step, and went back into the palace. The girl was nowhere to be seen. "Hello!" he called, standing in a long corridor. "Where are you?" No answer. He walked away from the room in which he'd awakened. He found other rooms, high-ceiling vaults, most of them without furniture, some with crudely fashioned wooden tables and benches. One chamber seemed to be a huge dining hall, but lizards scampered over pewter plates and goblets that had lain long unused. "Hello!" he kept calling, his voice becoming feeble as his strength quickly gave out. "I won't hurt you," he promised. He turned into another hallway, this one dark and narrow, lying toward the center of the palace. Water dripped from the damp stones, and green moss had caught hold on the walls, floor, and ceiling. "Hello!" Mikhail shouted. His voice cracked. "Where are you?" "Right here," came the reply from behind him. He whirled around, his heart slamming, and pressed himself against the wall. The speaker was a slender man with pale brown, gray-streaked hair and a scraggly beard. He wore the same kind of tawny robe the blonde girl had worn, an animal skin scrubbed of its hair. "What's all this noise about?" the man asked with a hint of irritation. I don't know where I am." "You're with us," he answered, as if that explained everything. Someone came up behind the man and touched his shoulder. "This is the new child, Franco," the woman said. "Be gentle." "It was your choice. You be gentle." "How can a person sleep with this mewling racket?" Franco belched, and then he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving Mikhail facing a short, round-bodied woman with long, reddish-brown hair. She was older than his mother, Mikhail decided. Her face was cut and lined with deep networks of wrinkles, and her stocky peasant's body, with its hefty arms and legs, was vastly different from his mother's svelte figure. This woman had the memory of field dirt under her fingernails. She also wore a similar animal-skin robe. "My name," the woman said, "is Renati. What's yours?" Mikhail couldn't answer. He pressed against the mossy wall, afraid to move. "I won't bite you," Renati said. Her languid, brown-eyed gaze flickered quickly to the wounds in the child's shoulder, then back to his face. "How old are you?" No, that wasn't right. 8, he remembered. 8. She repeated it. "And what name would I use if I were to sing you a birthday song?" "Mikhail," he said, and lifted his chin slightly. "Mikhail Galatinov." "Oh, you're a proud little bastard, aren't you?" She smiled, showing uneven but very white teeth. Her smile was reserved, though not unfriendly. "Well, Mikhail, someone wants to see you." "Who?" "Someone who'll answer your questions. You do want to know where you are, don't you?" Am I In heaven?" he managed to ask. "I fear not." She stretched out her arm. "Come, child, let's walk together." Mikhail hesitated. Her hand waited for his. "The wolves," he thought. "Where are the wolves?" And then he slid his hand into hers, and her rough palm gripped him. She led him deeper into the palace. They came to a set of descending stone stairs, illuminated by rays of light through a glassless window. "Watch your step," Renati told him, and they went down. Below was a smoky gloom, a warren of corridors and rooms that smelled of grave dirt. Here and there a little pile of pine cones burned, marking a trail through the catacombs. Vaults stood on either side, the names of those entombed and the dates of birth and death blurred by time. And then the boy and woman came out from the catacombs into a larger chamber, where a fire of pine-wood logs spat in a grate, and its bitter smoke wafted through the air in search of vents. "Here he is, Victor," Renati announced. Figures were huddled on the earth around the fire, all of them wearing what appeared to be deerskin robes. They shifted, looked toward the archway, and Mikhail saw their eyes glint. "Bring him closer," said a man in a chair, sitting at the edge of the firelight. Renati felt the child shiver. "Be brave," she whispered, and guided him forward. 4. The man named Victor sat, watching impassively, as the boy was brought into the ruddy light. Victor was draped in a deerskin cloak, the high collar sewn from the fur of snow hares. He wore deerskin sandals, and around his throat was a necklace of small, linked bones. Renati stopped, one hand on Mikhail's unwounded shoulder. "His name is Mikhail," she said. "His family name is—" "We don't care about family names here," Victor interrupted, and the tone of his voice said he was used to being obeyed. His amber eyes glinted with reflected fire as he examined Mikhail from dirty boots to tousled black hair. Mikhail at the same time was inspecting what appeared to be a majesty of the underworld. Victor was a large man, with broad shoulders and a bull neck. His acorn-shaped skull was bald, and he had a grey beard that grew over his stocky chest to his lap. Mikhail saw that under the cloak the man wore no clothing. Victor's face was composed of bony ridges and hard lines, his nose sharp and the nostrils flared. His deep-set eyes stared at Mikhail without blinking. "He's too little, Renati," someone else said. "Throw him back." There was jabbing laughter, and Mikhail looked at the other figures. The man who'd spoken, a boy himself, only about 19 or 20 years old, had dusky red hair smoothed back from his youthful face, his hair allowed to grow long around his shoulders. He had no room to talk, because he was small-boned and fragile-looking, almost swallowed up by his cloak. Beside him sat a thin young woman about the same age, with waves of dark brown hair and steady iron-gray eyes. The blonde-haired girl sat across the fire, watching Mikhail. Not far away crouched another man, this one perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s, dark-haired, and with the sharp Asiatic features of a Mongol. Beyond the fire, a figure lay huddled under a shroud of robes. Victor leaned forward. "Tell us, Mikhail," he said, "who those men were, and how you came to be in our forest." Our forest, Mikhail thought. That was a strange thing to say. "My mother and father," he whispered, "my sister, all of them are dead," Victor said flatly. "Murdered, from the looks of it. Do you have relatives, people who'll come searching for you?" Dmitri was his first thought. No, Dmitri had been there on the lake shore, rifle in hand, and hadn't raised it against the killers. Therefore he must be a killer too, though a silent one. Sophie? She wouldn't come here alone. Would Dmitri kill her too, or was she also a silent murderess? I don't... His voice broke, but he steeled himself. I don't think so, sir, he answered. Sir, the red-haired boy mocked, and laughed again. Victor's gaze darted to one side, his eyes glinting like copper coins, and the laughter ceased. Tell us your story, Mikhail, Victor invited. This was a hard thing to do. The memories were as sharp as razors, and they slashed deep. We came on a picnic, he began. Then he told the tale of a drifting kite, gunshots, his flight into the forest, and the ravaging wolves. Tears trickled down his cheeks, and his empty stomach churned. I woke up here, he said, and next to me was something all bloody. I think it came out of one of those men. Damn it, Victor scowled. Belly, I told you to cook it. I've forgotten how, the red-haired young man replied with a helpless shrug. You pass it over a fire until it burns. It keeps the blood from running. Must I do everything myself? Victor regarded Mikhail again. But you ate the berries, yes? The blueberries, Mikhail remembered. That was another strange thing. He hadn't mentioned the berries. How did Victor know about them, unless... You didn't touch them, did you? The man lifted his thick grey brows. Well, perhaps I don't blame you. Belye here is a complete fool. But you must eat something, Mikhail. Eating is very important for your strength. Mikhail thought he gasped. Maybe not. Take off your shirt, Victor commanded. Before Mikhail's numbed fingers could find the little wooden buttons, Renati stepped forward and unhooked them. She gently drew the cloth away from the furrows in his shoulder and removed the shirt. Then she lifted the grimy garment to her nostrils and inhaled. Victor stood up from his chair. He was tall, almost 6 feet 2, and he came toward Mikhail like a giant. Mikhail took a retreating step, but Renati clasped his arm and held him in place. Victor grasped the wounded shoulder, none too easily, and looked at the blood-crusted, oozing slashes. Nasty, Victor said to the woman. Going to be some infection. A little deeper, and he would have lost the use of his arm. Did you know what you were doing? No, she admitted. He just looked good to eat. In that case, your aim is atrocious. He pressed the flesh, and Mikhail clenched his teeth to stifle a moan. Victor's eyes sparkled. Look at him. He doesn't make a noise. Again he pressed the wounds, and thick fluid spooled out. It smelled wild and rank. Mikhail blinked away tears. So you don't mind a little pain, do you? Victor asked. That's a good thing. He released the boy's shoulder. If you make friends with pain, you have a friend for life. Yes, sir, Mikhail said hoarsely. He stared up at the man and wavered on his feet. When can I go home, please? Victor ignored the question. I want you to meet the others, Mikhail. You know our fool, Belye. Next to him is his sister Polly. He nodded toward the thin young girl. That's Nikita. The Mongol. Across the fire is Alexa. Your teeth are showing, my dear. The blonde girl smiled slightly, a hungry smile. I think you've probably already met Franco. He prefers to sleep upstairs. You know Renati, and you know me. There was a hollow coughing, and Victor motioned to the figure lying under the cloaks. Andrei isn't feeling well today. Something he ate. The sick coughing continued, and both Nikita and Polly went over to kneel beside the figure. "I'd like to go home now, sir," Mikhail persisted. "Ah, yes," Victor nodded, and Mikhail saw his gaze cloud over. The matter of home. He walked back to the fire, where he knelt down and offered his palms to the heat. "Mikhail," he said quietly, as Andrei's coughing faded, "very soon you're going to be—" He paused, searching for the correct words. "In need of comfort," was what he supplied. "In need of, shall we say, family." "I have a—" He trailed off. His family lay dead, out in the meadow. His shoulder wounds throbbed again. Victor reached into the fire and pulled out a bit of fiery branch, holding it where the flames had not yet charred. "Truth is like fire, Mikhail," he said. "It either heals or it destroys, but it never, never leaves what it touches unchanged." His head slowly swiveled, and he stared at the boy. "Can you stand the flames of truth, Mikhail?" Mikhail couldn't answer. "I think you can," Victor said. "If not, then you were already dead." He dropped the branch into the flames and stood up. He took off his sandals and drew his muscular arms out of the cloak to let it rest on his shoulders. He closed his eyes. "Stand back." Renati pulled at Mikhail, tension in her voice. "Give him room." Across the fire, Alexa sat up on her haunches, the fine blonde down on her legs glinting like spun gold. Nikita and Polly watched, kneeling on either side of Andrei. Bellier rubbed his hand across his lips, his pale face flushed and anxious. Victor's eyes opened. They were dreamy, fixed on a far distance, a wilderness, perhaps, of the mind. Sweat sparkled on his face and chest, as if he was straining at some inner effort. Mikhail said, "What?" but Renati quickly shushed him. Victor closed his eyes once more. The muscles of his shoulders quivered, and the tawny robe, with its snow hair color, slid off to the floor. Then he bent his body forward, his spine bowing, and his fingertips touched the earth. He sighed deeply, followed by a quick intake of breath. His beard hung to the ground. June 1 year ago, Mikhail and his sister had gone by train with their parents to see a circus in Minsk. There had been a performer whose bizarre talent had stayed with Mikhail. The rubber man had leaned over in the same position that Victor now assumed, and the rubber man's spine had stretched with brittle cracking noises like sticks being stepped on. Those sounds now came from Victor's backbone, but it was clear in another few seconds that instead of lengthening, his torso was compressing. Bands of muscle stood out around Victor's rib cage and ran down along his thighs like quivering bundles of piano wires. Sweat gleamed on the man's back and shoulders, and a darkness of fine hairs suddenly began to spread over the slick flesh like clouds moving across a summer field. His shoulders bowed forward, muscles straining upward under the skin. Bones popped, merry little sounds, and there was the noise of sinews bending and reforming like squealing hinges. Mikhail stepped backward, colliding with Renati. She held his arm, and he stood watching a demon from Hades struggling with the flesh of a man. Short gray hairs emerged from Victor's scalp, from the back of his neck, from his arms and buttocks, thighs and calves. His cheeks and forehead rippled with hair, and his beard had clutched hold of his throat and chest like a phantasmagoric vine. Beads of sweat dripped from Victor's nose. It cracked, bringing a grunt from him, and began to change its shape. He lifted his hands to his face, and Mikhail saw the flesh writhe beneath his gray-haired fingers. Mikhail tried to turn and run, but Renati said no, and held him tighter. He couldn't bear to watch any more of this. He felt as if his brain were about to burst open in his head, and what would ooze out would be black as swamp slime. He lifted his hand, put his fingers over his eyes, but he left himself a narrow crack, and through it he watched Victor's shadow contort on the wall in the leaping firelight. The shadow was still that of a man, but it was rapidly becoming both more and less. Mikhail couldn't shut his ears. The cracking of bones and squealing of sinews were about to drive him mad, and the smoky air smelled of rank wildness, like the inside of a beast's cage. He saw the contorted shadow lift its arms as if in supplication. There was a fast, shallow breathing. Mikhail closed the gap between his fingers. The breathing began to slow and deepen, becoming a husky rasp. Then, finally, a smooth bellows rumble. "Look at him," Renati said. Tears of terror streaked from his eyes. He whispered, "No, please, don't make me." "I won't make you." Renati released his arm. "Look if you choose. If not, then not." Mikhail kept his hand over his eyes. The bellows breath neared him. Heat brushed his fingers. Then the noise of breathing faded as the thing backed away. Mikhail shuddered, choking down a sob. Truth is like fire, he thought. Already he felt like a pile of ashes, burned beyond all recognition of what had been before. "I told you he was too small," Bellier sneered from across the chamber. The sound of that mocking voice caused a flame to spark at the center of ashes. There was still something left, after all, to burn. Mikhail drew a deep breath and held it, his body trembling. Then he released it and dropped his hand from his face. Not 10 feet away, the amber-eyed wolf with sleek gray fur sat on its haunches, watching him with intense attention. "Oh!" Mikhail whispered, and his knees buckled. He fell to the floor, his head spinning. Renati started to help him up, but the wolf made a low grunt deep in its throat, and she retreated. Mikhail was left to stand on his own. The wolf watched, head cocked slightly to one side, as Mikhail struggled up to his knees, and that was as far as he could get for now. His shoulder was a mass of pain, and his mind spun like a kite seeking a balancing tether. "Look at him," Betty said. "He doesn't know whether to scream or shit." The wolf spun toward Bellier and snapped its jaws shut about 2 inches in front of the young man's nose. Bellier's sardonic grin fractured. Mikhail stood up. Victor turned back to him and advanced. Mikhail took a single step in retreat, then halted. If he was going to die, he would join his parents and sister in heaven, a long way from here. He waited for what was to be. Victor came on toward him, stopped, and sniffed Mikhail's hand. Mikhail dared not move. Then, satisfied with what he smelled, the wolf lifted his hind leg and sprayed a stream of urine onto Michael's left boot. The warm, acidic-odored liquid got on Mikhail's trousers and soaked through to his skin. The wolf finished its task and stepped back. He opened his mouth wide, fangs gleaming, and lifted his head toward the ceiling. Mikhail, fighting on the edge of another faint, felt Renati's strong hand grip his arm. "Come on," she urged. "He wants you to eat something. We'll try the berries first." Mikhail allowed her to guide him out of the chamber, his legs wooden. "It's going to be fine now," she said, sounding relieved. "He's marked you. That means you're under his protection." Before they got very far beyond the archway, Mikhail looked back. On the wall he saw a fire-scrawled shadow lurching to its feet. Renati took his hand, and they ascended the stone stairs. 3. Grand Entrance. 1. Stone stairs, Michael thought. Just the thing to break an ankle on. He blinked and returned from his inner journey. Darkness all around. Above his head, an open white parachute, hissing as the wind strummed the taut lines. He looked down and to all sides. There was no sign of the green blinker. A broken ankle wouldn't be pleasant, and certainly not the way to begin his mission. What was he descending onto? A marshy field, a forest, hard-tilled earth that would twist his knees like bits of taffy? He had the sensation of the ground coming up fast now, and he grasped the chute's lines and angled his body slightly, bending his knees for the impact. Now, he thought, and braced himself. His boots smashed into a surface that gave way under his weight like mildewed cardboard, and then he slammed down against a harder surface that shook and creaked but held him from falling any farther. The harness tightened under his arms, the chute snagged on something above. He looked up and could see a jagged-edged hole in which stars sparkled. A roof, he realized. He was sitting on his knees under a roof of rotten wood. Somewhere out in the night, 2 dogs barked. Working quickly, Michael unsnapped the harness straps and shrugged out of the parachute. He narrowed his eyes, could make out heaps of material around him. He grasped a handful. Hay! He had crashed down into a barn hayloft. He stood up, began to get the chute unsnagged, and drew it in through the hole. Faster, he told himself. He was in Nazi-occupied France now, 60 miles northwest of Paris. The German sentries on their motorcycles and in their armored cars would be all over the place, and the radio messages might be crackling. "Attention! Parachute spotted near Bazancourt. Patrol all nearby farmland and villages." Things might get hot very soon. He got the chute into the loft, then began to bury the silk and pack in a large pile of hay. 4 seconds later he heard the scrape of a latch drawing back. He tensed, becoming motionless. There came the soft squeaking of hinges below. A reddish glow invaded the barn. Michael slowly, silently slid his knife from its sheath, and saw by the lantern light that he was balanced near the loft's edge. A few more inches, and he would have gone over. The lantern probed around, spreading light. Then, "Monsieur, où êtes-vous?" It was a woman's smoky voice, asking where he was. Michael didn't move, nor did he lay aside the knife. "Pourquoi est-ce que vous ne me parlez pas?" she went on, demanding that he speak to her. She lifted the lantern high, and said again in the crisp country lilt of Normandy French, "I was told to expect you, but I didn't know you'd drop on my head." Michael gave it a few seconds more before he leaned his face over the loft's edge. She was dark-haired, wearing a gray woolen sweater and black slacks. "I'm here," he said quietly, and she jumped back and probed the light up at him. "Not in my eyes," he warned. She dropped the lantern a few inches. He glimpsed her face, a square jaw, deep-cut cheekbones, unplucked dark brows over eyes the color of sapphires. She had a wiry body, and looked as if she could move fast when the situation demanded it. "How far are we from Bazancourt?" he asked. She'd seen the hole in the roof about 3 feet over the man's head. "Take a look for yourself." Michael did, pulling his head up through the hole. Less than 100 yards away, A few lamps burned in the windows of thatch-roofed houses, clustered together around what appeared to be a large plot of rolling farmland. Michael thought he'd have to congratulate the C-47's pilot for his good aim when he got out of this. "Come on," the girl urged tersely. "We have to get you to a safe place." Michael was about to ease down to the loft again when he heard the rough muttering of engines coming from the southwest. His heart seized up. 3 sets of headlights were quickly approaching, tires boiling up dust from the country road. Scout cars, he reasoned, probably loaded with soldiers. And there was a 4th vehicle bringing up the rear, moving slower and carrying much more weight. He heard the clank of treads and realized with a cold twist of his insides that the Nazis were taking no chances. They'd brought along a light Panzerkampfwagen, a tank. "Too late," Michael said. He watched the scout cars fanning out, surrounding Bazancourt to the west, north, and south. He heard a commander yelling, "Dismount," in German, and dark figures leaped from the cars even before the wheels had stopped turning. The tank came clanking toward the barn, guarding the village's eastern side. He'd seen enough to know he was trapped. He lowered himself to the loft. "What's your name?" he asked the French girl. "Gabrielle," she said. "Gabi." "All right, Gabi. I don't know how much experience you have at this, but you're going to need it all. Are any of the people here pro-Nazi?" "No. They hate the swine." Michael heard a grinding noise. The tank's turret was swiveling as the machine neared the rear of the barn. "I'll hide as best I can up here. When the fireworks start, stay out of the way." He unholstered his .45 and popped a clip of bullets into it. "Good luck," he told her, but the lamplight was gone, and so was she. The barn door latch scraped shut. Michael peered through a crack in the boards, saw soldiers with flashlights kicking open the doors of houses. One of the soldiers threw down an incandescent flare, which lit up the entire village with dazzling white light. Then the Nazis began to herd the villagers at gunpoint out of their houses, lining them together around the flare. A tall, lean figure in an officer's cap walked back and forth before them, and at his side was a second figure, this one huge, with thick shoulders and tree-trunk legs. The tank treads halted. Michael looked out a knothole toward the rear of the barn. The tank had stopped less than 15 feet away, and his crew of 3 men had emerged and lit up cigarettes. One of the men had a submachine gun strapped around his shoulder. "Attention!" Michael heard the German officer shout, in French, at the villagers. He returned to the crack, moving silently, so he could see what was happening. The officer was standing before them, the large figure a few steps behind. The flare light illuminated uplifted pistols, rifles, and submachine guns, ringing the villagers. "We knew a kite flyer fell down in this arena," the officer went on, mangling the French language as he spoke. "We shall now wish to grasp that intruder in our gloves. I ask you, humans of Bazancourt, where is the man we wish to cage?" "Like hell you will," Michael thought, and cocked the .45. He went back to the knothole. The tank crew was lounging around their machine, talking and laughing boisterously. A boys' night out. Could he take them? Michael wondered. He could shoot the ones with the submachine guns first, then the one nearest the hatch so the bastard wouldn't jump down it and slam. He heard the low growl of another engine, and more clanking treads. The tank crew shouted and waved, and Michael watched as a second tank stopped on the dusty road. 2 men came out of the hatch and started a conversation about the parachutist that had been reported on the radio. "We'll make a quick sausage out of him," promised one of the men on the first tank, waving his cigarette like a saber. The barn door latch scraped. Michael crouched where he was, against the hayloft's rear wall, as the door swung open and the beams of 2 or 3 flashlights probed around. "You go first," he heard one of the soldiers say. Another voice, "Quiet, you ass." The men came into the barn, following their lights. Michael stayed still, a dark form in shadow, his finger resting lightly on the automatic's trigger. In another few seconds, Michael realized that they didn't know if he was hiding here or not. Out in the village square, the officer was shouting, "There will be severe penetrations for all those cohabitating with the enemy." The 3 soldiers were looking around beneath the hayloft, kicking cans and equipment over to prove they were really doing a thorough job. Then one of them stopped and lifted his flashlight toward the loft. Michael felt his shoulder prickle as the light grazed it and swung to the right, toward the hole in the roof. He smelled scared sweat and didn't know if it was the Germans or his own. The beam hit the roof, began to move steadily toward the hole. Closer, closer. "My God," one of the others said. "Look at this, Rudy." The flashlight stopped, less than 3 feet from the hole's edge. "What is it?" "Here." There was the noise of bottles clinking. "Calvados." "Somebody stuck the stuff away in here." "Probably some damned officer, the pigs." The flashlight beam moved, this time away from the hole. It grazed Michael's knees, but Rudy was already walking toward the bottles of apple brandy the other man had uncovered from their hiding place. "Don't let Hartzer see you taking them," warned the 3rd soldier, a frightened and boyish voice. Couldn't be more than 17, Michael thought. "No telling what that damned Boots would do to you." "Right. Let's get out of here." The 2nd soldier speaking again. Bottles clinked. "Wait. Got to finish it up before we leave." A bolt drew back. Not the door this time, but the mechanism of a submachine gun. Michael squeezed his body against the wall, cold sweat on his face. The weapon fired, chattering holes through the wall below the hayloft. Then a second gun spoke in a surly rasp, sending slugs up through the hayloft floor. Hay and bits of wood spun into the air. The 3rd soldier fired up into the hayloft too, zigzagging a spray of bullets that knocked chunks out of the boards 2 feet to Michael's right. "Hey, you idiots!" shouted one of the tank crewmen when the noise of firing had died. "Stop that target practice through the barn. We've got gasoline tins out here." "Screw those SS bastards," Rudy said in a quiet voice, and then he and the other 2 soldiers left the barn with their booty of Calvados bottles. The barn door remained ajar. "Who's the mayor here?" The officer, Hartzer, was shouting, his voice edgy and enraged. "Who's in charge? Step forward immediately." Michael checked the knothole once more, searching for a way out. He caught a whiff of gasoline. One of the men on the 2nd tank, parked in the road, was pouring fuel from a can into the gasoline portal. 2 more cans stood ready for use. "Now we can converse," someone said, from beneath the hayloft. Michael silently turned, crouched down, and waited. Lamplight filled the barn. "My title is Captain Hartzer," the voice said. "This is my companion, Boots. You'll notice he's well clothed to the name." "Yes, sir," an old man answered fearfully. Michael brushed hay away from bullet holes in the floor and peered down. 5 Germans and an elderly white-haired Frenchman had entered the barn. 3 of the Germans were troopers, wearing field-gray uniforms and their coal-scuttle helmets. They stood near the door, and all of them carried deadly black Schmeisser submachine guns. Hartzer was a lean man who held himself in that strict rigidity that Michael associated with devout Nazism, as if the man had an iron bar up his ass all the way to his shoulder blades. Near him stood the man called Boots, the hulking, thick-legged figure Michael had seen in the flare light. Boots was perhaps 6'3", and weighed in the neighborhood of 260 or 70 pounds. He wore an aide's uniform, a gray cap on his sandy stubbled scalp, and on his feet were polished black leather boots, with soles at least 2 inches thick. In the ruddy glow of the lamps 2 of the troopers held, the broad, square face of Boots was serene and confident, the face of a killer who enjoys his work. "Now we're solitary, Monsieur Gervais. You don't have to fear any of the others. We'll take care of them." Hay crunched as Harzer paced the floor, continuing to mangle his French. "We know the kite flyer fell down near here. We believe someone in your village must be his agent. Monsieur Gervais, who might that someone be?" "Please, sir, I can't tell you anything." "Oh, don't be so absolute. What's your Christian name?" Henri." The old man was trembling. Michael could hear his teeth clicking. "Henri," Harzer repeated. "I want you to think before you answer, Henri. Do you know where the kite flyer fell down, and who here is helping him?" "No. Please, Captain. I swear I don't." "Oh, my." Harzer sighed, and Michael saw him jerk a finger at Boots. The big man took 1 step forward and kicked Gervais in the left kneecap. Bones crunched, and the Frenchman screamed as he fell into the hay. Michael saw metal cleats glint on the killer's boot soles. Gervais clutched his broken knee and moaned. Harzer leaned down. "You didn't think, did you?" He tapped the white-haired skull. "Use the brain. Where did the kite flyer fall down?" "I can't. Oh, my God, I can't." Harzer said, "Shit," and stepped back. Boots slammed his foot down on the old man's right knee. The bones broke with pistol-shot cracks, and Gervais howled in agony. "Are we teaching you how to think yet?" Harzer inquired. Michael smelled urine. The old man's bladder had let go. The smell of pain was in the air, too, like the bitter tang before a brutal thunderstorm. He felt his muscles moving and bunching under his flesh, and a sheen of sweat had begun to slick his body under his camouflage clothes. The change would be on him if he wanted it, but he stopped himself on the wild edge. What good would it do? The Schmeissers would cut a wolf to pieces as easily as a human, and the way those troopers were spaced apart, there would be no way to get all 3 of them and the tanks. No. There were some things a man was better at dealing with, and one of them was knowing his limits. He eased back from the change, felt it move over and away from him like a mist of needles. The old man was sobbing and begging for mercy. Harzer said, "We've suspected for some time that Bazancourt is a center of spies. My job is ferreting them out. You understand that this is my job?" "Please, don't hurt me any more," Gervais whispered. "We're going to kill you." It was a statement of fact without emotion. "We're going to drag your corpse out to show the others. Then we'll ask our questions again. You see, your death will actually be saving lives, because someone will speak up. If no one speaks, we'll burn your village to the ground." Harzer shrugged. "You won't care, anyway." He nodded at Boots. Michael tensed, but he knew there was nothing he could do. The old man's mouth opened in a cry of terror, and he tried to crawl away on his shattered legs. Boots kicked him in the ribs. There was a noise like a barrel caving in, and Gervais whined and clutched the splintered bones that had burst from his flesh. The next kick, with a cleated boot, caught the old man's collarbone and snapped it. Gervaise writhed like a speared fish. Boots began to kick and stomp the old Frenchman to death, working slowly and with careful precision, a kick to the stomach to burst the organs, a stomp to the hand to smash the fingers, a kick to the jaw to snap its joints and send teeth flying like yellow dice. "This is my job," Harzer told the bleeding, mangled face. "This is what I'm paid for, you see." Boots kicked the old man in the throat and crushed his windpipe. Gervaise began strangling. Michael saw the sweat of effort glisten on Boots's face. The man was unsmiling, his features like carved stone, but his pale blue eyes spoke of pleasure. Michael kept his gaze fixed on Boots's face. He wanted to burn it into his brain. Gervaise, with a final frenzied attempt, tried to crawl to the door. He left blood on the hay. Boots let him crawl for a few seconds, and then he stomped his right foot down on the center of the old man's back and broke his spine like a broomstick. "Bring him out." Harzer turned and strode quickly toward the other villagers and soldiers. "I found a silver one." A soldier held up a tooth. "Does he have any more?" Boots kicked the jittering body in the side of the head, and a few more teeth flew out. The soldiers bent down, searching for silver in the hay. Then Boots followed Harzer, and two of the soldiers picked up Gervaise's ankles and dragged the corpse out of the barn. Michael was left in darkness. The smell of blood and terror filled his nostrils. He shivered. The hair had risen on the back of his neck. "Attention!" he heard Harzer shout. "Your mayor has departed this life and left you all alone. I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and I want you to think carefully before you answer." Enough, Michael thought. It was time to ask his own questions. He stood up, went to the knothole. The gasoline smell was thicker. The man on the second tank was pouring in the last of the cans. Michael saw what had to be done, and he knew it had to be done now. He walked underneath the hole, pulled himself up onto the roof, and crouched there. "Where did the kite flyer fall down?" Harzer was asking. "And who is helping him?" Michael took aim and fired. The bullet smashed into the gasoline can the crewman was holding. 2 things happened at once. Gasoline sloshed out of the can onto the man's clothes, and sparks jumped off the edges of the bullet hole. Harzer's shouting ceased. The gasoline can exploded, and the crewman went up like a torch. As the man danced and writhed, and the fire burned blue in the puddle of fuel around the gas portal, Michael turned his attention to the 3 crewmen on the tank just below the barn roof. One of them had seen the automatic muzzle flash and was lifting his submachine gun. Michael shot him through the throat, and the submachine gun fired a pinwheel of tracers into the sky. Another man was about to shove himself headlong down the hatch. Michael fired, but the bullet clanged off metal. He shot again, and this time the man cried out and clutched his back, rolling off the tank's side to the ground. Michael registered the fact that 3 bullets were left in the Colt's magazine. The other crewman fled, running for cover. Michael jumped off the roof. He landed on the tank near the main hatch with a shock that thrummed up his legs. He heard Harzer shouting for a machine gunner and telling the soldiers to surround the barn. The hatch was still open, its rim smeared with German blood. Michael caught a movement to his right, almost behind him, and spun around as a soldier fired his rifle. The bullet passed between his knees and ricocheted off the hatch's lid. Michael had no time to aim. He didn't have to, because in the next instant a blast of bullets hit the German in the chest and lifted him off his feet before slamming him to the ground. "Get in!" Gabby shouted, holding the smoking Schmeisser she'd picked up from the first man Michael had shot. "Hurry!" She reached up, grasped an iron handle, and pulled herself onto the tank. Michael stood stunned for a heartbeat. "Don't you understand French?" Gabby demanded, her eyes full of fire and fury. A rifle spoke. 2 bullets whanged off the tank's armor, and Michael needed no further persuasion. He jumped into the hatch, down into a cramped compartment where a small red bulb burned. Gabby followed him, reached up and slammed the hatch shut, then dogged it tight. "Down there." Gabby shoved him deeper into the tank's innards, and he slid onto an uncomfortable leather seat. In front of him was a panel of instrument gauges, what looked like a handbrake, and a number of shift levers. On the floor were various pedals, and before his face was a narrow view slit. To right and left were also view slits, and through the left one he saw the crewman burning on the ground beside the second tank, another man propping up from the tank's hatch to shout, "Turret, swivel right, 66 degrees." The tank's turret and stubby cannon began to crank around. Michael pressed his automatic muzzle against the view slit and squeezed the trigger, blasting a chunk out of the man's shoulder. The German slid back into the tank, but the turret continued to swivel. "Start us up," Gabby shouted, an edge of terror in her voice. "Ram him!" Bullets were knocking against the tank's armored sides like the impatient fists of a mob. Michael had seen this type of German tank in North Africa, and he knew how it was steered, by the levers which regulated the gears and speed of the treads, but he'd never driven a tank before. He searched in vain for a way to start it. Then Gabby's hand slid down in front of his face, turned a key in an ignition switch, and there was a grinding, clattering roar, followed by the hollow boom of a backfire. The tank was shuddering, its engine running. Michael pressed his foot down on what he hoped was the clutch, and battled with the gear shift. A Jaguar touring sedan this was not. The gears ground together, finally meshed with the speed of fresh tar. The tank jerked forward, slamming Michael's skull back against the padded headrest. Up above him, in the gun loader's compartment, Gabby saw figures leaping up onto the tank through her own view slit. She thrust the Schmeisser's barrel through it and raked bullets across 2 pairs of German legs. Michael pressed the accelerator to the floor and wrenched on one of the levers. The tread on the right stopped, and the left one kept going, turning the tank to the right. That wasn't the direction Michael wanted to go, so he tried another of the levers, and this time the left tread stopped, and the right tread lunged forward, turning the tank sharply to the left and toward the enemy. The tank vibrated, but it obeyed Allied as well as Axis hands. Michael saw the second tank's turret about to reach the 66-degree mark. He jammed on the brake. The second tank's cannon spat fire. There was a banshee scream, and a wave of oven heat hit Michael's face through the view slit. He had an instant of total confusion, not knowing whether he'd been blown to a million bits or not, and then there came the explosion, out in the farmland maybe 300 yards beyond Bazancourt. He had no time for shock, and certainly none for panic. He hit the accelerator again, and the tank continued its sharp left turn. The treads flung up yards of earth, and then the second tank filled the view slit before him, its turret cannon still flickering fire. "That box behind you," Gabby shouted. "Reach into it." Machine-gun bullets whined off the turret, making Gabby duck instinctively. Michael reached into the box and came up with a steel-jacketed projectile. Gabby pulled a lever, twisted another one, and there was the sound of metal sliding open. "Put it here," she said, and helped him fit the shell into the cannon breech. She slammed the breech shut, prickles of sweat on her face. "Keep us going straight," she told him, and she pulled another lever. Something whined, beginning to charge up. The second tank began to back away, its turret turning again to get off another shot. Michael manipulated the levers and held a steady course, heading right at the monster. A man's head emerged from the hatch, shouting something that Michael couldn't hear above the engine's roar, but he could guess what the order was. "Turret turn to 98 degrees." That would give them a killing shot. The cannon swiveled, seeking its target. Michael started to hit the brake again, but stopped himself. They might expect him to halt this time. He kept pressing the accelerator, and a stray bullet hit the view slit's edge to his right and knocked sparks all around him. "Hang on," Gabby warned, and pulled a red trigger marked "Feuern." Michael thought that two things had happened concurrently. His eardrums had been blown out of his head, and his bones had wrenched out of their sockets. He instantly knew, however, that his discomfort was mild compared to what befell the second tank's crew. In the rioting red glare of explosion and flames, Michael saw the entire turret sliced off the other tank like a scalpeled wart. Its cannon fired into the sky as the turret lifted up, spun twice around, and smashed into the dust. Two human torches leaped out of the monster's body, and screaming ran in search of death. Michael smelled cordite and seared flesh. Another explosion erupted from the other tank, sending pieces of metal banging down. Michael hit the brake and steered violently to the right to sweep past the gutted carcass. German soldiers shouted and fled from the tank's path. Michael saw two figures through the view slit. "Fire! Fire!" Hartzer was shouting, Luger in hand, but all order was gone. A few paces behind him, Boots watched impassively. "There's the son of a bitch," Gabby said. She reached up, unlocked the hatch, and threw it open before Michael could stop her. She lifted her head and shoulders out, took aim with the Schmeisser, and blew most of Hartzer's head away. His body took 3 steps backward before it crumpled, and Boots threw himself flat on the ground. The tank roared past. Michael grasped Gabby's ankle and pulled her back in. She slammed the hatch shut, blue smoke curling from the Schmeisser's muzzle. "Across the field," Gabby told him, and he drove straight ahead as fast as the tank could go. Michael smiled tightly. He was sure Captain Hartzer would understand that it had only been Gabby's job. Its treads boiling up thick yellow dust, the tank rumbled on across the field, away from the village and the erratic flashes of gunfire. "They'll track us with the scout cars," Gabby said. "They are probably already calling for help. We'd better get out while we can." Michael had no argument. He pulled another cannon shell out of the wooden box behind his seat and wedged it against the accelerator pedal. Gabby climbed up through the hatch, waited for Michael to join her, then tossed her Schmeisser over and jumped. He leaped off a couple of seconds later, and finally landed on the chalky soil of France. For a moment he couldn't find her in the dust. He saw movement to his left, and she gasped, startled, when he came up silently beside her and grasped her arm. She had the submachine gun, and she motioned ahead. "The woods are that way. Are you ready to run?" "Always," he answered. They started sprinting toward the line of trees about 30 yards away. Michael restrained his pace so he wouldn't get ahead of her. They made the woods with no difficulty. Standing amid the trees, Michael and Gabby watched 2 of the scout cars pass, following the tank at a respectful distance. The tank would lead them several miles at least. "Welcome to France," Gabby said. "You believe in grand entrances, don't you?" "Any entrance I survive is grand." "Don't congratulate yourself just yet. We've got a long way to go." She put the Schmeisser's strap around her shoulder and cinched it. "I hope you've got a good, strong heart. I travel fast." "I try to keep up," he promised. She turned away, all business and deadly purpose, and began to move quietly through the underbrush. Michael stayed about 12 feet behind, listening for the sounds of anyone or anything coming after them. They weren't being followed. With Hartzer dead, all initiative had broken down, and no soldiers were combing the woods. He thought of the man with the polished, cleated boots. Killing an old man was easy. He wondered how Boots might do against a ferocious opponent. Well, life was full of possibilities. Michael followed the French girl, and the forest sheltered them. 2. After more than an hour of fast walking in a southwesterly direction, crossing a few fields and roads with Gabi's Schmeisser cocked and ready, and Michael's ears pricked for sounds, she said, "We wait here." They were in a stand of trees at the edge of a clearing, and Michael could see a single stone farmhouse ahead. The house was a ruin, its roof collapsed, destroyed perhaps by an errant Allied bomb, a mortar shell, or German SS troopers hunting partisans. Even the earth around the house had been charred by fire, and a few blackened stubs of trees were all that remained of an orchard. "You sure you have the right place?" Michael asked her. A pointless question, and her chilly gaze told him so. "We're ahead of schedule," she explained, kneeling down with a Schmeisser across her lap. "We won't be able to go in for—" She paused while she checked the luminous hands on her wristwatch. 12 minutes. Michael knelt beside her, impressed by her directional skills. How had she navigated? By the stars, of course, or else she simply knew the route by heart. But though they were apparently where they were supposed to be by a given time, there was nothing in the area but the single destroyed farmhouse. "You must have had some experience with tanks," he said. "Not really. I had a German lover who was the commander of a tank crew. I learned everything from him." Michael lifted his brows. "Everything?" She glanced quickly at him, then away again. His eyes seemed to glow like the hands of her watch, and they held steady. "It was necessary that I do my duty for the benefit of my country," she said a little shakily. "The man had information about a truck convoy." She felt him watching her. "I did what I was supposed to do. That's all." He nodded. "The man," she'd said. No name, no emotion. This war was as clean as a slashed throat. "I'm sorry about what happened at the village. I—" "Forget it," she interrupted. "You're not to blame." "I watched the old man die," he went on. He'd seen death before, of course, many times, but the cold precision of Boots's kicks and stomps still made his insides writhe. "Who was the man who killed him?" "Hartzer called him Boots." "Boots was Hartzer's bodyguard, an SS-trained killer. Now that Hartzer's dead, they'll probably assign Boots to some other officer, perhaps on the Eastern Front." Gabi paused, staring at a fragile glint of moonlight on the Schmeisser's barrel. "The old man, Gervais, was my uncle. He was my last blood relative. My mother, father, and 2 brothers were killed by the Nazis in 1940. It was stated as hard fact, without any hint of emotion. The emotion, Michael thought, had been burned out of her as surely as the life in that orchard. "If I'd known that," Michael said, "I would have—" "No, you wouldn't have," she told him sharply. "You would have done just as you did, or your mission would be over and you'd be dead. My village would be burned to the ground anyway, and all the people there executed. My uncle knew the risks. He was the man who brought me into the underground." Her gaze met his. "Your mission is the important thing. 1 life, 10 lives, a village lost, it doesn't matter. We have a greater purpose." She looked away from his gleaming, penetrating eyes. If she could tell herself that over and over, it might make death more than senseless, she thought. But deep down in her charred soul, she doubted it. "It's time to go in," Gabi said when she checked her watch again. They crossed the clearing, Gabi ready with a Schmeisser, and Michael sniffing the air. He smelled hay, burned grass, the apple wine fragrance of Gabi's hair, but no odor of sweating skin that might have meant soldiers hiding in ambush. As Michael followed Gaby into the ruined farmhouse, he caught just a hint of a strange oily smell, a metallic odor, he thought. Oil on metal? She led him through the tangle of broken timbers and stones to a heap of ashes. He found the oily metal smell again, around this ash pile. Gaby knelt down and inserted her hand into the ashes. Michael heard the hinges of a little compartment open. The ashes were not all entirely ashes, but a cleverly painted and arranged mass of camouflaged rubber. Gaby's fingers found an oiled flywheel, which she turned to the right several revolutions. Then she drew her hand out, and Michael heard the noise of latches being unbolted under the farmhouse floor. Gaby stood up. A hatch smoothly lifted, the rubber ashes piled on top of it. Oil gleamed on metal hinges and gears, and there were wooden steps descending into the earth. "Entrez!" a dark-haired, sallow young Frenchman said, and motioned Michael down the stairs into literally the underground. Michael entered the hatch, with Gaby following right behind him. Another man, this one older, with a grizzled gray beard, was standing in the passageway ahead, holding a lantern. The first man closed the hatch and spun the flywheel shut from the inside, then threw 3 latches. The corridor was narrow and low-ceilinged, and Michael had to crouch as he followed the man with the lantern. Then they came to another descending stairway, this one made of stone. The earthen walls were chunks of rough, ancient rock. At the bottom of the steps was a large chamber and a series of corridors snaking off in different directions. Some kind of medieval fortress, Michael assumed. Light bulbs hung from cables overhead and gave off a dim glow. From somewhere else came whirring noises, like sewing machines at work. On a large table in the chamber, laid out under the light bulbs, was a map. Michael approached it and saw the streets of Paris. Voices swelled, people talking in another room. A typewriter or coding machine clacked. An attractive older woman came into the chamber with a file folder, which she deposited in one of several filing cabinets. She glanced quickly at Michael, nodded at Gaby, and went back to her business. "Will, laddie," someone said in English, a voice like the rasp of a handsaw. "You ain't a Scotsman, but you'll have to do." Michael had heard heavy footsteps a few seconds before the voice, so he wasn't startled. He turned and faced a red-bearded giant in a kilt. "Perley McCarran, at your service," the man said with a rolling Scots burr that made spittle and steam fly out of his mouth into the chilly underground air. "King of Scottish France, which is from that wall to the one yonder," he added, and brayed with laughter. "Hey, Andre," he said to the man who carried the lantern, "how about breaking out a good glass of wine for me and me guest, eh?" The man left the room through one of the corridors. "That's not really his name," McCarran told Michael, holding his hand to his mouth as if he were confiding a secret. "But I cannot pronounce most of their monikers, so I call 'em all Andre, eh?" "I see," Michael said, and had to smile. "You had a little problem, didn't you?" McCarran turned his attention to Gaby. "Bastard's been chewing up the radio for the last hour. They almost clipped your tails." "Almost," she answered in English. "Uncle Gervais is dead." She didn't wait for an expression of sympathy. "So is Harzer, and quite a few other Nazis. Our associate is a good shot. We also took out a tank, a Panzerkampfwagen, too, bearing the organizational symbol of the 12th SS Panzer Division. Good work." He scribbled a note on a pad, tore off the page, and pressed a little bell beside his chair at the map table. "We'd best let our friends know the SS Panzer boys are prowling around. Those Mark IIs are old machines. They must be scraping the barrel's bottom." He handed the note to the woman who'd brought the file folder, and she hurried off again. "Sorry about your uncle," McCammon said. "He did a hell of a fine job. You get boots?" She shook her head. Hartzell was the important target. "Right you are. Still, it hurts my soul to know that big son of a bitch is alive and kicking. As the saying goes." His pale blue eyes, set in a moon-shaped, jowly face the color of Dover chalk, fixed on Michael. "Come over here and take a look at the noose you're going to be sticking your neck into." Michael walked around the table and stood beside McCammon, who towered at least 3 inches over him, and seemed as broad as a barn door. McCammon wore a brown sweater with patches on the elbows, and a dark blue and green kilt, the colors of the Black Watch Regiment. His hair was a few shades darker than his unruly beard, which was the orange hue of flint sparks. "Our friend Adam lives here." McCammon jabbed a thick finger down on the maze of boulevards, avenues, and winding side streets. "A grey stone building on the Rue Toba." "Hell, they're all grey stone, ain't they? Anyway, he lives in apartment number 8, on the corner. Adam's a filing clerk, works on the staff of a minor German officer who processes supplies for the Nazis in France. Food, clothes, writing paper, fuel, and bullets. You can learn a lot about troops from what the High Command's supplying them with." He tapped the street maze. "Adam walks to work every day, along this route." Michael watched as the finger traced the Rue Toba, turned into the Rue Saint-Fargeau, and then ended on the Avenue Gambetta. "The building's here, surrounded by a high fence with barbed wire on top of it." "Adam's still working?" Michael asked, "even though the Gestapo knows he's a spy?" "Right. I doubt they're giving him anything but busy work to do, though. Look here." McCammon picked up a folder lying beside the map and flipped it open. Inside were grainy, blown-up black-and-white photographs, which he handed to Michael. They were pictures of 2 men, one wearing a suit and tie, the other in a light jacket and beret. "These Gestapo men follow Adam everywhere. If not those in particular, then others. They've got an apartment in the building across from his, and they watch his place all the time. We've also got to assume they have the phone lines fixed, so they can listen in on his calls." McCammon's gaze met Michael's. "They're waiting, you see." Michael nodded. "Waiting to take 2 birds with 1 stone." "Right. And maybe from those 2 birds they hope to find the whole nest, which would put us out of business at a crucial time. Anyway, they got wind Adam knows something, and they sure don't want that information getting out." "Do you know anything about what it might be?" "No, and neither does anybody in the underground. As soon as the Gestapo found out he knew whatever it is, they started riding him like ticks on a terrier." The gray-bearded Frenchman McCammon had called André brought a dusty bottle of Burgundy and 3 glasses. He set them on the table next to the map of Paris, and then left them while McCammon poured a glass of wine for Michael, Gabby, and then himself. "To killing Nazis," McCammon said, lifting his glass, "and to the memory of Henri Gervais." Michael and Gabby joined him in the toast. McCammon swallowed the wine quickly. "So you see your problem, man?" McCammon inquired. "The Gestapo's got Adam in an invisible cage." Michael sipped the harsh, strong wine and studied the map. "Adam goes to work and comes back along this same route every day?" he asked. "Yes. I can give you a timetable if you need it." "I will." Michael's gaze followed the path of intersecting streets. "We must reach Adam while he's walking either to work or to his apartment," he decided. "Forget it." McCammon sloshed a little more wine into his glass. "We thought of that already. We were planning on pulling up in a car, shooting the Gestapo bastards down, and getting him the hell out of there, but Michael interrupted. "You realized Adam would be shot first if any other Gestapo men besides these two were trailing him. And you'd never get him out of Paris alive, even if he did survive the pickup. In addition, whoever was in that car would most likely be riddled with bullets or captured by the Gestapo, which would not be very good for the underground, correct?" "More or less," McCammon said, with a shrug of his massive shoulders. "So how can Adam be contacted on the street?" Gabby asked. "Anyone who even stops him for a few seconds would be picked up immediately." "I don't know," Michael admitted. "But it seems to me we've got to do this in two steps. First, we must alert Adam that someone's coming to help him. The second step is getting him out, which may be," he grunted softly, "tricky." "Right-o," McCammon said. He had dismissed his glass and was swigging the burgundy from the bottle. "That's what me and me mates in the Black Watch Regiment said at Dunkirk 4 years ago, when the Nazis backed us up against the coast. We said it'd be a trick to get out, but we were going to do it, by God." He smiled bitterly. "Well, most of 'em are lying 6 feet under, and I'm still in France." He swigged again, then thunked the bottle back down on the table. "We've pondered this thing over a lot of different ways, my friend. Anybody who goes after Adam is going to get nabbed by the Gestapo. Period." "You have a picture of him, of course," Michael said. Gabby opened another file folder and presented him with black and white photographs, front face and profile shots, the kind of pictures on identity cards, of an unsmiling, slender, blond man in his mid-40s, with a wan, washed-out appearance and round, wire-framed spectacles. Adam was the type of man who blended into white wallpaper. No distinguishing marks, no personality in his expression. Nothing but a face you would usually forget after seeing it. An accountant, Michael thought, or a bank teller. Michael scanned the typed dossier, written in French, of the agent codenamed Adam. 5 feet 10 inches tall, 136 pounds. Ambidextrous. Interests include collecting stamps, gardening, and opera. Relatives in Berlin. One sister in... Michael glanced back at one word. Opera. "Adam attends the Paris Opera?" he asked. "All the time," McCammon answered. "He doesn't have a lot of money, but he spends most of it on that caterwauling nonsense." "He shares a box at the Opera House with 2 other men," Gabby said, beginning to see what Michael was driving toward. "We can find the exact box, if you like." "Could we get a message to either of Adam's friends?" She thought about that for a moment, then shook her head. "No, too risky. As far as we know, they're not his friends, just civil service employees who rent the box with him. Either one of them might be working for the Gestapo." Michael returned his attention to the photographs of Adam and made sure he knew every inch of that bland, expressionless face. Behind it, he thought, something very important was locked away. He could smell that now, as surely as he could smell the burgundy on Pearlie McCarron's breath and the musky scent of gunsmoke on Gabby's skin. "I'll find a way to get to him," Michael said. "In broad daylight?" McCammon lifted his shaggy, flame-colored eyebrows. "With the Nazis watching?" "Yes," Michael answered with authority. He held McCarron's gaze for a few seconds, and the Scotsman grunted and looked away. How he was going to fulfill his mission, Michael didn't know yet, but there had to be a way. He hadn't jumped out of a damned airplane, he reasoned, to call it quits just because the situation appeared impossible. "I'll need an identity card and the proper road passes," he said. "I don't want to be picked up before I get to Paris." "Follow me." McCammon motioned him through a corridor into another room, where a camera was set up on a tripod and a couple of men were working at a table, carefully inking in the last touches on forged Nazi passes and ID cards. "You'll get your picture taken, and we'll make your cards look well used," McCammon explained. "The boys here are old hands at this. Come on, through here." He went on into the next chamber, where Michael saw racks of various Nazi uniforms, bolts of field grey and green cloth, caps and helmets and boots. 3 women were busy at sewing machines, stitching on buttons and insignias. "You'll be a communications officer, in charge of keeping the phone lines working. By the time you leave here, you'll know everything about the Germans' wire systems, and you'll be able to recite your units and their locations in your sleep. That'll be 2 days of intensive study. Also time for the Jerrys to settle down upstairs. You'll go to Paris with a driver, one of my Andres. We've got a nice shiny staff car hidden not too far from here. The big chief says you know you're German, so starting at 0800 hours, that's all you'll be speaking." He dug out a pocket watch and flipped it open. "Which gives you about 4 hours to wash up and get some sleep. I expect you'll need it." Michael nodded. 4 hours was more than enough sleep for him, and he wanted to get the war paint and dust off his face. "You've got a shower down here." "Not quite." McCammon smiled faintly and glanced at Gabby, who had followed them in. "This place was built by the Romans, back when Caesar was a big chief. They liked their baths. Gabby, will you take charge of our friend?" "This way," Gabby said, and started out of the chamber with Michael a few paces behind. "Gabby." McCammon waited until she'd stopped and looked at him. "You did a damned fine job out there." "Merci," she answered, with no hint of pleasure at being praised. Her sapphire blue eyes, stunning in their dusty, chiseled face, focused on Michael Gallatin. They regarded him with nothing but cool professional respect. One killer to another, Michael thought. He was glad they were both fighting on the same side. "Follow me," she told him, and he did, through the chilly underground corridors. 3. "There's your tub," Gabby told him, and Michael stood looking at a stone vat about 15 feet across and 4 feet deep, full of water in which a few dead leaves and grass floated. "Here's your soap," she said, and tossed him a hard white brick from a wooden rack on which were also several ratty-looking but clean towels. "We just put the water in a couple of days ago." She motioned toward a large stone spout that emerged from the wall over the vat. "I hope you don't mind bathing in water that's already been used." He put on the best smile he could manage. "As long as that's all it's been used for." "No, we've got somewhere else for that." "The comforts of home," Michael said. And suddenly Gabby pulled off her dusty sweater and began to unbutton her blouse. He watched her undress, not knowing how to respond, and she looked at him as she took her blouse off and her bra was exposed. "I hope you don't mind," she said, without pausing, as she reached back and unhooked her bra. "I've got to wash, too." The bra fell away, and her breasts were in full view. "Oh, no," Michael said. "I don't mind at all." "I'm glad. Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. Some men are, shy about bathing with women." She took off her boots and socks and began to unzip her slacks. "I can't imagine," Michael answered, more to himself than her. He took off his cap and unbuttoned his jumpsuit. Without hesitating, Gabby removed the last of her underwear, and, totally naked, walked to a set of stone steps leading down into the water. She descended them, and Michael heard her catch her breath as the water crept up her thighs and reached her stomach. Spring water, he thought, drawn through an ancient Roman system of pipes into what served as a communal bath, possibly in a temple of some kind. Gabby took the last step the water just over her breasts, and finally released the air she'd been hoarding. It was chilly enough down here without wet skin, but he didn't care to go to Paris without bathing for the next 2 days. He stepped out of his underwear and walked down the steps. The cold water shocked first his ankles, then his knees, then— well, it was an experience he was not likely to forget. "Bracing," Michael said, with gritted teeth. "I'm impressed. You must be used to cold baths, yes?" Before he could answer, she walked to the center of the pool and ducked her head under. She came up quickly and pushed her thick black hair back from her face. "The soap, please." She caught it when he tossed it to her and began to lather her hair. The soap smelled of tallow and oatmeal, definitely not a brand bought in a Parisian boutique. "You thought fast back at Bazencourt," she told him. "Not particularly. I just took advantage of an opportunity." He ducked down to his neck in the water, trying to get accustomed to the chill. "Do you do that often?" she asked, her hair dripping suds. "Take advantage of opportunities?" "It's the only way I know." The wolf's way, he thought. One took what was offered. Gabby soaped her arms, shoulders, and breasts, her movements fast and efficient, instead of slowly seductive. Nothing was being offered here, Michael thought. Gabby was simply getting a job done. She seemed to be totally unconcerned about the fact that her tight, supple body was less than 7 feet away from him, and that lack of concern, her confidence that she could deal with whatever problem that arose, intrigued him. But the chill water permitted only twitches, no arousal. Michael watched as she soaped as much of her back as she could reach. She didn't ask him to do the rest. Then she lathered her face, ducked under water again, and came up rosy-cheeked. She tossed him the soap. "Your turn." Michael scrubbed the camouflage paint off his face. The harsh soap stung his skin. "The lights," he said, and nodded toward the 2 bulbs that hung on wires at the wall. "How do you get electricity down here?" "We've spliced into the lines that feed a chateau about 2 miles away," Gabby said. She smiled faintly, suds still in her hair. "The Nazis are using it as a command post." She rinsed her hair once more, getting the rest of the soap out. The suds floated around her like garlands of lace. "We don't use the electricity except between midnight and 5 a.m., and we don't rain enough for them to notice." "Too bad you don't have a water heater." Michael doused his head under and wet his hair, then soaped it and washed the grit out of it. He scrubbed his chest, arms, and face again, rinsed himself off, and caught Gabby staring at his uncamouflaged features. "You're not an Englishman," she decided, after a few seconds of studying him without war paint. "I'm a British citizen." "Perhaps you are, but you're not English." She stepped closer to him. He smelled the natural fragrance of her clean flesh, and he thought of an apple orchard blooming white under a springtime sun. "I saw a lot of Englishmen caught by the Germans in 1940. You don't look like they did." "And how was that?" She shrugged, came a foot or 2 nearer. His green eyes could mesmerize her if she let them, so she stared at his mouth. "I don't know. Maybe as if they were children playing a game. They didn't realize what they were up against when they tried to fight the Nazis. You look—" She paused, the cold water on her breasts. She tried to articulate what it was she was thinking. "You look as if you've been fighting for a very long time." "I was in North Africa," he said. "No, that's not what I mean. You look as if your war is here." Gabby pressed her fingers over her heart. "Your battle is inside, yes?" Now it was his turn to look away from her, because she saw too deeply. "Isn't everyone's?" he asked. and began walking through the water toward the steps. It was time to dry off and direct his mind to his mission. The light bulbs flickered, once, then again. They dimmed to brown and went out, and Michael stood in darkness with the chill water lapping at his waist. "Air raid," Gabby said. He heard a tremor in her voice, and he realized she didn't like the dark. "The Germans have shut the power down." There was a distant, muffled noise like a hammer whacking a pillow. Either a bomb exploding or a large-caliber cannon going off, Michael thought. It was followed by other blasts, more felt than heard, and the stones shivered beneath Michael's feet. "This may be a bad one," Gabby said, and this time she couldn't hide the fear in her voice. "Hang on, everybody!" someone shouted in French from another chamber. There was a boom and shudder, and Michael heard the roof crack like a pistol shot. Bits of stone splashed into the water. Either bombs were falling close overhead, or a battery of anti-aircraft cannons was filling the sky with explosions. Roman dust wafted into Michael's nostrils, and the next blast felt as if it landed within 50 yards of his skull. A warm, shivering body pressed against him. Gabby clung to his shoulders, and Michael put his arms around her. Fragments of stone were splashing on either side of them. 6 or 7 pebble-sized pieces fell onto Michael's back. Another explosion made Gabby press closer into him, her fingers gripping at his flesh, and in a lull of silence between blasts he heard her gasp and moan in expectation of the next bomb fall. He stood, his muscles tensed, and stroked Gabby's wet hair as the bombs fell to earth and the anti-aircraft guns thundered. Then, a minute later, there was nothing but the sound of their breathing. Their hearts were slamming, and Michael felt Gabby's body quake with the violence of her pulse. Someone was coughing in another chamber, and a voice, McCammon, shouted, "Anyone hurt?" Other voices answered, saying that there were no injuries. "Gabby," McCammon called, "you and the Brit all right?" She tried to answer, but she had dust in her nostrils and throat, and she felt as if she might pass out. She hated the dark, the sense of confinement, and the hammering blasts that brought back a terrifying moment 4 years ago when she'd hidden in the basement with her family while Luftwaffe airplanes bombed her village to rubble. "Gabby," McCammon shouted, sounding a little frantic. "We're all right," Michael told him calmly. "Just shaken up a bit." The Scotsman whuffed a sigh of relief and went on to check another area. Gabby couldn't stop shaking. It was the cold water and her own chilled blood. She had her head against the man's shoulder, and it suddenly occurred to her that she didn't know, or shouldn't know, his real name. That was one of the rules of the game. But she smelled his flesh through the musty aroma of wafting dust, and she thought for an instant, but no, of course that couldn't be, that his skin had the faintest wild scent about it, like an animal's odor. It was not unpleasant, just different, in a way she couldn't pinpoint. The light bulbs flickered again, off and on, as someone, a German hand, threw the switches that regulated the power flow. And then they came on and stayed on, though muted to a dim brownish cast. "All clear," Michael said, and Gabby looked up into his face. His eyes seemed to be slightly luminous, as if they were absorbing all the available light, and the sight frightened her, though she wasn't exactly sure why. This man was different. Something about him, something indefinable. She met his stare, as time was measured in heartbeats, and she thought she saw a glimpse of something, a leaping, elemental thing, behind those green eyes, like flames behind icy glass. She was aware of the heat of his body, steam beginning to drift from his pores, and she started to speak, to say what she didn't know, but she did know that when her voice came out, it would tremble. Michael spoke first, with his body. He turned away from her, walked up the steps to the towel rack, took one for himself and one for her. "You catch your death," he told Gabby, offering her the towel as an inducement to leave the chilly water. She came out, and Michael felt his body respond as the water crept down from her breasts, down her flat stomach and her glistening thighs. And then she was standing in front of him, dripping, her black hair wet and sleek, and Michael gently folded the towel around her. His throat was tight, but he got the words out anyway. "I'd better get some rest," he said, staring into her eyes. "I've had an exciting night." "Yes," Gabby agreed. "Me too." She clutched the towel around her and left wet footprints on the stones as she went to her clothes and gathered them up. "Your room is down that corridor." She motioned toward it. "It's through the second archway on the right. I hope you don't mind a cut, but the blanket's good and thick." It sounds fine. He could sleep in the mud when he was tired, and he knew he'd be asleep within 2 minutes of hitting that cot. "I'll come for you when it's time to get up," she told him. "I hope so," he answered as he dried his hair. He heard her footsteps as she left the chamber, and when he lowered the towel, Gabby was gone. Then he dried his body off, picked up his clothes, and went along the corridor she'd indicated. There was a candle in a brass holder and a box of matches on the floor outside the second archway, and Michael paused to light the wick. He followed the flame into his room, which was a musty, damp-walled chamber that held a narrow, decidedly uncomfortable-looking cot and a metal rod on the wall with a few clothes hangers dangling from it. Michael hung his clothes up. They smelled of sweat, dust, and German tank engine exhaust, with a hint of scorched flesh. Michael thought that after the war was over, he might go into the business of renting his sense of smell, maybe to a maker of perfumes. Once, on a street in London, he'd found a woman's white glove, and in that glove he'd smelled the scents of brass keys, tea, and lemons, Chanel perfume, the sweet, earthy fragrance of an expensive white wine, the odors of more than one man's perspiration, a distant hint of an ancient rose, and, of course, the rubber smell of the Dunlop tire that had run across it as it lay on the street. He had learned over the years and by virtue of practice that scents were almost as powerful to him as vision. His ability was stronger when he was under the change, of course, but much of it had seeped into his life as a human. Michael pulled the cot's blanket back and got into bed. The springs stabbed his back, but he'd been stabbed by sharper blades. He got himself situated under the blanket, and then he blew out the candle, put the candle holder on the stones beside the cot, and lay his head back on a pillow stuffed with goose down. His body was tired, but his mind wanted to roam, like a beast pacing behind bars. He stared into the darkness, and he listened to the sound of water dripping slowly down a wall. "Your battle is inside," Gabby had said. "Yes?" Yes, Michael thought. And it came to him, something he pondered every day and every night since he was a child in the Russian forest. I'm not human. I'm not an animal. What am I? Lycanthrope, a word coined by a psychiatrist, a man who studied gibbering patients in mental wards, their eyes glassy in the glare of the full moon. The peasants of Russia, Romania, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Yugoslavia, Spain, and Greece all had different words for it, but those words converged on the same meaning: werewolf. Not human, not an animal, Michael thought. What am I in the eye of God? Ah, but there was another bend in the thicket of thought. Often Michael imagined God as a huge white wolf, striding across a snowfield under a sky ablaze with stars. And God's eyes were golden and very clear, and God's white fangs were very, very sharp. God could smell lies and treachery across the firmament, and he tore the hearts out of the disloyal and ate them bleeding. There was no escape from the cold judgment of God, the king of wolves. But how then did men's God view the lycanthrope? As a pestilence or a miracle? Michael, of course, could only speculate. But he knew one thing for certain. There were very few times when he didn't wish he might be a beast for all of his life, and run free and wild in the green halls of God. 2 legs fettered him. 4 legs let him fly. It was time to sleep now, to gather his strength for the morning and the job ahead. Much to learn, much to beware of. Paris was a beautiful trap with jagged jaws, and it could break a man's or wolf's neck with equal ease. Michael closed his eyes, trading outer darkness for the darkness within. He listened to the water drip, drip, drip. He drew a long lungful of breath, let it go in a whisper, and he left this world. 4. The change. 1. He sat up and heard water dripping down a wall of ancient stones. His vision was fogged by sleep and brain fever, but a small fire of pine branches smoldered in the center of the chamber, and by its ruddy glow Mikhail could see the figure of a man standing over him. He said the first thing that came to him. "Father?" "I'm not your father, boy." It was the voice of Victor, speaking with a hint of rough agitation. "You'll not call me that again." "My father—" Mikhail blinked, trying to focus. Victor towered over him, clad in his deerskin robe with its snow hair collar, his gray beard trailing down his chest. "Where's my mother?" "Dead. All of them are dead. You already know that. Why do you persist in calling to ghosts?" The little boy pressed his hand against his face. He was sweating, but his insides felt cold, as if he were July on the skin and January in the blood. His bones were throbbing, like a dull axe blade chopping an ironwood tree. Where was he wondered. His father, mother, and sister, where were they? It began to come back to him, through the murk of memory, the picnic, the shootings in the meadow, the bodies lying on scarlet-spattered grass. And the men after him, the crash of horse hooves through the underbrush, the wolves. The wolves. Here his mind sheared away, and the memories fled like children past a graveyard. But deep down he knew where he was, the depths of the White Palace, and he knew the man standing before him like a barbarian king was both more and less than human. "You've been with us for 6 days," Victor said. "You're not eating anything, not even the berries. Do you want to die?" "I want to go home," Mikhail answered, his voice weak. "I want to be with my mother and father." "You are home," Victor said. Someone coughed violently, and Victor glanced over with his keen amber eyes to where the shape of Andrei lay under a cover of cloaks. The coughing turned into a choking noise, and Andrei's body lurched. When the sound of mortal illness faded away, Victor returned his attention to the little boy. "Listen to me," he commanded, and squatted down on his haunches before Mikhail. "You're going to be sick soon, very soon. You'll need your strength if you're going to live through it." Mikhail held his stomach, which felt hot and swollen. "I'm sick now." "Not nearly like you're going to be." Victor's eyes shone like copper coins in the low red light. "You're a thin whelp," he decided. "Didn't your parents feed you any meat?" He didn't wait for an answer, but grasped Mikhail's chin with his gnarled fingers and lifted the boy's face so it caught most of the fire's glow. "Pale as milk pudding," Victor said. "You won't be able to stand it, I can tell." "Stand what, sir?" "Stand the change, the sickness that's going to come over you." Victor released his chin. "Don't eat, then. It would be a waste of good food. You're finished, aren't you?" "I don't know, sir," Mikhail admitted, and shivered as a chill passed through his bones. I know. I've learned to recognize strong reeds and weak ones. A lot of weak reeds lie in our garden." Victor motioned outward beyond the chamber, and Andrei suffered another spasm of coughing. "All of us are born weak," Victor told the boy. "We have to learn to be strong, or we perish. The simple fact of life and death." Mikhail was tired. He thought of a mop he'd once watched Dmitri use to swab the carriage, and he felt the way that wet old mop had looked. He lay down again on a pallet of grass and pine straw. "Boy," Victor asked, "do you know anything about what's happening to you?" "No, sir." Mikhail closed his eyes and squeezed them tight. His face felt as if it were made of the candle wax he used to dip his finger in and watch harden. "They never do," Victor said mostly to himself. "Do you know anything about germs?" He was addressing the boy again. "Germs, sir?" "Germs, bacteria, virus. You know what those things are." Again he didn't wait for a response. "Look at this." Victor spat in his hand and put the spittle-pooled palm in front of Mikhail's face. The boy looked at it obediently, saw nothing but spit. "It's in there," Victor said. "The pestilence and the miracle. It's right there in my hand." He pulled his hand away, and Mikhail watched him lick the saliva back into his mouth. "I'm full of it," Victor said. "In my blood and my insides, my heart and lungs, my guts, my brain." He tapped his bald skull. "I'm infested with it," he said, and he stared forcefully at Mikhail. "Just as you are, right now." Mikhail wasn't sure he understood what the man was talking about. He sat up again, his head pounding. Chills and fever played through his body, malicious partners in torment. "It was in Renati's spit." Victor touched Mikhail's shoulder, where a bandage of leaves and some kind of brown herbal paste Renati had mixed was pressed to the inflamed, pus-edged wound. It was no more than a glancing touch, but the pain made Mikhail wince and draw a breath. "It's in you now, and it's either going to kill you or—" He paused and shrugged. "Teach you the truth." "The truth?" Mikhail shook his head, puzzled and hazy in the brain. "About what?" "Life," Victor said. His breath wafted into the boy's face, and it smelled of blood and raw meat. Mikhail saw flecks of something red in his beard, which also held bits of leaves and grass. "A life beyond dreams or nightmares, depending on your point of view. Some might call it an affliction, a disease, a curse." He had sneered that last word. "I call it nobility. And I would only live one other life if I could be reborn. I would know the wolf's way from birth, and be ignorant of that beast called a human being. Do you understand what I'm saying, boy?" One thought was paramount in Mikhail's mind. "I want to go home now," he said. "My God, we brought a simpleton into the pack," Victor almost shouted. He stood up. "There is no home for you now but here, with us." He nudged with his sandal an uneaten piece of meat that lay on the floor near the boy's pallet. It was rabbit flesh, and though Renati had passed it over a flame a few times, it still oozed a little blood. "Don't eat," Victor thundered. "In fact, I command you not to eat. The sooner you die, the sooner we can tear you to pieces and eat you." That sent a shiver of pure terror through Mikhail, but his face, glistening with sweat, remained impassive. "So, you leave this alone, do you hear me?" He kicked the piece of rabbit meat a few inches closer to Mikhail's side. "We want you to get weak and die." The coughing of Andrei broke his tirade. Victor turned away from the boy to go across the chamber, and he knelt at Andrei's side and lifted the blanket. Mikhail heard the breath hiss between Victor's teeth, and Victor grunted and said, "My poor André," in a quiet, subdued voice. Then abruptly Victor stood up, shot a dark glance at Mikhail, and stalked out of the chamber. Mikhail lay very still, listening to the sound of Victor's sandals scrape on the stairs going up. The little fire popped and spat sparks, and André's breathing was like a rumble of freight cars on a distant track. Mikhail shivered, full of frost, and stared at the bloody piece of rabbit meat. "I command you not to eat," Victor had said. Mikhail stared at the meat, and watched a fly buzz slowly around it. The fly landed on the meat and crawled happily over it, as if searching for a tender place from which to draw the first sip of juice. "I command you not to eat." Mikhail looked away. André coughed raggedly, twitched, and then lay still again. What was wrong with him? Mikhail wondered. Why was he so sick? His gaze slid back to the rabbit flesh. He thought of wolf fangs, distended and dripping, and in his mind's eye he saw a big pile of bones, licked clean and white as October snow. His stomach mewed like a kitten. He looked away from the meat again. It was so bloody, so awful. Such a raw thing would never be found on the gilded plates of the Gallatin dining table. When was he going home? And where were his mother and father? Oh, yes, dead. All dead. Something gripped tight in his mind, like a fist around a secret, and he couldn't think about his parents or his sister any more. He stared at the rabbit flesh, and his mouth watered. One taste, he thought. Just one. Would it be so bad? Mikhail reached out and touched the flesh. The fly, startled, buzzed around his head until he swatted it away. Mikhail drew his fingers back and looked at the faint smears of scarlet on the fingertips. He sniffed them. The odor of metal. A memory of his father oiling a silver sword. Then Mikhail licked his fingers and tasted blood. It was not a bad taste, nor a particularly good one. It was faintly smoky and a little bitter. But even so, it made his stomach growl louder and his mouth water more. If he died, the wolves, and Victor was one of them, would rip him to pieces. So he had to live. That was a simple truth. And if he wanted to live, he would have to force down the bloody meat. He waved the persistent fly away again and picked up the rabbit flesh. It felt slick and slightly oily between his fingers. Maybe there was a little bit of fur on it, too, but he didn't look too closely. He squeezed his eyes shut, opened his mouth. His stomach lurched, but it needed to be filled before it could be emptied. He pushed the flesh into his mouth and bit down. Juices flooded over his tongue. They were sweet and gamey, a taste of wildness. Mikhail's head pounded and his spine ached, but his teeth worked as if they were the masters and everything else was servant to them. He tore hunks of flesh off and chewed them. It was a tough old rabbit, thickly muscled, and it didn't want to be swallowed without a struggle. Blood and juice trickled over his chin as he ate, and Mikhail Gallatinov, 6 days and a world away from the boy he used to be, tore the flesh between his teeth and swallowed it with famished relish. When he came to the bones, he scraped them clean and tried to crack them open to get at the marrow. One of the smaller bones burst apart, red marrow exposed. He thrust his tongue into the broken bone and dug out the congealed blood. He ate as if it were the grandest meal ever served on a gold plate. Some time later, the hollowed-out bones fell from his bloody fingers, and Mikhail sat on his haunches over the little pile and licked his lips. It hit him with a frightening force. He'd liked the bloody meat. He'd liked it very much. And that was not all. He wanted more. Andrei suffered another fit of coughing that ended on a strangled note. The body stirred, and Andrei called out weakly, "Victor! Victor!" "He's gone," Mikhail said, but Andrei kept calling for Victor in a voice that rose and fell. There was terror in that voice, and an awful weariness, too. Mikhail crawled across the stones to Andrei's side. There was a bad smell over here, a sour and decayed odor. "Victor," Andrei whispered, his face hidden in the folds of the cloaks, only his pale brown, sweat-damp hair showing. "Victor, please, help me." Mikhail reached down and pulled the cloak away from Andrei's face. Andrei was perhaps 18 or 19 years old, and his face, gleaming with sweat, was as gray as a well-used dish-rag. He looked up at Mikhail with sunken brown eyes and gripped Mikhail's arm with skinny fingers. "Victor," Andrei whispered. He tried to lift his head, but his neck wasn't strong enough. "Victor, don't let me die." "Victor's not here." Mikhail tried to pull away, but the fingers clenched tighter. "Don't let me die. Don't let me die," the young man pleaded, his eyes glassy. He coughed once, softly, and Mikhail saw his thin, sallow chest lurch. The next cough was stronger, and the one after that made Andrei's body shake. Andrei's coughing turned into strangling, and Mikhail tried to work his arm loose, but Andrei wouldn't let him go. There was a terrible rattling deep in Andrei's chest, a wet, thick, sliding noise. Andrei's mouth opened wide, and he coughed violently with tears streaming from his eyes. Something oozed out of Andrei's mouth, something long and white and wriggling. Mikhail blinked and felt the blood drain out of his face as he watched the worm writhe on the stones beside Andrei's head. Andrei coughed once more, and there was a sound of a heavy mass breaking apart in his lungs. And then they flooded out of his mouth, the white worms, tangled and entwined around each other, the first 100 or so clean and ghost white, but then the next ones dappled with crimson lung blood. Andrei shivered and retched, his eyes staring at the shock-frozen boy, but he couldn't open his mouth wide enough for all the worms to get out. They began to ooze through his nostrils as well, and Andrei strangled and choked as his body expelled its cargo. And still they surged out, now dark scarlet and sluggish, and as they spilled onto the stones, Mikhail screamed and wrenched his arm loose, leaving bits of his skin under Andrei's fingernails. Mikhail tried to rise, stumbled over his own feet, and fell backward to the floor, landing hard on the base of his spine. Andrei reached for him, trying to find his hand, and lifting up out of his bed of cloaks, with blood-black worms frothing from his mouth. Mikhail began to choke too, and as he scuttled away across the stones, he felt the rabbit meat rising. He swallowed it down again, thinking of wolf fangs tearing him to shreds. Andrei got to his knees, and then with a terrible, lung-ripping cough, he expelled a black knot of worms the size of a man's fist. They streamed from his mouth and down his chest, and were followed by dark ribbons of pure blood. Andrei fell onto his face. He was naked, his body already the yellowish-gray of a corpse. His wiry muscles jittered, his flesh rippling and seething under a sheen of sweat. Mikhail saw darkness spreading across Andrei's back, brown hairs bursting from the pores. In a matter of seconds, hairs covered Andrei's back and shoulders and were creeping down his buttocks and thighs, darkening his arms, bursting from his hands and fingers. Andrei lifted his face, and Mikhail saw it caught in the change. Blood still drooling over the lengthening jaw. His eyes had retreated further under a protruding brow, his scalp hair sleek and shining, his throat banded with dark hair. Andrei shivered as his spine began to crack and contort, and he opened his fanged mouth to shriek, a hideous commingling of animal and human anguish. A hand gripped Mikhail by the scruff of the neck and lifted him off the floor. Another hand, the fingers rough and purposeful, twisted his face away from the grisly spectacle. He was pressed into a shoulder, and he smelled the musky odor of deerskin. "Don't look." It was Renati's voice. "Don't look, little one," she said, and put her hand firmly against the back of his head. He could still hear, and that was bad enough. The half-human, half-wolf shrieking went on, coupled with the noise of bones popping. Someone else entered the chamber, and Renati shouted, "Get out!" Whoever it was quickly retreated. The shrieking turned into a high, thin howling that made Mikhail's skin crawl and drove him to the edge of madness, and he squeezed his eyes shut as Renati gripped the back of his skull. Mikhail realized then that he had put his arms around her neck. The agonized howling echoed through the chamber. And then there was a choking whine, like a machine losing power and dying down. A last few fits of raspy breathing and silence. Renati put Mikhail down. He kept his face averted as she walked to the corpse's side and knelt down. Nikita, the almond-eyed Mongol with coal-black hair, came into the chamber, glanced quickly at Mikhail and then at the woman. "Andrei's dead," he said, a statement of fact. Renati nodded. "Where's Victor?" "Gone hunting. For him." He jerked a thumb at Mikhail. "Just as well, then." Renati reached down, scooped up a handful of bloody worms, and tossed them on the fire. They writhed and crisped. Victor didn't want to watch him die. Nikita came forward to stand beside Renati, and as they talked something about a garden, Mikhail's curiosity pulled him across the chamber. He stood between Nikita and Renati and peered down at Andrei's corpse. It was the carcass of a wolf, with brown fur and dark, sightless eyes. Its tongue lolled in a little pool of blood. Its right leg was the leg of a human being, and at the end of its wiry forelegs were two human hands, the fingers gripping at the stones of the floor as if trying to wrench them apart. Instead of horror, Mikhail felt a stab of pain in his heart. The fingers were pale and skinny, and they were the same fingers that only a few moments ago had been clutching his arm. The absolute power of death hit him with full force, somewhere between the chin and the crown of his head. But it was a blow that cleared his vision, and he saw at that instant that his mother, father, and sister were gone forever, and so were his days of dreaming on the end of a kite. Renati looked at him and snapped, "Get back!" Mikhail obeyed, and only then did he realize he'd been standing on worms. Nikita and Renati wrapped the carcass in a deerskin cloak, lifted it between them, and took it away into a part of the White Palace where shadows reigned. Mikhail sat on his haunches next to the fire, his blood moving in his veins like ice-clogged rivers. He stared at Andrei's dark blood on the stone. Mikhail shivered and held his palms toward the fire glow. "You're going to be sick soon," he remembered Victor saying. "Very soon." Mikhail couldn't get warm. He sat closer to the fire, but even its heat on his face didn't thaw his bones. There was a tickling in his chest, and he coughed, the noise as explosive as a gunshot between the damp stone walls. 2. The days merged, one into the other, and in the chamber there was neither sunlight nor moonlight, just the fire's glow and spark, as someone, Renati, Franco, Nikita, Pauli, Belyi, or Alexa, fed pine branches to the flames. Victor never tended the fire, as if it were understood such a menial task was beneath him. Mikhail felt heavy, and slept most of the time, but when he awakened there was usually a piece of barely cooked meat, berries, and a little water cupped in a hollowed stone beside him. He ate without question or hesitation, but the stone was too heavy to lift, so he had to bend over it and lap the water up. Another thing he noticed, whoever was cooking the meat was gradually letting it remain bloodier. And it wasn't all flesh meat either. Now and again it was something that was red and purplish, as if torn from a creature's innards. Mikhail at first refused to touch those grisly tidbits, but nothing new was placed beside him until he ate what was there, and soon he learned not to let anything, no matter how raw or horrid, sit there too long, or the flies would come. He also learned that throwing up was futile. No one cleaned it up after him. Once he awakened, shivering cold on the outside and burning beneath the skin, to a chorus of wolf howls somewhere in the distance. They terrified him at first. He had a few seconds of mad panic, when he wanted to get up and claw his way out of the chamber, run through the woods and back to where his parents lay dead, so he might find a gun and blow his brains out. But then the panic passed like a shade, and he sat listening to what he heard as music, the notes soaring up into the sky and entwining around each other like summer-passioned vines. He thought even that for a short time he could understand the language of that howling, a strange sensation, as if he'd suddenly learned to think in bits and pieces of Chinese. It was a language of mingled joy and yearning, like the sigh of someone who stands in a field of yellow flowers, with the blue sky limitless in all directions, and holds a broken string where a kite used to be. It was the language of wanting to live forever, and knowing that life was a cruel beauty. The howling brought tears to Mikhail's eyes, and made him feel small, a fleck of dust floating on a wind current over a land of cliffs and chasms. Once he awakened, and found the maw of a blond-furred wolf over his face, the ice-blue eyes steady and piercing as they stared at him. He lay very still, his heart pounding, as the wolf began to sniff his body. He smelled the wolf, too, a musky, sweet scent of rain-washed hair and breath that held the memory of fresh blood. He shivered, lying as if bound, as the blond wolf sniffed slowly over his chest and throat. Then, with a shake of its skull, the wolf opened its mouth and dropped 11 uncrushed blackberries onto the stones beside Mikhail's head. The wolf retreated to the edge of the firelight, sat on its haunches, and watched as Mikhail ate the berries and lapped at the hollow, water-filled rock. A dull, throbbing pain began to build and spread through his bones. Moving, even breathing, became an exercise in agony. And still the pain built, hour after hour, day after day, and someone cleaned him when he voided, and someone else folded the deerskin cloaks around him like an infant. He shivered with cold, and the shivering fired the pain that raced through his nerves and made him moan and weep. Through the hazy twilight he heard voices. Franco's. "Too small, I tell you. The small ones don't live. Renati, did you want a child so badly?" And Renati, angered, "I don't ask a fool for his opinions. You keep to yourself and leave us alone." Then the voice of Victor, slow and precise. "His color's bad. Do you think he has worms? Feed him something, and see if he'll take it." A piece of bloody meat was pressed to Mikhail's lips. Mikhail, adrift in a sea of pain, thought, "Don't eat. I command you not to eat." And he felt defiance ratchet his jaws open. Fresh agony seared him, made the tears stream down his cheeks, but he accepted the food and gripped it with his teeth, lest it be snatched away. Nikita's voice drifted to him, and in it was a hint of admiration. "He's stronger than he looks. Watch out he doesn't snap your fingers off." Mikhail ate whatever was given to him. His tongue began to crave the blood and fluids, and he could tell what he was eating: rabbit, deer, wild boar, or squirrel, sometimes even the fleshy musk of a rat, and if it was a fresh kill or dead for hours. His mind ceased to revolt from the thought of consuming blood-drenched meat. He ate because he was hungry, and because there was nothing else. Sometimes he was fed only berries or some kind of coarse grass, but it all went down without complaint. His vision blurred, everything going gray around the edges. His eyeballs pounded with pain, and even the low firelight tortured them. Then, and he wasn't sure exactly when it was, because time was twisted, the darkness closed in, and he was blind. The pain never left him. It increased to a new level, and his muscles stiffened and cracked like the boards of a house about to burst apart from inner pressure. He couldn't get his mouth open enough to eat flesh, and soon he was aware of fingers pushing into his mouth meat that had already been chewed. A freezing cold hand touched his forehead, and even the light pressure on his skin made him gasp. "I want you to live." It was Renati's voice, whispering in his ear. "I want you to fight death, do you hear me? I want you to fight, to hold on. If you live through this, little one, you'll know wonders." "How is he?" Franco's voice, and in it a measure of true concern. "He's gotten thinner." "He's not a skeleton yet," she replied testily, and then Mikhail heard her voice soften. "He's going to live. I know he is. He's a fighter, Franco. Look how he grits his teeth. Yes, he's going to live." "He has a long path to travel," Franco said. "The worst is ahead." "I know." She was silent for a long while, and Mikhail felt her fingers gently combing his sweat-damp hair. "How many have there been who didn't live as long as him? I'd need 10 hands to count them all. But look at him, Franco. Look how he strains and fights." "That's not fighting," Franco observed. "I think he's about to shit." "Well, his insides are still working. That's a good sign. It's when they stop and they swell up that you know they're going to die. No, this one's got iron in his soul, Franco. I can tell these things." "I hope you can," he said, "and I hope you're right about him." He took a few steps, then spoke again. "If he dies, it's not on your hands. It's just nature's way. You understand that?" Renati made a muffled sound of agreement. Then, some time later, as Renati stroked his hair and ran her fingers over his forehead, Mikhail heard her sing a whispered song, a Russian lullaby, about the bluebird searching for a home and finding rest when the springtime sun melted winter's ice. She sang the tune in a sweet, lilting voice, a whisper meant only for him. He remembered someone else singing such a song to him, but it seemed so long ago. His mother. Yes, his mother, who lay sleeping in a meadow. Renati sang on, and for a few moments Mikhail listened and felt no pain. A skip of time, a darkness of days, agony, agony. Mikhail had never known such agony, and if ever in his young life he might have thought he'd know such torment, he would have crushed himself into a corner and screamed for God's hand to grasp him. He thought he felt his teeth move in his jaws, grinding together in raw, bleeding sockets. He felt broken at the joints, a living rag doll, pierced with needles. His pulse was a drum beat for the damned, and Mikhail tried to open his mouth to scream, but his jaw muscles tensed and scraped like barbed wire. Agony building, ebbing, building again to a new crescendo. He was one moment a furnace, and the next a house of ice. He was aware of his body jerking, contorting, bending itself into a new shape. His bones arched and twisted, as if they were the consistency of sugar sticks. He had no control over these contortions. His body had become a strange machine, seemingly intent on self-destruction. Blind, unable to speak or scream, hardly able to draw a breath for the anguish in his lungs and his pounding heart, Mikhail felt his spine begin to warp. His muscles went mad. They shot his torso upright, threw his arms backward, twisted his neck, and squeezed his face as if caught between iron clamps. He slammed down on his back as his muscles relaxed, then was lifted upright again as they drew tight as sun-dried leather. At the center of the maelstrom of pain, the core of Mikhail Galatinov fought against losing the will to live. As his body thrashed and his muscles stretched, he thought of the rubber man, and that when this was over he might join the circus and be the greatest rubber man who'd ever been. And then the pain bit into him again, seized him by the guts, and shook him. Mikhail felt his backbone swell and lengthen with a shriek of shocked nerves. Voices floated to him from the land of ghosts. "Hold him! Hold him! He'll break his neck!" "Burning up with fever." "Never last through it." "Too weak." "Open his mouth! He'll bite through his tongue." The voices moved away in a whirl of noise. Mikhail felt, but was powerless to stop his body's contortions, his knees rising toward his chest as he lay on his side. His spine was the center of the agony, his skull a boiling kettle. His knees touched his chin and jammed tight. His teeth gritted together, and in his brain he heard a wailing like the rising of a storm wind, tearing at the foundations of all that had been before. The storm wind rose to a roar, a sound that blanked out all but itself, and its force doubled and tripled. Mikhail saw himself in his mind's eye, running across the field of yellow flowers as black banners of clouds hurtled toward the Galatinov house. Mikhail stopped, turned, shouted, "Mother! Father! Alicia!" But there was no answer from the house, and the clouds were hungry. Mikhail turned and ran on, his heart hammering. He heard a crash, looked back, and saw the house flying into fragments before the wind. And then the clouds were coming after him, about to engulf him. He ran, but he couldn't run fast enough. Faster, faster, the storm roaring on his heels. Faster, his heart pounding, a banshee's scream in his ears. Faster! And a change exploded out of him. Dark hairs burst from his hands and arms. He felt his spine contort, bowing his shoulders. His hands, no longer hands, touched the earth. He ran faster, his body whipsawing, and he began to rip from his clothes. The storm clouds took them and spewed them to heaven. Mikhail kicked his shoes away, his toes spiraling earth and flowers behind him. The storm reached for him, but he was running on all fours now, racing from the past into the future. Rain swept over him, cold, cleansing rain, and he lifted his face toward the sky and awakened. Dark upon dark, his eyelids sealed by tears. He worked them open, and a faint glimmer of crimson sneaked in. The little fire was still burning, and the chamber smelled strongly of pine ashes. Mikhail got to his haunches, every movement an exercise in pain. His muscles still throbbed, as if they'd been stretched taut and reformed. His brain, his back, his tailbone, all ached. He tried to stand, but his spine shrieked. He craved fresh air, the scent of the wind through the forest. It was a physical hunger in him, and it drove him on. He crawled, naked, across the rough stones, away from the fire. Several times he tried to stand up, but his bones weren't ready for it. He crawled on hands and knees to the stairway, and ascended them like an animal. At the top he crawled along a moss-draped corridor, and gave a pile of deer skeletons only a passing glance. Soon he saw light ahead, a ruddy light, the light of either dawn or dusk. It came through the glassless windows, and painted the walls and ceiling, and where it touched, the moss had not leached. Mikhail smelled fresh air, but the scent made something in his brain click and whir like the wheels of a pocket watch. It was no longer the pungent, flowery aroma of late spring. It carried a different smell, a dry aroma with a chill center, fire at war with frost. It was the smell of dying summer. Time had passed. That much was clear to him. He sat stunned by his senses, and his hand drifted to his left shoulder. The fingers found ridges of pink flesh, and a few flakes of scabs drifted from the skin and settled to the floor. His knees were hurting him now, and it seemed important to him that he stand up before he went any farther. He tried. If bones had nerves, they were aflame. He could almost hear his muscles bending, like the squeaking hinges of old doors long unopened. Sweat was on his face, chest, and shoulders, but he didn't give up, nor did he cry out. His skeleton felt unfamiliar. Whose bones were these, lodged like broken splinters in his flesh? "Stand up," he told himself. "Stand up and walk, like a man." He stood. The first step was like a baby's, halting, uncertain. The second wasn't much better, but the third and fourth told him he still knew how to walk. And he went through the corridor into a high-ceilinged room where sunlight turned the rafters orange and pigeons softly cooed overhead. Something moved, over in the shadows on the floor to Mikhail's right. He heard the noise of leaves crunching. 2 bodies lay there, entwined and slowly heaving. Where one began and the other stopped was difficult to tell. Mikhail blinked the last of sleep's mist from his eyes. One of the figures on the floor moaned, a female's moan, and Mikhail saw human skin banded with animal hair that rose and rippled, then disappeared again into the damp flesh. A pair of ice-blue eyes stared fixedly at him from the gloom. Alexa grasped a shoulder on which pale brown hairs rose and fell like river tides. Franco's head turned, and he saw the boy standing there at the crossing of sun and shadow. "My God!" Franco whispered in a shocked voice. "He's made it through!" Franco pulled away from Alexa with a moist parting sound and sprang to his feet. "Victor!" he shouted. "Renati!" His shouts echoed through the corridors and chambers of the White Palace. "Someone! Come quick!" Mikhail stared at Alexa's nude body. She made no movement to cover herself. A light sheen of moisture glowed on her flesh. "Victor! Renati!" Franco kept shouting. "He's alive! He's alive!" 3. "Follow me," Victor said on a morning in late September, and Mikhail walked in his shadow. They left the chambers of sunlight behind, and went down into a place in the White Palace where the air was chill. Mikhail wore the deerskin robe that Renati had made for him, and he drew it tighter around his shoulders as he and Victor continued into the depths. Mikhail had realized over the past few weeks that his eyes quickly grew accustomed to darkness, and in the daylight he seemed to be able to see with razor clarity, even able to count the red leaves in an oak tree at a distance of 100 yards. Still, Victor had something he wanted the boy to see, down here in the dark, and he paused to light a torch of boar fat and rags in the embers of a small fire he'd previously arranged. The torch flickered, and the smell of the burning fat made Mikhail's mouth water. They descended into an area where the murals of robed and hooded monks on the walls still held their colors. A narrow passageway led through an arch, past open iron gates, and into a huge chamber. Mikhail looked up, but couldn't see the ceiling. Victor said, "This is it. Stand where you are." Mikhail did, and Victor began to walk around the room. The torchlight revealed stone shelves packed with thick, leather-bound books, hundreds of them. No, more than hundreds, Mikhail thought. The books filled every available space and were piled up in stacks on the floor. "This," Victor said quietly, is what the monks who lived here 100 years ago labored on, copying and storing manuscripts. There are 3,439 volumes in here. He said it with pride, as if discussing favored children. Theology, history, architecture, engineering, mathematics, languages, philosophy, all here. He made a sweeping gesture with his torch. He smiled slightly. The monks, as you can see, didn't have much of a social life. Show me your hands. My hands? Yes, you know, those two things on the ends of your arms. Show them to me. Mikhail lifted his hands toward the torchlight. Victor studied them. He grunted and nodded. You have the hands of a scholar, he said. You've lived a privileged life, haven't you? Mikhail shrugged, not understanding. You've been well taken care of, Victor went on. Born into an aristocratic family. He'd already seen the clothes Mikhail's mother, father, and sister had worn. They were of high quality. Good torch rags now. He held up one of his own slender-fingered hands and turned it in the light. I was a professor at the University of Kiev a long time ago, he said. There was no wistfulness in his voice, only memory. I taught languages, German, English, and French. A hard glint passed over his eyes. I learned in 3 different tongues how to beg for money to feed my wife and son. Russia does not put a premium on the human mind. Victor walked on, shining the torch at the books. Unless, of course, you can devise a more economical method of killing, he added. But I imagine all governments are more or less the same, all greedy, all short-sighted. It's the curse of man to have a mind and not have the sense to use it. He paused to gently remove a volume from a shelf. The back cover was gone, and the sheepskin pages hung from the spine. Plato's Republic, Victor said. In Russian, thank God. I don't know Greek. He sniffed at the binding as if inhaling a luxuriant perfume, then returned the book to its place. The Chronicles of Julius Caesar, the theories of Copernicus, Dante's Inferno, the travels of Marco Polo, all around us, the doors to 3,000 worlds. He moved the torch in a delicate circle and lifted a finger to his lips. Shh, he whispered. Be very quiet, and you can hear the sounds of keys turning down here in the dark. Mikhail listened. He heard a tentative scratching noise, not a key in a lock, but a rat somewhere in the huge chamber. Ah, well. Victor shrugged and continued his inspection of the books. They belong to me now. Again that hint of a smile. I can honestly say I have the largest library of any lycanthrope in the world. Your wife and son, Mikhail said, where are they? Dead, and dead. Victor stopped to break cobwebs away from a few volumes. Both of them starved to death after I lost my position. It was a political situation, you see. My ideas made someone angry. We were wanderers for a while, beggars too. He stared at the torchlight, and Mikhail saw his amber eyes glint with fire. I was not a very good beggar, he said quietly. After they died, I struck out on my own. I decided to get out of Russia, perhaps go to England. They have educated men in England. I took a road that led me through these woods, and a wolf bit me. His name was Gustav. He was my teacher. He moved the torch so its light fell on Mikhail. My son had dark hair, like yours. He was older, though, 11 years old. He was a very fine boy. The torch shifted, and Victor followed it around the chamber. You've come a long way, Mikhail, but you have a long way yet to go. You've heard tales of wolfmen, yes? Every child is scared to bed at least once by such stories. Yes, sir, Mikhail answered. His father had told him and Elijah tales of cursed men who became wolves and tore lambs to pieces. They're lies, Victor said. The full moon has nothing to do with it, nor does night. We can go through the change whenever we please, but learning to control it takes time and patience. You have the first. You'll learn the second. Some of us change selectively. Do you know what that means? No, sir. We can control which part changes first. The hands and claws, for instance, or the facial bones and the teeth. The task is mastery of the mind and body, Mikhail. It is abhorrent for a wolf or a man to lose control over himself. As I say, this is something you'll have to learn. And it's not a simple task by any means. It will take years before you master it, if ever. Mikhail felt split. He was listening with one half of his mind to what Victor was saying, but the other half listened to the rat scratching in the darkness. Have you ever read anything on anatomy? Victor took a thick book from a shelf. Mikhail looked blankly at him. Anatomy, the study of the human body. Victor translated. This one is written in German, and it gives illustrations of the brain. I thought a lot about the virus in our bodies, and why we can go through the change while ordinary men cannot. I think the virus affects something deep in the brain, something long buried, and meant to be forgotten. His voice was getting excited, as if he were on a university podium again. This book here, he returned the anatomy volume and removed another book near it, is a philosophy of the mind from a medieval manuscript. It proposes that man's brain is multi-layered. At the center of the brain is the animal instinct, the beast's nature, if you will. Mikhail was distracted. The rat, scratch, scratch. A peal of hunger rang in his stomach like a hollow bell. And that portion of the brain is what the virus liberates. How little we know about the magnificent engine in our skulls, Mikhail. Do you see what I mean? Mikhail didn't really. All this talk of beasts and brains made no impression on him. He looked around, his senses questing. Scratch, scratch. You can have 3,000 worlds if you want them, Victor said. I'll be your key if you choose to learn. Learn? He tore his attention away from his hunger. Learn what? Victor came to the end of his patience. You're not a half-wit. Stop acting like one. Listen to what I'm saying. I want to teach you what's in these books, and what I know about the world, too. The languages, French, English, German, plus history, mathematics, and... Why? Mikhail interrupted. Renati had told him the White Palace and this forest would be his home for the rest of his life, just as it was for the others of the pack. What use would I have for those things if I'm going to stay here forever? What use? Victor mocked him and snorted angrily. What use, he says. He strode forward, brandishing the torch, and stopped just short of Mikhail. Being a wolf is a wonderful thing, a miracle. But we were born humans, and we can't let go of our humanity, even though the word human shames us to our core sometimes. Do you know why I'm not a wolf all the time? Why I don't just run in the forest day and night? Mikhail shook his head. Because when we take the form of wolves, we age as wolves, too. If we were to spend 1 year as wolves, we would be 7 years older when we returned to human form. And as much as I love the freedom, the aromas, and the fine wonder of it, I love life more. I want to live as long as I can, and I want to know. My brain hurts for knowledge. I say learn to run as a wolf, yes, but learn to think like a man, too. He tapped his bald skull. If you don't, you squander the miracle. Mikhail looked at the books he could see by the torchlight. They appeared very thick and very dusty. How could anyone ever read one book that thick, much less all of them? I'm a teacher, Victor said. Let me teach. Mikhail considered it. Those books frightened him, in a way. They were massive and forbidding. His father used to have a library, though the books were thinner, and they had gilded titles on their spines. He remembered his and Alicia's tutor, Magda, a large gray-haired woman who used to come to their house in a buggy. It was important to know the world, Magda had always said, so you could find your place in it if you were ever lost. Mikhail had never felt more lost in his life. He shrugged, still wary. He'd never liked homework. All right, he agreed, after another moment. Good. Oh, if the linen-shirted regents could see their professor now, he grunted. I'd tear out their hearts and show them how they beat. He listened to the scratchings of the clawed intruder. The first lesson isn't in a book. Your stomach's growling, and I'm hungry too. Find the rat, and we'll have our meal. He clubbed the torch on the floor, and sparks flew until the flames were beaten out. The chamber was in darkness. Mikhail tried to listen, but his heartbeat was a thunderous distraction. A rat could be a good, juicy meal if it was large enough. This one sounded large enough for 2 meals. He'd eaten the rats Renati had brought him. They tasted like stringy chicken, and their brains were sweet. He looked slowly right and left in the dark. His head tilted to catch the sound. The rat scratched on, but it was hard to pinpoint its location. Down, on the rat's level, Victor advised. Think like a rat. Mikhail got down on his haunches, then on his belly. Ah, yes. Now the scratching led him to his right. The far wall, he thought. Maybe in a corner. He began crawling in that direction. The rat abruptly stopped scratching. He hears you, Victor said. He reads your mind. Mikhail crawled forward. His shoulder bumped something, a pile of books. They slithered to the floor, and he heard the rat's claws click on the stones as it scuttled along the far wall. Going from right to left, Mikhail thought. He hoped. His stomach growled, an alarmingly loud noise, and he heard Victor laugh. The rat stopped and remained silent. Mikhail lay on his belly, his head cocked. A sharp, acidic odor came to him. The rat was terrified. It had just urinated. The smell was as clear a pathway as a lantern's beam, but exactly why that was, Mikhail didn't yet fully understand. His vision detected more piles of books around him, all outlined in a faintly luminous gray. Still, he couldn't see the rat, but he could make out the volumes and shelves on the far wall. If I were a rat, he thought, I would squeeze into a corner, some place where my back was protected. Mikhail crawled forward slowly, slowly. He could hear a muffled, steady thump about 30 feet behind him. Victor's heartbeat, he realized. His own pulse was all but deafening, and he stayed where he was until it had calmed. He angled his head from side to side, listening. There, a quick tick, 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 like a small watch. To Mikhail's right, perhaps another 20 feet or so ahead. In the corner, of course, behind an untidy heap of luminous-edged books. Mikhail crawled toward the corner, his movements silent and sinuous. He heard the rat's heartbeat increase. A rat had the sixth sense. It could smell him, and in another moment Mikhail smelled the dusty hair of the rat, too. He knew exactly where it was. The rat was motionless, but its heartbeat indicated it was about to burst from its cover and run along the wall. Mikhail kept going, inch after inch. He heard the rat's claws click, and then it darted forward, a blurred luminescence, as it tried to flee across the chamber to the far corner. All Mikhail knew was that he was hungry, and he wanted the rat, but his mind worked instinctively, calculating the rat's angle and speed with an animal's cold logic. Mikhail lunged to the left. The rat squeaked and darted away from his hand. As the rat swerved and shot past him, a streak of gray fire, Mikhail instantly turned to the right, reached out, and gripped the rodent behind the head. The rat thrashed, trying to get its teeth in Mikhail's flesh. It was a large rat, and it was strong. In another few seconds it was going to fight free. Mikhail decided the issue. He opened his mouth, put the rat's head between his teeth, and bit down on the tough little neck. His teeth worked. There was no rage or anger in this, just hunger. He heard the bones crunch, and then warm blood filled his mouth. He ripped a last piece of flesh loose. The rat's head rolled over his tongue. The body's legs kicked a few times, but with dwindling strength. And that was the end of a very unequal contest. "Bravo!" Victor said, but his voice regained its sternness. "2 more inches, and you would have lost it. That rat was as slow as a muffin-stuffed grandmother." Mikhail spat the severed head onto his palm. He watched as Victor approached him, outlined in luminescence. It was good manners to offer the best portion of any meal to Victor, and Mikhail lifted his palm. "It's yours," Victor told him, and took the warm dead carcass. Mikhail worked the skull between his teeth, finally breaking it open. The brains reminded him of a sweet potato pie he'd eaten in another world. Victor ripped the carcass open from stub of neck to tail. He inhaled the heady fragrance of blood and fresh meat, and then scooped the intestines out with his fingers and pulled pieces of fat and flesh away from the bones. He offered a portion to Mikhail, who took his share gratefully. The man and boy ate their rat in the dark chamber, with the echoes of civilized minds in the shelves all around them. 4. The golden weave of days became tinged with silver. Frost gleamed in the forest, and the hardwoods stood naked before the bitter wind. It was going to be a bad winter, Renate had said, as she watched the bark thicken on the trees. The first snow fell in early October, and covered the white palace with white. As the winds of November shrieked and the snow blew like scattershot, the pack huddled together in the depths of the palace, around a fire that was never allowed to burn too high or completely extinguish. Mikhail's body felt sluggish, and he wanted to sleep a lot, though Victor kept his head filled with questions from the books. Mikhail had never known there were so many questions, and even in his sleep he dreamed of question marks. Before very long he began to dream in foreign languages, German and English, in which Victor drilled him with merciless repetition. But Mikhail's mind had sharpened, as well as his instincts, and he was learning. Alexa's stomach swelled. She stayed curled up a lot, and the others always gave her extra portions of the kill. They never changed within sight of Mikhail. They always went up the stairway and into the corridors on 2 legs before they left the White Palace to hunt on 4. Sometimes they brought back fresh, dripping meat. Sometimes they returned sullen and empty-handed. But there were a lot of rats around, drawn to the heat of the fire, and those were easily caught. Mikhail knew he was one of the pack now, and accepted as such, but he still felt like what he was, a cold, often miserably uncomfortable human boy. His bones and brain still sometimes ached with a ferocity that almost drove him to tears. Almost. He sniffled in pain a few times, and the stares he received from Victor and Renati told him crying was not tolerated from someone who didn't suffer gut worms. But the change remained a mystery to him. It was one thing to live with the pack, and quite something else to fully join them. How did they change? Mikhail wondered, adding to his burden of questions. Did they take a deep breath, as if about to leap into dark and icy water? Did they stretch their bodies until the human skin split open and the wolves burst free? How did they do it? No one offered to tell him, and Mikhail, the runt of the pack, was too skittish to ask. He only knew that when he heard them howl after a kill, their voices echoing over the snowy woods, there was a burning in his blood. A blizzard swept down from the north. As it raged beyond the walls, Polly sang in a high, frail voice a folk song about a bird who flew amid the stars, while her brother, red-haired Belye, kept time with the clicking of sticks. The blizzard settled in, and roared its own music day after day. The fire lost its heat, and the food was gnawed away. Stomachs began to sing. Victor, Nikita, and Belye had to go out into the blizzard to hunt. They were gone for 3 days and nights, and when Victor and Nikita returned, they brought back the half-frozen carcass of a stag. Belye did not return. He'd gone after a caribou, and the last Victor and Nikita had seen of him, he'd been zigzagging through the storm after his prey. Polly cried for a while, and the others left her alone. She didn't cry so much, though, that she didn't eat. She accepted the bloody meat with the same hunger as the others, including Mikhail. And Mikhail learned a new lesson. Whatever tragedy might happen, whatever torment should befall, life went on. Mikhail awakened one morning and listened to silence. The storm had ceased. He followed the others up the stairway and through the chambers, where snow lay in drifts on the stones and ice-covered tree limbs stretched overhead. The sun was shining outside, the sky azure over a world of dazzling white. Victor, Nikita, and Franco burrowed a path through the snow into the palace courtyard, and Mikhail walked outside with the others to feast on fresh, frosty air. He breathed deeply until his lungs burned. The sun was fierce, but it made not a dent in the smooth snow. Mikhail was thoroughly enraptured by the beauty of the winter forest by the time a snowball blasted against the side of his head. "Good shot!" Victor shouted. "Give him another one!" Nikita was smiling, already cupping more snow. Nikita reared his arm back to throw it, but at the last second he whirled and flung it into the face of Franco, standing about 20 feet away. "You ass!" Franco yelled as he dug for a snowball. Renati flung one that grazed Nikita's head, and Polly threw a snowball with deadly accuracy into Alexa's face. Alexa, laughing and sputtering snow, went down on her rear end, her hands pressed to her pregnant belly. "You want a war?" Nikita hollered, grinning at Renati. "I'll give you a war." He threw a snowball that clipped Renati's shoulder, and then Mikhail stood in Renati's shadow, and threw one that burst between Franco's eyes and staggered him back. "You little beast!" Franco shouted, and Victor smiled and calmly dodged the snowball that sailed over his head. Renati was hit by 2 at once, from Franco and Polly. Mikhail plunged his numb hands into the snow for another barrage. Nikita ducked Renati's salvo and scrambled to a place where the snow was fresh and unmarked. He dug both hands deeply into it for double snowballs, and he came up with something quite different. Something frozen, red, and mangled. Renati's laughter ended on a strangled note. A last snowball thrown by Franco exploded off her shoulder, but she stared at what Nikita held. Mikhail let the snow slither to the ground. Polly gasped, her face and hair dripping. Nikita had brought a severed, mutilated hand up from the snow. It was as blue as polished marble, and 2 fingers had been torn away. The thumb and forefinger were shrunken and curved inward, the last vestiges of a paw, and fine red hair covered the back of the hand. Polly took a step forward, then another, up to her knees in snow. She blinked, stunned, and then moaned the name, Belye. "Take her inside," Victor said to Renati. Instantly she took Polly's arm and tried to guide her back to the palace, but Polly jerked free. "Go inside," Victor told her, stepping in front of her so she couldn't see what Nikita and Franco were uncovering from the drift. "Now!" Polly wavered on her feet. Alexa caught her other arm, and between them she and Renati led Polly into the palace like a hollow-eyed sleepwalker. Mikhail started to follow them, but Victor's voice lashed him. "Where do you think you're going? Come here and help us with this." Victor knelt down to push aside the snow with Nikita and Franco, and Mikhail came over to add his shivering strength. It was a mass of crimson, blood-crusted bones. Most of the meat had been ripped off, but a few shreds of muscle remained. Some of the bones were human, and some were wolf, Victor quickly saw. Belye's body, in death, had warred between its poles. "Look at this," Franco said, and held up part of a shoulder blade. Across it were deep scrapes. Victor nodded. Fangs. There was more evidence of powerful jaws at work. Furrows on an arm bone, the jagged edges of the broken spine. And then at last Nikita brushed away some hard-crusted snow and found the head. The scalp was gone, the skull crushed and the brains scooped out. But Belye's face remained, minus the lower jaw, which had been torn away. The tongue, too, had been wrenched from its roots. Belye's eyes were open, and the red hairs covered his cheeks and forehead. The eyes were directed for a few seconds right at Mikhail, until Nikita moved the head again, and in them Mikhail saw a glassy shine of pure terror. He looked away, shivering, but not with a cold this time, and retreated a few paces. Franco picked up a leg bone that still held a few fragments of frozen red muscle, and examined the bone's splintered edges. "Great strength in the bite," Franco said quietly. "The leg was broken with a single crunch." "So were both the arms," Nikita said. He sat on his haunches, looking at the bones arranged around him in the snow. A patchwork of shadows and sunlight lay on Belye's face, and the ice in the single remaining eyelid was beginning to melt. Mikhail watched with dreadful fascination as a drop of water trickled down Belye's blue cheek like a tear. Victor stood up, his eyes blazing, and slowly turned his gaze through all points of the compass. His fists clenched at his sides. Mikhail knew what he must be thinking. They were no longer the only killers in the forest. Something had been watching them, and knew where their den was. It had crushed Belye's bones, torn out his tongue, and scooped the brains from his skull. Then it had brought the broken skeleton back here like a taunt or a challenge. "Wrap him in this." Victor removed his deerskin cloak and gave it to Franco. "Don't let Polly see him." He began to walk, naked, and with a purposeful stride, away from the White Palace. "Where are you going?" Nikita asked him. "Tracking," Victor answered, his feet crunching in the snow. Then he began to run, casting a long shadow. Mikhail watched him weave through the tangle of surrounding trees and spiky undergrowth. He saw gray hair ripple across Victor's broad white back, saw his spine start to contort, and then Victor vanished into the forest. Nikita and Franco put Bellier's bones in the robe. The head, with its silent, jawless shriek, was the last to go in. Franco stood up, the folded robe clutched in his arms, and his face gaunt and grey. He looked at Mikhail, and his lip curled. "You carry them, rabbit," he said in a tone of derision, and he put the sack of remains in Mikhail's arms. Their weight instantly dropped the boy to his knees. Nikita started to help him, but Franco caught the Mongol's arm. "Let the rabbit do it alone, if he wants to be one of us so much." Mikhail stared into Franco's eyes. They laughed at him and wanted him to fail. He felt a spark leap inside him. It exploded into incandescent fire, and the heat of anger made Mikhail strain to stand with the sack of bones in his arms. He got halfway up before his feet slipped out from under him. Franco walked on a few paces. "Come on," he said impatiently, and Nikita reluctantly followed. Mikhail struggled, his teeth gritted and his arms aching. But he had known pain before, and this was nothing. He would not let Franco see him beaten. He would let no one see him beaten, not ever. He got all the way up, and then walked with unsteady steps, his arms full of what used to be Bellier. "A good rabbit always does as he's told," Franco said. Nikita reached out to carry the bones the rest of the way, but Mikhail said, "No," and carried his burden toward the White Palace. He smelled the coppery aroma of icy blood from Bellier's remains. The deerskin had its own smell, higher, sweeter, and Victor's sweat smelled of salt and musk. But there was another odor in the chill air, and it drifted past Mikhail's nostrils as he reached the doorway. This odor was wild and rank, a smell of brutality and cunning, the smell of an animal, and as different from the odors of Mikhail's pack as black differs from red. It was wafting, he realized, from Bellier's bones, the spoor of the beast that had slaughtered him, the same odor that Victor was now tracking across the smooth, blizzard-sculpted snow. The promise of violence hung in the air. Mikhail felt it like the slide of claws down his spine. Franco and Nikita felt it, too, as they gazed around through the forest, their senses questing, collecting, evaluating with a speed that was now their second nature. Bellier had not been the strongest of the pack, but he'd been very quick and smart. Whatever had torn him to pieces had been quicker and smarter. It was out there now, somewhere in the forest, waiting and watching to see what would be the response to its gift of death. Mikhail staggered across the threshold into the palace and saw Polly standing there with Renati and Alexa, her mouth gasping wordlessly as she stared at the folded robe in his arms. Renati quickly stepped forward and took the robe from him, carrying it away. The sun went down. The stars emerged, shimmering against the blackness. A small fire crackled in the depths of the White Palace as Mikhail and the rest of his pack huddled in the circle of its heat. They waited as the wind began to rise outside and shrill through the corridors, and waited. But Victor did not come home. 5. The Mousetrap. 1. At 6 o'clock on the morning of March 29, Michael Gallatin, dressed in a field-gray German uniform, with jack-boots, a cap bearing a communications company insignia, and the proper service medals, Norway, the Leningrad Front, and Stalingrad, on his chest. He shrugged into a field-gray overcoat. On his person were papers. An expert job had been done in acid aging the new photograph and yellowing the documentation, Michael noted, identifying him as an Oberst, a colonel, in charge of coordinating the signal lines and relays between Paris and the units scattered along the coast of Normandy. He had been born in a village in southern Austria called Braunau. He had a wife named Lana and 2 sons. His politics were adamantly pro-Hitler, and he was loyal to the Reich's service, if not necessarily in awe of Nazism. He had been wounded once by a fragment of shrapnel from a grenade thrown by a Russian partisan in 1942, and he had the scar under his eye to prove it. Under his coat he wore a leather holster with a well-used but perfectly clean Luger in it, and 2 extra clips of bullets in his pocket, near his heart. He carried a silver Swiss pocket watch, engraved with figures of hunters shooting stags, and nothing, not even his socks, had a trace of British wool. The rest of what he needed to know was in his head: the roads in and out of Paris, the maze of streets around Adam's apartment, and the building where Adam worked, and Adam's nondescript accountant's face. He had a hearty breakfast of bacon and eggs with Pearlie McCammon, washed down with strong black French coffee, and it was time to go. McCammon, a craggy mountain in a black watch kilt, and a young dark-haired Frenchman Pearlie referred to as André, led Michael through a long, damp corridor. His jack-boots, the footwear of a dead German officer, clattered on the stones. McCammon talked quietly as they went along the corridor, filling in last-minute details. The Scotsman's voice was nervous, and Michael listened intently but said nothing. The details were already in his head, and he was satisfied that everything was planned. From here on, it was a walk on the razor's edge. The silver pocket watch was an interesting invention. 2 clicks on the winding stem popped open the false back, and inside was a little compartment that held a single gray capsule. The capsule was small to be so deadly, but cyanide was a potent and fast-acting poison. Michael had agreed to carry the poison capsule simply because it was one of the unwritten regulations of the Secret Service, but he never intended the Gestapo to take him alive. Still, his carrying it seemed to make McCammon feel better. Actually, Michael and McCammon had become good companions in the last 2 days. McCammon was a tough poker player, and when he wasn't drilling Michael on the details of his new identity, he was winning hand after hand of 5-card draw. Michael was disappointed in one thing, though. He hadn't seen Gabi today, and because McCammon hadn't mentioned her, he assumed she had gone back to an assignment in the field. Au revoir, he thought, and good luck to you. The Scotsman and the young French partisan led Michael up a set of stone steps and into a small cave lit by green-shaded lamps. The illumination gleamed on a long, black, hard-topped Mercedes-Benz touring car. It was a beautiful machine, and Michael couldn't even tell where the bullet holes had been patched and repainted. "Fine machine, eh?" McCammon asked, reading Michael's mind as Michael ran a gloved hand across a fender. "The Germans know how to build 'em, that's for sure. Well, the bastards have got cogs and gears in their heads instead of brains anyway. So what can you expect?" He motioned toward the driver's seat, where a uniformed figure sat behind the wheel. "André, there's a good driver. He knows Paris about as well as anybody, seeing as he was born there." He tapped on the glass, and the driver nodded and started the engine. It responded with a low, throaty growl. McCammon opened the rear door for Michael as the young Frenchman unlatched 2 doors that covered the cave entrance. The doors were thrown open, letting in a glare of morning sunlight, and then the young Frenchman began to quickly clear brush away from in front of the Mercedes. McCammon held out his hand, and Michael gripped it. "You take care of yourself, laddie," the Scotsman said. "Give 'em hell out there for the Black Watch, eh?" "Jawohl." Mikhail eased into the back seat, a luxury of black leather, and the driver released the handbrake and drove through the cave entrance. As soon as the car was clear, the brush was put back into place. The green and brown camouflage-painted doors were sealed, and it looked like a rugged hillside again. The Mercedes wound through a patch of dense woods, met a rutted country road, and turned left on it. Michael sniffed the air. Leather and new paint, a faint whiff of gunpowder, engine oil, an apple wine fragrance. "Ah, yes," he thought, and smiled faintly. He looked out through a window, studying the blue sky full of lacy, billowing clouds. "Does McCammon know?" he asked Gaby. She glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Her black hair was pinned up under her German staff driver's cap, and she wore a shapeless coat over her uniform. His gaze, that piercing glare of green, met hers. "No," she said. "He thinks I went back to the field last night." "Why didn't you?" She thought about it for a moment as she jockeyed the car over a rough section of road. "My assignment was to get you where you wanted to go," she answered. "Your assignment ended when you got me to McCammon." "Your interpretation, not mine. McCammon had a driver for me. What happened to him?" Gaby shrugged. "He decided the job was too dangerous." "Do you know Paris?" "Well enough. What I didn't know I learned from the map." Another glance in the rearview mirror. His eyes were still on her. "I haven't spent all my life in the country." "What'll the Germans think if we run into a roadblock?" he asked her. "I imagine a beautiful girl driving a staff car isn't a common sight." "Many of the officers have female drivers." She concentrated her attention back on the road. "Either secretaries or mistresses. French girls, too. You'll get more respect with a female driver." He wondered when she'd decided to do this. She certainly didn't need to. Her part of the mission was over. Had it been the night of their chilly bath? Or later, as Michael and Gaby had shared a stale loaf of bread and some musky red wine? Well, she was a professional. She knew what kind of dangers lay ahead, and what would happen to her if she were captured. He looked out the window at the greening countryside and wondered where her cyanide capsule was hidden. Gaby reached an intersection where the rutted dirt road connected with a road of tarred gravel, the route to the City of Light. She turned right and passed a field where farmers stood baling hay. The Frenchmen stopped their work, leaning on their pitchforks as they watched the black German car glide past. Gaby was a good driver. She kept a constant speed, her gaze darting to the rearview mirror and then back to the road again. She was driving as if the German colonel in the back seat had somewhere to go, but was in no hurry to get there. "I'm not beautiful," she said quietly, about 6 or 7 minutes later. Michael smiled behind his gloved hand, and he settled back into his seat to enjoy the journey. They went on in silence, the Mercedes's engine a polite, well-oiled purr. Gaby glanced back at him occasionally, trying to figure out what it was about him that had made her want to... need to be with him. Yes, that ought to be admitted. Not to him, of course, but in the Chapel of Secrets. It was most probably, she reasoned, that the action against the Nazi tank had fired her blood and passions in a way she hadn't been flamed in a long while. Oh, there had been other cinders, but this was a bonfire. It was just the nearness of a man who craved action, she thought. A man who was good at his job. A man who was good. She hadn't lived so long to be a poor judge of character. The man in the back seat was special. Something about him was cruel and beastly, perhaps. That was part of the nature of his occupation. But she'd seen kindness in his eyes, there in the chilly water. A sense of grace, a purpose. He was a gentleman, she thought, if there were indeed any of those left on this earth. Anyway, he needed her help. She could get him in and out of Paris, and that was the important thing, wasn't it? She glanced in the side view mirror, and her heart stuttered. Coming up behind them, very quickly, was a German BMW motorcycle and sidecar. Her hands tightened on the wheel, and the motion made the Mercedes swerve slightly. Michael sat upright, with a jerk of the car, and caught the high whine of the motorcycle's engine, a familiar noise last heard in the desert of North Africa. "Behind us," Gaby said tautly. but Michael had already glanced back and seen the vehicle overtaking them. His hand went to the Luger. No, not yet, he decided. Stay calm. Gabby didn't slow down, nor did she speed up. She kept her speed steady, an admirable accomplishment when her pulse was beating so fast. She could see the tinted goggles of the helmeted driver and the sidecar's passenger. They seemed to be fixed on her with murderous intent. On the floorboard at her feet was a loaded Luger. She could pick it up and fire out the window in an instant, if need be. Michael said, "Keep driving." He settled back in his seat again, waiting. The motorcycle and sidecar pulled up behind them, perhaps 6 feet from their bumper. Gabby looked in the rearview mirror and saw the sidecar's passenger motioning them over. "They're telling us to pull off," she said. "Shall I?" Michael paused only a few seconds. Yes. If it wasn't the right decision, he'd know very soon. Gabby slowed the Mercedes. The motorcycle and sidecar slowed as well. Then Gabby pulled the heavy car off the road, and the motorcycle came abreast with them before its driver cut the engine. Michael said, "Say nothing," and furiously rolled down his window. The sidecar's passenger, a lieutenant from the markings on his dusty uniform, was already pulling his long legs out of the vehicle and standing up. Michael stuck his head out the rolled-down window and shouted in German, "What the hell are you trying to do, you idiot? Run us off the road?" The lieutenant froze. "No, sir. I'm sorry, sir." The man babbled as he recognized a colonel's insignia. "Well, don't just stand there. What do you want?" Michael's hand rested on the Luger's grip. "I apologize, sir. Heil Hitler." He made a weak Nazi salute that Michael didn't even bother to return. "Where are you going, sir?" "Who wants to know? Lieutenant, are you wishing a tour with a ditch-digging battalion?" "No, sir." The young man's face was gaunt and chalky under a mask of dust. The dark goggles gave his eyes a bulging, insect-like appearance. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but I thought it my duty—" "Your duty? To what? Act like an ass?" Michael was looking for guns. The young lieutenant didn't have a holster. His weapon was probably in the sidecar. The motorcycle's driver had no visible weapon either. So much the better. "No, sir." The young man trembled a bit, and Michael felt a little pang of pity for him. "To warn you that there were air attacks on the road to Amiens before dawn. I didn't know if you'd heard or not." "I've heard," Michael said, deciding to chance it. "They got a few supply trucks, nothing vital," the young lieutenant went on. "But the word's out. With this weather so clear, there are bound to be more air attacks. Your car, well, it's very shiny, sir. A very nice target." "Shall I throw mud on it? Or pig shit?" He kept his tone icy. "No, sir. I don't mean to be out of line, sir, but those American fighter planes, they swoop down very fast." Michael stared at him for a moment. The young man stood rigid, like a commoner in the presence of royalty. The boy couldn't be more than 20 years old, Michael figured. Damn bastards were robbing the cradles now for their cannon fodder. He removed his hand from the Luger. "Yes, you're right, of course. I appreciate your concern, Lieutenant." He let it hang. "Krabel, sir," the young man, so close to death without knowing it, said proudly. "Thank you, Lieutenant Krabel. I'll remember the name." It would wind up scrawled on a wooden cross, stuck on a mound of French earth after the invasion swept through, he thought. "Yes, sir. Good day, sir." The young man saluted again, the salute of a puppet, then returned to his sidecar. The motorcycle driver started the engine, and the vehicle pulled away. "Wait," Michael said to Gabby. He let the motorcycle get out of sight, and then he touched Gabby's shoulder. "All right, let's go." She started off again, driving at the same steady speed, frequently checking not only the mirrors, but also the sky for a hint of silver that would be diving upon them, machine guns blazing. The Allied fighters commonly strafed the roads, supply dumps, and any troops they could find. On a clear day such as this, it was reasonable to believe the fighters were prowling for targets, including shiny black German staff cars. Tension knotted her stomach and made her feel slightly sick. They swept past a group of hay wagons, farmers at work, and saw the first sign that pointed to Paris. About 4 miles east of that sign, they came around a curve and found themselves confronted with a roadblock. "Easy," Michael said quietly. "Don't slow down too soon." He saw perhaps 8 or 9 soldiers with rifles and a couple of security officers with machine guns. Again his hand was on the Luger. He rolled down his window once more and prepared to act indignant. His acting wasn't necessary. The 2 security officers looked at his insignia and the sleek black car and were sufficiently impressed. Even more so when they looked at Gabi behind the wheel. "A formality," the man in charge said with an apologetic shrug of his shoulders. Of course the colonel knew about the partisan activity in this sector. What could be done about it except to exterminate the rats? "If we might see your papers," the security man said, "we'll check you through as quickly as possible." Michael grumbled about being delayed for a meeting in Paris and handed his papers over. The 2 security men looked at them, more as a demonstration that they were doing something than with true attention. If those men worked for the Allies, Michael thought, I'd have them thrown in prison. Perhaps 30 seconds elapsed, and then the papers were returned to him with crisp salutes, and he and the pretty Fräulein were bidden a good journey to Paris. Gabi drove on as the soldiers moved the wooden barricades aside, and Michael heard her release the breath she'd been holding. "They are looking for someone," Michael said when they'd gotten away from the roadblock, "but they don't know who. They figure whoever parachuted in might want to get to Paris, so they've got their watchdogs out. If they're all like those 2, they might escort us to Adam's door." "I wouldn't count on that." Gabi again checked the sky. No trace of silver. Yet. The road was clear, too, the countryside slightly rolling and dotted with apple orchards and stands of hardwood trees. Napoleon's country, she thought idly. Her heart wasn't beating so hard now. Getting through the roadblock had been a lot easier than she'd expected. "What about Adam?" she asked. "What do you think it is he's trying to get out?" "I haven't thought." "Oh, yes, you have." Their eyes met in the mirror. "I'm sure you've thought about it quite a bit, just as I have, yes?" This line of conversation was indelicate, and both of them knew it. Shared knowledge was shared pain, if they landed in the hands of the Gestapo. But Gabi was waiting for an answer, and Michael said, "Yes." That alone wouldn't do. Gabi was silent, still waiting. He folded his gloved hands together. "I think Adam's found something he obviously feels is important enough to risk a lot of lives to get out. My superior thinks so too, or I wouldn't be here. And needless to say, your uncle wouldn't be dead." He saw her flinch just a fraction. She was tough, but not iron-cased. "Adam's a professional. He knows his business. He also knows that some information is worth dying for, if it means winning this war, or losing it. Movements of troops and supply convoys we can get any time, by the radio codes from a dozen agents all over France. This is something that only Adam knows about, and that the Gestapo's clamped the lid on, which means it's a hell of a lot more important than the usual messages we get. Or at least Adam thinks it is, or he wouldn't be calling for help." "What about you?" Gabi asked. He lifted his eyebrows, not understanding. "What would you die for?" Gabi glanced at him again in the mirror, then quickly away. "I hope I won't have to find out." He gave her a hint of a smile, but the question had lodged inside him like a thorn. He was prepared to die for the mission, yes. That was already understood. But that was the reaction of a trained machine, not a man. What, as a man, or half-animal, was he prepared to lay down his life for? the human-woven net of politics, some narrow vision of freedom, love, triumph? He explored the question and found no easy answer. And suddenly his nerves let go of their chill alarms, and he heard Gabby say softly, "Oh," because there in front of them, on the long, straight route to Paris, was a roadblock with a dozen armed soldiers, an armored car with a cannon snout showing, and a black Citroën that could only be a Gestapo vehicle. A soldier with a submachine gun was waving them down. All faces turned toward them. A man in a dark hat and a long beige overcoat stepped into the road waiting. Gabby hit the brakes a little too hard. "Steady," Michael said, and as the Mercedes slowed, he peeled off his gloves. 2. The man who peered in through the rolled-down window at Michael Gallatin had blue eyes so pale they were almost without color, his face chiseled and handsome in the way of a Nordic athlete. A skier, Michael thought. Perhaps a javelin thrower or a long-distance runner. There were fine lines around his eyes, and his blond sideburns were going gray. He wore a dark leather hat with a jaunty red feather in its band. "Good morning, Colonel," he said. "A small inconvenience, I fear. May I see your papers?" "I hope the inconvenience is small," Michael answered icily. The other man's face kept its thin, polite smile. As Michael reached into his coat for his packet of papers, he saw a soldier take up a position directly on the other side of the car. The soldier's submachine gun barrel wandered slightly toward the window, and Michael felt a knot of tension clench in his throat. The soldier was staking out his lane of fire. There was no way Michael could pull the Luger from his holster without being shot to tatters. Gabi kept her hands on the wheel. The Gestapo agent took Michael's papers and glanced in at Gabi. "Your papers also, please." "She's my secretary," Michael said. "Of course, but I must see her papers." He shrugged. "Regulations, you know." Gabi reached into her coat. She brought out a packet of papers that had been made for her yesterday, when she'd decided to go to Paris with him. She handed them over with a crisp nod. "Thank you." The Gestapo agent began to inspect the photographs and documents. Michael watched the man's face. It was a cold face, and it was stamped with a cunning intelligence. This man was no fool, and he'd seen all the tricks. Michael glanced toward the roadside and saw Lieutenant Krabel and his driver there. The driver was checking the engine as Krabel's papers were being laboriously examined by another Gestapo agent. "What's the problem?" Michael asked. "Haven't you heard?" The blond-haired man looked up from his reading, his eyes quizzical. "If I had, would I be asking?" "For a communications officer, you're certainly out of touch." A brief smile, a hint of square white predator's teeth. "But of course you know there was a parachute drop in this sector 3 nights ago. The partisans in a village called Bazancourt helped the man escape. There was also a woman involved." His gaze slid toward Gabi. "Do you speak German, my dear?" he asked her in French. "A little," she answered. Her voice was cool, and Michael admired her courage. She looked the man straight in the eyes and didn't waver. "What do you want me to say?" "Your papers speak for you." He continued his inspection, taking his time about it. "What's your name?" Michael decided to take the offensive. "I'd like to know who to lodge my complaint against when we get to Paris." "Ullmann, Heinz, middle initial R for Richter." The man kept reading, not intimidated in the least. "Colonel, who's your superior commander?" "Adolf Hitler," Michael said. "Ah, yes, of course." Again that brief show of teeth. They looked like they were good at tearing meat. "I mean your immediate superior in the field." Michael's palms were damp, but his heart had stopped pounding. He was in control of himself, and he would not be rushed. He glanced quickly at the soldier on the other side of the car, still holding the submachine gun ready, his finger on the trigger guard. "I report to Major General Friedrich Bohm, 14th Sector Communications, headquarters in Abbeville. Our radio code is Top Hat." "Thank you. I can get through to Major General Bohm in about 10 minutes on our radio equipment." He motioned toward the armored car. "Be my guest. I'm sure he'd like to hear why I'm being interrogated." Michael stared up at Yolman. Their eyes met and locked. The moment stretched, and in it Gabby felt a scream pressing behind her teeth. Yolman smiled and looked away. He studied the photographs of the colonel and his secretary. "Ah," he said, speaking to Michael, his cold eyes brightening. "You're an Austrian, from Brogdonau, yes?" "That's right." "Well, that's amazing. I know Brogdonau." Gabby felt as if she'd just taken a punch to the stomach. Her Luger, so close. Could she get to it before the soldiers sprayed her with bullets? She feared she couldn't, so she didn't move. "I have a cousin in Essen," Yolman said, still smiling, "just west of your hometown. I've been through Brogdonau several times. They have a very fine winter carnival." "Yes, they do." A skier, he decided. "Good snow on those mountains. Hard packed. You don't have to worry about avalanches so much." "Thank you, my dear." He returned Gabby's papers to her. She took them and put them away, noting that a couple of other soldiers had wandered closer to have a glimpse of her. Yolman carefully folded Michael's papers. "I remember the fountain in Brogdonau, you know, where the statues of the Ice King and Queen are." His teeth flashed. "Yes?" "I'm afraid you're mistaken." Michael held out his hand for his papers. "There is no fountain in Brogdonau, Herr Yolman. I think it's time for us to be on our way now." "Well," Yolman said with a shrug, "I suppose I am mistaken after all." He slid the packet into Michael's hand, and Michael was very glad he'd listened to all the details McCammon had given him about the layout and history of Brogdonau. Michael's fingers closed around the papers, but Yolman wouldn't let the documents go. "I don't have a cousin in Essen, Colonel," he said. "A white lie, and I hope you'll pardon my presumption. But you know, I have been skiing in that area before. Beautiful place. That very famous run about 20 kilometers north of Essen." His smile came back, and it was a horrible happiness. "Surely you know it. The grandfather, yes?" "He knows," Michael thought. "He smells the British in my skin." Michael felt poised on the edge of a precipice, and beneath him were slavering jaws. Damn it! Why hadn't he slid the Luger next to him on the seat? Yolman was waiting for his answer, his head cocked slightly to one side, the red feather stirring in the breeze. "Herr Yolman," the soldier with the submachine gun said. His voice was nervous. "Herr Yolman, you'd better—" "Yes," Michael said, his stomach clenched. "The grandfather." Yolman's smile flicked off. "Oh, no. I'm afraid I meant the grandmother." "Herr Yolman!" the soldier shouted. Two other soldiers yelled out and ran for the trees. The armored car's engine started with a roar. Yolman looked up. "What the hell is going—" And then he heard the high whine just as Michael did, and he twisted around to see the glint of silver diving toward the roadblock. Fighter plane, Michael realized, coming down fast. The soldier with the submachine gun shouted, "Take cover!" and ran for the roadside. Yolman, sputtering with anger, called, "Wait! Wait, you!" But the soldiers were running for the trees, and the armored car was scrambling like an iron roach for cover. And Yolman cursed and dug into his coat for his pistol as he whirled back to face the false colonel. But Michael's hand had grown a Luger. As Yolman's pistol rose, Michael thrust the Luger's barrel into Yolman's face and pulled the trigger. There was a whoosh like an oncoming avalanche, a chatter of machine-gun bullets from an aircraft's wing guns. And in that instant the sound of the Luger going off was silenced by the larger weapons. Two columns of bullets marched alongside the road, straddling the Mercedes and sending sparks flying, and Heinz Richter Yolman, ex-Gestapo, staggered back with a single smoking hole in the center of his forehead, just below his jaunty hat. Michael had his papers gripped in his other hand, and as the fighter plane's shadow swept across the earth, Yolman fell to his knees, with blood beginning to run down his shock-frozen face. His head sagged forward. His hat, full of gray brains, fell off, and the fighter plane's fierce, hot breeze blew the red feather before it like a bloody exclamation mark. "Cromwell!" Michael shouted. The young lieutenant had been about to run for the trees, his driver unable to get the motorcycle's engine started. He turned toward the Mercedes. "This man's been hit," Michael said. "Get a medic, but first move that damned barricade." Cromwell and the driver hesitated, wanting to run for cover before the fighter came back for another strafing pass. "Do as I say," Michael commanded, and the two Germans scrambled to the wooden barricade. They moved it aside, Cromwell searching the sky with his goggled eyes, and then Michael heard the deadly whine of the plane coming down for a second attack. "Go!" he told Gabi. She pressed her foot to the floorboard, and the car lunged forward, passing Cromwell and the motorcyclist and roaring through the opened barricade. Then the two Germans fled for the trees, beneath which the others had thrown themselves to the ground. As Gabi raced them along the road, Michael glanced back and saw the bright glint of sun on the plane's wings. It was an American aircraft, a P-47 Thunderbolt, and it looked to be headed right for the Mercedes. He saw the fire flash of the machine guns, bullets marching along the road and throwing up gravel. Gabi swerved the car violently to the left, its tires going off the road into grass. There was a wham that Michael felt at the base of his spine, and Gabi fought to keep control of the wheel. "We're hit," she thought, but the engine was still roaring, so she kept the speed up. Dust boiled into the car, blinding Michael for a few seconds. When it cleared, Michael saw two shafts of sunlight entering the roof through jagged holes in the metal, and a chunk of the rear windshield the size of his fist had been blown away. Fragments of glass were scattered all over the seat beside him, and glittered in the folds of his coat. Gabi saw the glint of sun along the Thunderbolt's wings as the aircraft turned in a tight circle. "Coming back again!" she shouted. He had not come all this distance to be killed by an American fighter pilot. "There," he said, grasping Gabi's shoulder and pointing toward an apple orchard on the right. Gabi spun the wheel, veering the Mercedes across the road and into a flimsy wooden fence that banged the front fender, but burst apart to give them passage. She drove past an abandoned hay wagon into the shadows of the orchard, and 3 seconds later the Thunderbolt zoomed overhead, its bullets chopping branches and white buds from the trees, but none of them hitting the Mercedes. Gabi stopped the car and put on the handbrake. Her heart was hammering, her throat scratchy with dust. She looked at the bullet holes in the roof, their exits marked by a hole in the passenger seat and another hole in the floorboard. She felt a vague, dreamy sensation that she thought might be the first cat-feet creepings of shock. Then she closed her eyes and leaned her forehead against the steering wheel. The plane screamed above them again. No guns were fired this time, and Michael's muscles untensed. He watched the Thunderbolt turn west and dart toward another target, possibly a movement of soldiers or the armored car. The Thunderbolt dove, its guns firing, then it quickly gained altitude and zoomed away, heading west toward the coast. 3. "He's gone," Michael said at last, when he was certain of it. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and smelled dust, his own sweat, and sweet apple buds. White blossoms lay all over the car, and were still floating down. Gabi coughed, and Michael leaned forward, grasped her shoulder, and pulled her back from the wheel. "Are you all right?" His voice was strained with tension. Gabi nodded, her eyes glazed and watery, and Michael sighed with relief. He'd feared that a bullet had hit her, and if that had happened, the mission was in dire jeopardy. "Yes," she said, regaining some of her strength. "I'm all right. Just dust down my throat." She coughed a few more times to clear it out. What had terrified her most about the encounter was the fact that she'd been at the mercy of God, and unable to shoot back. He'd better go. It won't be long before they find out Yolman was shot by a Luger instead of a machine gun. Gabby pulled herself together, a simple matter of willpower over scorched nerves. She took the brake off and backed the Mercedes along its path of plowed grass to the road again. She got up on the gravel and drove east. The radiator was making a little tinkling noise, but all the gauges indicating that gas, oil, and water were okay. Michael watched the sky with a wolf's undivided attention, but no more planes swept out of the blue. Neither were they being followed, and he assumed, hoped really, that the soldiers and the second Gestapo man were still in shock themselves. The road unwound beneath the Mercedes's tires, and abruptly the gravel turned to pavement, and a sign announced that Paris was 8 kilometers ahead. There were no more roadblocks, which relieved both of them, but they passed several truckloads of soldiers going in and out of the city. And then the road was lined with tall, graceful trees, and it widened into an avenue. They passed the last wooden farmhouse and saw the first of many brick and stone houses, then met gray buildings decorated with white statuary like sugar frosting on a cake. Paris gleamed in the sunlight before them, the towers of its cathedrals and monuments glowing like golden needles. Its ornate buildings crowded together much as the structures of any metropolis, but these with the dignity of centuries. The Eiffel Tower stood against a background of drifting clouds, as fragile as French lace, and the vaulted roofs of Montmartre were the varied burnished reds and browns of an artist's palette. The Mercedes crossed the pale green waters of the Seine over a bridge decorated with stone cherubs, and Michael smelled moss and mud-stranded fish. The flow of traffic was heavier once they crossed the Boulevard Berthier, one of the grand avenues that circled the City of Light, and was named for Napoleon's marshals. But Gabby was undaunted. She merged into the contest of Citroëns, horse wagons, bicyclists, and pedestrians, and most of them gave way before the imposing black staff car. As Gabby drove through the streets of Paris, one hand on the wheel and the other motioning other vehicles and people out of their path, Michael smelled the aromas of the city, a commingling, heady festival of 1,000 scents, from a whiff of smoky perfume through the croissants and coffee of a sidewalk cafe, to the grassy manure being raked by a street cleaner. Michael was near being overwhelmed by scents, as he was when he visited any city. The smells of life, of human activity, were sharp and startling here. None of those damp, foggy odors he associated with London. He saw many people talking, but few smiling. Fewer still were laughing. And that was because there were German soldiers on the streets, carrying rifles, and German officers drinking espresso in the cafes. They reclined in their chairs with the relaxed postures of conquerors. Nazi banners flew from many of the buildings, unfurled in the breeze over the upraised arms and imploring faces of marble, French-carved statues. German soldiers directed traffic, and some streets were blocked by barricades with signs marked Achtung! Eintritt verboten! Adding insult to injury by not using the native language, Michael thought. No wonder so many faces scowled at the Mercedes as it swept past. Compounding the traffic problems were many laboring, swastika-emblazoned trucks, creeping along and backfiring in the midst of bicyclists like bomb blasts. Michael saw several troop trucks loaded with soldiers, and even a couple of tanks pulled over to the side, their crews sunning themselves and smoking cigarettes. The whole picture said that the Germans believed they were here to stay, and while the French could go about their daily lives, it was the conquerors who kept the reins tight. He saw a group of young soldiers flirting with girls, a stiff-backed officer getting his boots shined by a little boy, another officer shouting in German at a waiter who frantically mopped up a carafe of spilled white wine. Michael sat back in his seat, drawing in all the sights, sounds, and aromas, and he felt a heavy shadow over the City of Light. The Mercedes slowed, and Gabi hit the horn to hurry a few bicycling citizens out of the way. Michael smelled horseflesh, and he looked to his left at a military policeman astride a horse that wore blinders with Nazi symbols on them. The man saluted. Michael nodded absently, and wished he had that bastard alone in the forest for 1 minute. Gaby drove east on the Boulevard des Batignolles, through an area crowded with apartment buildings and rococo houses. They stayed on that boulevard, crossing the Avenue de Clichy and then turning north. Gaby turned right onto the Rue Canton, and they entered a district where the streets were made of rough brown paving stones, and clothes hung on lines across windows. The buildings here were painted in faded pastels, some of their facades cracked, and the ancient clay bricks exposed like yellow ribs. Here the bicyclists were fewer. There were no sidewalk cafes or street corner Van Goghs. The structures seemed to lean drunkenly against each other, as if in forlorn support, and even the air smelled to Michael of bitter wine. Shadows held figures who watched the black car glide past, their eyes dead as counterfeit coins. The Mercedes's breeze stirred old newspapers from the gutters, and their yellowed pages drifted over the littered sidewalks. Gaby drove fast through these streets, hardly pausing at the blind intersections. She turned left, then right, then left again a few blocks ahead. Michael saw a crooked sign, Rue Lafarge. "We've arrived," Gaby said, and she slowed down and blinked the headlights. Two men, both middle-aged, unlatched a doorway and threw it open. It led into a cobblestoned alley just a few inches wider than the Mercedes, and Michael braced for a scrape, but Gaby entered the alley with clearance on either side. The two men closed the doorway behind them. Gaby continued up the alley and into a green garage with a sagging roof. Then she said, "Get out," and cut the engine. Michael did. A man with a brown, seamed face and white hair strode into the garage. "Follow me, please," he said in French, and began to walk rapidly away. Michael followed and glanced back to see Gaby unlocking the Mercedes's trunk and removing a brown suitcase. She closed the trunk, then the garage door, and one of the first two men locked a chain and padlock and pocketed the key. "Hurry, please," the white-haired man urged Michael, his voice pleasant but firm. Michael's jack-boots clattered loudly on the cobblestones, the noise echoing in the silence. Around him the windows of the crooked buildings remained shuttered. The white-haired man, who had the thick shoulders and arms of a heavy laborer, unlatched an iron gate with spear-tips on the top, and Michael followed him across a small rose garden into the back door of a building as blue as a robin's egg. A narrow corridor stretched before them, and a set of rickety stairs. They went up to the second floor. Another door was opened, and the white-haired man motioned him in. Michael entered a room that had a carpet of intertwined, multicolored rags and smelled strongly of fresh bread and boiled onions. "Welcome to our home," someone said, and Michael found himself looking at a small, frail old woman with snowy hair pulled back into a long braid. She wore a faded blue dress and a red checked apron. Behind her round glasses she had dark brown eyes that took in all and revealed nothing. She smiled, her heart-shaped face folding into a mass of wrinkles, and her teeth the color of weak tea. "Take off your clothes, please." "My clothes?" "Yes, that disgusting uniform. Please remove it." Gaby came in, escorted by the man who'd locked the garage. The old woman glanced at her, and Michael saw the woman's face tighten. "We were told to expect two men." "She's all right," Michael said. "McCarran—" "No names," the old woman interrupted crisply. "We were told to expect two men, a driver and a passenger. Why is it not so?" Her eyes, as dark as pistol barrels, were turned to Gaby. "A change in plans," Gaby told her. "I decided to—" "Changed plans are flawed plans. Who are you to decide such things?" "I said she's all right," Michael told the old woman, and this time he took the power of her stare. The two men had positioned themselves behind him, and Michael felt sure they had guns. One on the left, one on the right, an elbow in each of their faces if the guns came out. "I'll vouch for her," Michael said. "Then who's to vouch for you, Green Eyes?" the old woman asked. "This is not the professional way." She looked back and forth from Michael to Gabi, and her gaze lingered on the girl. "Ah," she decided with a nod. "You love him, eh?" "Certainly not." Gabi's face flushed crimson. "Well, maybe it's called something else these days, then." She smiled again, but thinly. "Love has always been a four-letter word. Green Eyes, I told you to take off that uniform." "If I'm going to be shot, I'd rather it be done while my pants are on." The old woman laughed huskily. "I think you're the type of man who does most of his shooting with his pants off." She waved a hand at him. "Just do it. No one's going to be killing anybody. Not today, at least." Michael removed his overcoat, and one of the men accepted it and began to rip the lining out. The other man took Gabi's suitcase, put it on a table, and unlatched it. He started rummaging through the civilian clothes she'd brought along. The old woman snatched the Stalingrad medal off Michael's chest and examined it as she held it beneath the lamp. "This trash wouldn't fool a blind tinsmith," she said with a sharp laugh. "It's a real medal," Gabi answered coolly. "Oh? And how do you know that, my little Valentine?" "I know," Gabi said, "because I took it off the corpse after I slit his throat." "Good for you." The old woman put the medal aside. "Bad for him. You take off your uniform too, Valentine. Hurry. I'm not getting any younger." Michael went ahead with it. He stripped down to his underwear, and Gabi undressed as well. "You're a hairy bastard," the old woman observed. "What kind of beast was your father?" She said to one of the other men, "Bring him his new clothes and shoes." He went away into another room, and the old woman picked up Michael's Luger and sniffed the barrel. She wrinkled her nose, finding the odor of a recent shot. "You have any trouble on the road?" "A small inconvenience," Michael said. "I don't think I want to hear any more." She picked up the silver pocket watch, clicked the winding stem twice, and looked at the cyanide capsule when the back popped open. She grunted softly, closed the watch, and returned it to him. "You might want to keep that. Knowing the time is very important these days." The white-haired man returned with a bundle of clothes and a pair of scuffed black shoes. "We got your sizes over the radio," the woman said, "but we were expecting 2 men." She motioned toward the contents of Gabi's suitcase. "You brought your own clothes, then? That's good. We don't have civilian papers for you. Too easily traced in the city. If either of you are captured—" She looked at Michael, her eyes hard. "I expect you know what time it is?" She waited until Michael nodded his understanding. "You won't see your uniforms or the car again. You'll be supplied with bicycles. If you feel you must have a car, we'll talk about it. We don't have a lot of money here, but we have a fortune in friends. You call me Camille, and you will talk only to me. You are not to address either of these 2 gentlemen." She motioned toward the Frenchmen, who were gathering up the German uniforms and putting them in a basket with a lid. "Keep your pistol," she told Michael. "Those are hard to come by." She stared at Gabi for a few seconds, as if evaluating her, then at Michael. "I'm sure you both have had experience in this. I don't care anything about who you are or what you've done. The important thing is that a lot of lives depend on your being smart and careful while you're in Paris. We'll help you as much as we can, but if you're captured, we don't know you. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," Michael answered. "Good. If you'd like to rest a while, your room is through there." Camille nodded toward a corridor and a doorway. "I was just making some onion soup, if you'd like a taste." Michael picked up the shoes and bundle of clothes from the table where they'd been set, and Gabi closed her suitcase and hefted it. Camille said, "You children behave yourselves," and then she turned away and walked into a small kitchen where a pot boiled on a cast-iron stove. "After you," Michael said, and followed Gabi along the corridor to their new quarters. The door creaked on its hinges as Gabi pushed it open. Inside was a four-poster bed with a white quilt and a more somber cot with a green blanket. The room was cramped but clean, with a skylight and a window that looked out over the drunken pastel buildings. Gabi put her suitcase down on the four-poster bed with solid authority. Michael looked at the cot, and he thought he heard his back groan. He went to the window and slid it open, getting a lungful of Paris air. He was still in his underwear, and so was Gabi, but there seemed no need to hurry about anything, including getting dressed, or undressed, as the case might be. Gabi lay down on the bed and covered herself with a crisp linen sheet. She watched him, framed against the window. She let her gaze play over his muscles, his sleek back and long, dark-haired legs. "I'm going to rest for a while," she announced, the sheet up to her chin. "Be my guest." "There's not room for two in this bed," she said. "Of course there isn't," he agreed. He glanced quickly at her, saw her long black hair, unpinned now that it was out from under the cap, splayed across the goose-down pillow like an intricate fan. "Not even if I squeezed over," Gabi continued. "So you'll have to sleep on the cot." "Yes, I will." She shifted her position, the goose-down mattress settling beneath her. The sheets were cool and smelled faintly of clothes, an aroma Michael had detected as soon as they entered the room. Gabi hadn't realized how tired she was. She'd been up at 5 o'clock, and her sleep had been restless at best. Why had she come with this man, she asked herself. She hardly knew him. Didn't know him, really. Who was he to her? Her eyes had drifted shut. Now she opened them and found him standing over the bed, staring down at her. So close it made her skin tingle. Her bare leg had slipped out from under the sheet. Michael ran his fingers along her ankle, raising chill bumps. Then he gently grasped her ankle and slid her leg back under the fragrant linen. She thought for an instant that his fingers had burned their impressions on her flesh. "Sleep well," he said, and he put on a pair of brown pants that had patches on both knees. He started to go out, and Gabi sat up with the sheet clutched to her breasts. "Where are you going?" "To get a bowl of soup," Michael answered. "I'm hungry." And then he turned and left, shutting the door quietly behind him. Gabi lay back down, but now she couldn't sleep. A heat pulsed at her center, and her nerves were jangled. It was the remainder of their encounter with the fighter plane, she decided. Who wouldn't be unable to rest after something like that? They were lucky to be alive, and tomorrow... Well, tomorrow would take care of itself, like all tomorrows did. She reached down beside the bed and pulled the cot a few inches closer. He'd never know. Then, satisfied and growing drowsy in the embrace of goose-down, Gabi closed her eyes. A few minutes passed, in which the shadows of airplanes and the sounds of gunfire played through her mind. Those things faded like bad dreams in daylight. She slept. 4. Michael dismounted, and the springs mewed softly. He leaned the rusted Peugeot bicycle against a street lamp at the intersection of the Rue de Belleville and the Rue des Pyrénées, and he checked his pocket watch in the yellow glow. 9:43. Camille had said that curfew began at 11 o'clock sharp. After that time, the German military police, the rough, hard-nosed bastards, roamed the streets. He kept his head down, studying his watch, as Gabi slowly pedaled past him, going southeast on the Pyrenees. The darkness took her. Apartment buildings, most of them once elegant homes decorated with statuary, stood around him, furtive lights gleaming in some of their windows. The avenue was quiet but for a few velo taxis and a horse-drawn carriage or two. On their ride from Montmartre through the twisting streets, Michael and Gabi had seen many German soldiers, strolling the boulevards in rowdy groups or sitting in sidewalk cafes like drunken lords. They'd seen, as well, a number of troop transport trucks and armored cars scuttling busily over the paved stones. But Michael and Gabi, in their new disguises, attracted no attention. Michael wore his patched pants, a blue shirt, and a dark brown corduroy coat that had seen better days. On his feet were the scuffed black shoes, and on his head a brown cap. Gabi wore black slacks, a yellow blouse, and a bulky gray sweater that hid the bulge of her Luger. They wore the outfits of regular, struggling Paris citizens, whose main concern was getting food on the table rather than the dictates of European fashion. Michael gave her a moment or two more, then he got on his bicycle and pedaled after her, between the aged and sad stone beauties. Much of the statuary was broken, he saw. Some of it had been wrestled up from its moorings and stolen away, probably to grace Nazi dwellings. Michael pedaled at a slow, steady pace. A carriage went past, heading in the opposite direction, the horse's hooves clopping on the pavement. Michael came to the sign marking the Rue Toba, and he swung the bicycle to the right. The buildings here were crowded close, and there were few lights. This district, once wealthy, had the air of decay and dissolution. Some of the windows were broken and mended with tape, and much of the carved masonry had either collapsed or been removed. Michael thought of a ballet dancer whose legs had become bloated and thick with veins. Headless statues stood in a fountain that held bits of trash and old newspapers instead of water. A stone wall screamed a black Nazi swastika and the painted words, "Deutschland siegt an allen Fronten." Germany victorious on all fronts. We'll soon see, Michael thought as he pedaled past. He knew this street, had studied it well on the map. Coming up on the right was a gray building, once a stately home, with broken stone steps sweeping up from the curb. He knew this building, too. He kept pedaling and quickly glanced up. On the second floor, light crept through the blinds of a corner window. Apartment number 8. Adam was in that room. And Michael didn't look, but he was aware of the gray stone building across the street, too, where the Gestapo had their watchmen. No pedestrians were on the street, and Gabi had already pedaled on ahead to wait for him. Michael moved past Adam's building, sensing he was being watched, possibly from the roof of the building opposite Adam's, possibly from a darkened window. This was a mousetrap, Michael thought. Adam was the cheese, and the cats were licking their whiskers. He stopped pedaling and let the bicycle coast across the cracked pavement. His peripheral vision caught a flare of light to his left. Someone standing in a doorway, holding a match to a cigarette. The match went out, and smoke plumed. Meow, Michael thought. He kept going, head down, and he saw an alley coming up on his right. He guided the bike toward the alley, turned into it, pedaled about 20 feet farther, and then stopped. He leaned the Peugeot against a wall of gray bricks, and walked back to the alley entrance, facing the Rue Toba, then crouched down on his haunches beside a group of garbage cans and stared across the street at the doorway where the Gestapo man stood smoking his cigarette. A tiny red circle waxed and waned in the night. Michael saw the man, clad in a dark overcoat and hat, outlined in a faint blue haze. 7 or 8 minutes crept by. A crack of light drew Michael's attention, and he looked up at a window on the 3rd floor. Someone had just drawn aside a black curtain, perhaps 3 or 4 inches. The curtain was held open for only a few seconds, then fell back into place again, and the light was gone. Michael reasoned that several teams of Gestapo men kept Adams' apartment under watch all hours of the day and night. From that 3rd-floor surveillance post they had a clear view of the Rue Toba, and could see anyone going in or coming out of Adams' building. They probably had listening devices in Adams' apartment as well, and certainly had his telephone tapped. So the contact would have to get a message to Adam along his walk to work. But how was that going to be possible with the Gestapo dogging his trail? Michael stood up and stepped back into the alley, still watching the cigarette smoker. The man didn't see him. His attention drifted back and forth along the street in a relaxed, even bored vigilance. And then Michael took 2 more backward steps, and he smelled it. Frightened sweat. Someone was behind him. Someone very quiet, but now Michael could hear a faint, raspy breathing. And suddenly a knife blade was jabbed against his spine. "Give me your money," a man's voice said in French with a thick German accent. A thief, Michael thought. An alley prowler. He had no wallet to surrender, and any struggle would certainly crash the garbage cans over and cause the Gestapo man to take interest. He decided what to do in the passing of an instant. He drew himself up to full height and said softly in German, "Do you want to die?" There was a pause. Then, "I said, give me your—" The voice cracked. The thief was scared to death. "Take the knife away from my back," Michael said calmly, "or in 3 seconds I'll kill you." 1 second passed. 2. Michael tensed, ready to whirl around. The knife's pressure against his spine was gone. He heard the thief running, back along the alley toward its other entrance on the Rue de la Chine. His first thought was to let the man go, but an idea sparked in his mind and grew incandescent. He turned and ran after the thief. The man was fast, but not fast enough. Before the thief could get to the Rue de la Chine, Michael reached out, grabbed the tail of his flagging, dirty overcoat, and almost yanked him out of his shoes. The man, all 5 feet 2 inches of him, spun around with a muffled curse and swung the knife without aiming. The edge of Michael's hand cracked against his wrist, knocking the blade out of his spasming fingers. Then he picked the little man up and slammed him against the gray brick wall. The thief's eyes bulged, pale blue under a mop of dirty brown hair. Michael held his collar and clamped a hand over the man's mouth and grizzled chin. "Silence," he whispered. Off in the alley somewhere, a cat screeched and ran for cover. "Don't struggle," Michael said, still speaking German. "You're not going anywhere. I want to ask you some questions, and I want to hear the truth from you. Do you understand?" The thief, terrified and shivering, nodded. "All right. I'm going to take my hand away from your mouth. You shout once, and I'll break your neck." He shook the man hard for emphasis, then dropped the hand away. The thief made a soft moaning sound. "You're German?" Michael asked. The thief nodded. "A deserter?" A pause, then a nod. "How long have you been in Paris?" 6 months. Please let me go. I didn't stick you, did I?" He'd been able to hide in Paris, surrounded by Germans, for 6 months. A good sign, Michael thought. "Don't whine. What else do you do besides try to stick people? You steal bread from markets? Maybe a few pieces of fruit here and there, a pie or 2 off a shelf?" Yes, all that. Please, I'm no good as a soldier. I've got weak nerves. Please, just let me go, all right?" "No." "Do you pick pockets?" "Some, when I have to." The thief's eyes narrowed. "Wait, who are you? Not military police. What's your game, huh?" Michael ignored him. "Are you any good at picking pockets?" The thief grinned. a false show of toughness. Under his grizzle and all that street grime, he was perhaps in his mid to late 40s. The Germans were indeed scraping the bottom of the barrel for soldiers. "I'm still alive, aren't I? Now who the hell are you?" His eyes glittered with a thought. "Ah, of course. The underground, yes?" "I'll ask the questions. Are you a Nazi?" The man laughed harshly. He spat a wad of phlegm onto the alley stones. "Are you a corpse fucker?" Michael gave a faint smile. Maybe he and the thief weren't on the same side, but they shared sentiments. He lowered the man to his feet, but kept his hand clenched in the grimy collar. Up at the Rue de la Chine side of the alley, Gabi turned in on her bicycle. "Hey," she whispered urgently. "What's wrong?" "I've met someone," Michael said, "who may be useful to us." "Me? Useful to the underground? Ha!" The little man pushed at Michael's hand, and Michael unclenched his fingers. "You two can rot in hell for all I care." "If I were you, I'd keep my voice down." Michael motioned back toward the Rue Toba. "A Gestapo man is standing across the street over there. There might be a whole nest of them in that building. I don't think you'd want their attention, would you?" "Neither would you," the man retorted. "So where does that leave us?" "I have a job for a pickpocket," Michael said. "What?" Gabi had gotten off her bicycle. "What are you talking about?" "I need some nimble fingers," Michael went on. He stared forcefully at the thief. "Not to pick a pocket, but to put something into a pocket." "You're crazy," the thief said with a sneer that made his ugly, heavy-browed face even uglier. "Maybe I ought to call for the Gestapo myself and be done with you." "Be my guest," Michael offered. The thief scowled, looked from Michael to Gabi and back again. His shoulders slumped. "Out to hell with it," he said. "When's the last time you ate?" "I don't know. Yesterday, I guess. Why? Are you serving up beer and sausages?" "No. Onion soup." Michael heard Gabi gasp as she realized what he was about to propose. "Are you on foot?" "My bike's around the corner." He motioned with a thumb toward the Rue de la Chine. "I work the alleys around here." "You're going to take a trip with us. We'll be riding on either side of you, and if you call to a soldier or otherwise make any difficulties, we'll kill you." "Why should I go anywhere with you? You'd probably kill me anyway." "Maybe we will," Michael said, "and maybe we won't. But at least you'll die with some food in your belly. Besides, we might be able to work out a financial arrangement." He saw the interest flare in the man's sunken eyes, and he knew he'd tripped the right switch. "What's your name?" The thief paused, still wary. He looked up and down the alley as if fearful of being overheard. Then, "Mausenfeld. Arno Mausenfeld, ex-field kitchen cook." Mouse, Michael thought. The German word for... "I'll call you Mouse," he decided. "Let's get on our way before curfew." 5. Enraged, Camille no longer resembled a sweet elderly lady. Her eyes glinted with red, and her face was inflamed from the roots of her snowy hair to the point of her chin. "Bringing a German to my home!" she shrieked in the throes of a fit. "I'll have you executed as a traitor for this." She glared at Michael, and looked at Arno Mausenfeld as if he were something that she'd just scraped off the sole of her shoe. "You, get out! I'm not running a shelter for Nazi bums." "Madam, I'm not a Nazi," Mouse replied with stern dignity. He drew himself up as tall as he could, but he was still 3 inches shorter than Camille. "Neither am I a bum. Get out! Get out before I—" Camille whirled away, ran to a dresser, and opened it. Her hand came out with an old, heavy Lebel revolver. "I'll blow your dirty brains out," she hollered, all her Gallic graciousness gone, and she aimed the pistol at Mouse's head. Michael caught her wrist, tilted the pistol up, and scooped it from her grip. "None of that now," he scolded. "You'll blow your own hand off with this antique." "You deliberately brought this Nazi to my home," Camille raged, showing her teeth. "You've compromised our security. Why?" "Because he can help me do my job," Michael told her. Mouse wandered into the kitchen, his clothes even more wretched and filthy in the light. "I need someone to get a message to the man I'm after. It needs to be done fast, without attracting a lot of attention. I need a pickpocket, and there he is." He nodded toward the German. "You're out of your mind," Camille said. "Utterly insane. Oh, my God, I've got a madman under my roof." "I am not," Mouse replied. He stared at Camille, his heavily lined face dark with dirt. "The doctor said I definitely am not a madman." He picked up the soup pot lid and inhaled. "Nice," he said, "but bland. If you have paprika, I could spice it up for you." "Doctors?" Gabby asked, frowning. "What doctors?" "The doctors at the nut house," Mouse went on. He pushed his hair out of his eyes with dirty fingers, and then dipped those same fingers into the pot. He took a taste of onion soup. "Oh, yes," he said. "This could use some paprika. Possibly a touch of garlic, too." "What nut house?" Camille's voice was shrill, and it quavered like an out-of-tune flute. "The one I escaped from 6 months ago," Mouse said. He picked up a ladle and scooped out some soup, then slurped noisily. The others were silent, still watching him. Camille's mouth was open, as if she were about to let loose a dish-rattling scream. "It was a place over on the west side of the city," Mouse said, "for crack-ups and people who'd shot themselves in the foot. I told them when they signed me up that I had weak nerves. Did they listen?" Another noisy slurp of soup, and the liquid ran down his chin to his shirt. "No, they didn't listen. They said I'd be in a field kitchen, and that I wouldn't see any action. But did the bastards say anything about the air raids? No, not a word." He took a mouthful of soup and sloshed it around between his cheeks. "You know, Hitler paints that mustache on, don't you?" he asked. "It's the truth. That cockless bastard can't grow a mustache. He wears women's clothes at night, too. Ask anybody." "Oh, God save us! A Nazi lunatic!" Camille moaned softly, her face now matching the color of her hair. She staggered back, and Gabby caught her before she fell. "This could stand a whole clove of garlic," Mouse said, and smacked his lips. "It would be a masterpiece." "Now, what are you going to do?" Gabby asked Michael. "You will have to get rid of him." She glanced quickly at the revolver he held. For one of the few times in his life, Michael Gallatin felt like a fool. He grasped at a straw, he realized, and he'd come up with a bent twig. Mouse was happily drinking soup from the ladle and looking around the kitchen, obviously familiar territory to him. A bomb-shocked German escapee from a mental hospital was a fragile lever on which to move closer to Adam. But what else did he have? Damn it, Michael thought. Why didn't I let this madman go? There was no telling what might happen if... "You said something about a financial arrangement, I believe," Mouse said, and put the ladle down into the pot. "What might you have in mind?" "Coins in your eyes when we float your body down the Seine," Camille shouted, but Gabby shushed her. Michael hesitated. Was the man useless or not? Maybe no one but a lunatic would dare try what he was about to propose. But they'd only get one chance, and if Mouse made a mistake, they might all pay with their lives. "I work for the British Secret Service," he said quietly. Mouse kept poking around the kitchen, but Camille gasped and almost swooned again. "The Gestapo is watching an agent of ours. I have to get a message to him." "The Gestapo?" Mouse repeated. "Mean bastards. They're everywhere, you know." "Yes, I do know. That's why I need your help." Mouse looked at him and blinked. "I'm German." "I know that, too. But you're not a Nazi, and you don't want to go back to the hospital, do you?" "No, of course not." He inspected a pan and tapped its bottom. "The food there is atrocious. And I don't think you want to continue your life as a thief, either," Michael went on. "What I'd like for you to do will take maybe 2 seconds, if you're any good as a pickpocket. If not, the Gestapo will pick you up right on the street. And if that happens, I'll have to kill you." Mouse stared at Michael, his eyes startlingly blue against his grimy, seamed face. He put the pan aside. "I'll give you a piece of folded paper," Michael said. "That paper should be placed in the coat pocket of a man I'll describe to you and point out to you on the street. It'll have to be done fast and appear as if you simply bumped against him. 2 seconds, no longer. There'll be a team of Gestapo men following our agent, possibly watching him along the route he walks. Anything that looks slightly suspicious is going to draw them down on you. My friend," he nodded at Gabi, "and I will be close by. If things go wrong, we'll try to help you. But my first loyalty is to our agent. If that means I have to shoot you along with the Gestapo, I won't hesitate." "Of that I'm certain," Mouse said, and plucked an apple from a clay bowl. He examined it for worms, then bit into it. "You're from Britain, huh?" he asked between crunches. "My congratulations. Your German is very good." He glanced around the tidy kitchen. "This isn't what I expected the underground to be. I thought it was a bunch of Frenchmen hiding in sewers." "We leave the sewers for your kind," Camille shot back, still feisty. "My kind?" Mouse repeated, and shook his head. "Oh, we've lived in the sewers since 1938, madam. We've been force-fed shit so long we began to enjoy the taste. I've been in the army for 2 years, 4 months, and 11 days. A great patriotic duty, they said. A chance to expand the Reich and create a new world for all right-thinking Germans. Only the pure of heart and the strong of blood. Well, you know the rest." He grimaced. He'd bitten into a sour spot. "Not all Germans are Nazis," he said quietly. "But the Nazis have got the loudest voices and the biggest clubs, and they've succeeded in beating the sense out of my country. So yes, I do know the sewers, madam. I know them very well indeed." His eyes looked scorched by inner heat, and he tossed the apple core into a basket. His gaze returned to Michael. "But I'm still a German, sir. Maybe I am insane, but I love my homeland. Perhaps I love a memory of my homeland instead of the reality. So why should I help you do anything that might kill my countrymen?" "I'm asking you to help me prevent my countrymen from being killed, possibly by the thousands, if I can't reach the man I'm after." "Oh, yes," Mouse nodded. "Of course, this has to do with the invasion." "God strike us all," Camille moaned. "We're ruined." "Every soldier knows the invasion is coming," Mouse said. "It's no secret. Only no one knows yet when it will be or where. But it's inevitable, and even us dumb field kitchen cooks know that. One thing's for sure, once the Brits and the Americans start marching over the coast, No damned Atlantic wall's going to stop them. They'll keep going all the way to Berlin. I just pray to God they'll get there before the damned Russians do." Michael let that comment pass. The Russians, of course, had been savagely fighting their way west since 1943. "My wife and 2 children are in Berlin." Mouse sighed softly and ran a hand across his face. "My eldest son was 19 when he went to war, on the Eastern Front, no less. He couldn't even scrape enough of him up to send back in a box. They sent me his medal. I put it on the wall, where it shines very pretty." His eyes had become moist. Now they hardened again. "If the Russians get to Berlin, my wife and children, well, that won't happen. The Russians will be stopped long before they get to Germany." The way he said that made it clear he didn't believe his own conviction. "You might help to shorten this war by doing what I ask," Michael told him. "There's a lot of territory between the coast and Berlin." Mouse said nothing. He just stood staring into space, his hands hanging at his sides. "How much money do you want?" Michael prodded. Mouse was silent. Then he said softly, "I want to go home." "All right. How much money do you need for that?" "No, not money." He looked at Michael. "I want you to get me to Berlin, to my wife and children. I've been trying to find a way out of Paris ever since I escaped from the hospital. I couldn't get 2 miles out of the city before a security patrol picked me up. You need a pickpocket, and I need an escort. That's what I'll agree to." "Impossible!" Gabby spoke up. "It's out of the question." "Wait." Michael's voice was firm. He had been planning on finding a route to Berlin anyway, to contact Agent Echo and find the big game hunter who'd had the Countess Margritta murdered. The photograph of Harry Sandler, smiling as he stood atop the carcass of a lion, had never been very far from Michael's mind. "How would I get you there?" "That's your job," Mouse said. "Mine is putting a piece of paper in a man's pocket. I'll do it, and I'll do it with no mistakes. But I want to go to Berlin." Now it was Michael's turn for silent deliberation. Getting himself to Berlin was one thing. Escorting an escapee from a lunatic asylum was quite another. His instincts told him to say no, and they were rarely wrong. But this was a matter of fate, and Michael had little choice. "Agreed," he said. "You're mad, too," Camille wailed. "As mad as he is." But her voice wasn't as stricken as it had been before, because she recognized the method in his madness. "We go tomorrow morning," Michael said. "Our agent leaves his building at 32 minutes after 8. It takes him approximately 10 minutes to walk his route. I'll work out on the map where I want the job done. In the meantime, you'll stay here tonight." Camille started to roar with indignation again, but there was no point in it. "He'll sleep on the floor," she snapped. "He won't dirty my linens." "I'll sleep right here." Mouse motioned to the kitchen floor. "I might get hungry tonight anyway." Camille took the revolver back from Michael. "If I hear any noise in here, I'll shoot to kill." "In that case, madam," Mouse said, "it's best to tell you that I snore." It was time to get some sleep. They all had a busy day tomorrow. Michael started for the bedroom, but Mouse said, "Hey, hold on. Which coat pocket do you want the paper in? Outside or inside?" "Outside will do. Inside would be better." "Inside it is, then." Mouse took another apple from the bowl and crunched into it. He glanced at Camille. "Anyone going to offer me some soup, or must I starve to death before morning?" She made a noise that might have been a snarl, threw open a cupboard, and got a bowl for him. In the bedroom, Michael took off his cap and shirt and sat on the edge of the bed, studying a map of Paris by the light of a white candle. Another candle was lighted on the other side of the bed, and Michael looked up at Gabby's shadow as she undressed. He smelled the apple wine fragrance of her hair as she brushed it back. It should be done equidistantly between Adams' building and his office, he decided as he studied the map again. He found the spot he was looking for, and he marked it with his fingernail. Then he looked up once more at the woman's shadow. He felt the fine down of hair stir from the back of his neck along his spine. Tomorrow was going to be a walk on the edge of danger, perhaps an encounter with death. His heart was beating harder. He watched Gabby's shadow as she peeled off her slacks. Tomorrow might bring death and destruction, but tonight they were alive, and he smelled the faint aroma of cloves as Gabby drew back the sheet and slipped into bed. He folded the map of Paris and put it aside. Michael turned and looked at her. Candlelight glittered in her sapphire eyes, and her black hair lay over the pillow, the sheet barely up over her breasts. She looked back at him and felt her heart flutter. Then she lowered the sheet, just a fraction of an inch, and Michael saw and recognized the invitation. He leaned over her, and he kissed her, lightly at first, on the corners of her lips. And then her lips parted, and he kissed her deeply, flame to flame. As their kiss went on, moist and hot, he could almost hear the steam drifting from their pores. Her lips tried to keep him, but he pulled away and stared at her. "You don't know anything about me," he said softly. "After tomorrow, we might never see each other again." "I know. I want to be yours tonight," Gabby said. "And tonight I want you to be mine." She drew him to her, and he pulled the sheet aside. She was naked underneath, her body taut with anticipation. Her arms went around his neck, and they kissed while he reached down, unbuckled his belt, and undressed. As the candles threw their shadows large upon the walls, their bodies pressed together, embraced in the goose-down mattress. She felt his tongue flick across her throat, a touch that was so delicate, yet so intense it made her gasp. And then his head slid downward, and his tongue swirled between her breasts. She gripped his hair as his tongue moved in slow, precise circles. A fiery pulse beat inside her, growing hotter and stronger. Michael felt her tremble, the taste of her sweet flesh in his mouth, and he grazed his lips down her stomach, down to the dark curls between her thighs. His tongue in that place, moving as it did, made Gabby arch her body and clench her teeth to stifle a moan. He opened her like a pink flower, his fingers gentle. His tongue slowly traveled up and down the route Gabby had led him to. She gasped as he caressed her, starting to whisper his name, but realized she didn't know it, and never would. But this moment, this sensation, this joy, these things were enough. Her eyes were moist, and so was her yearning center. Michael kissed the hollow of her throat with burning lips. He shifted his position and eased himself smoothly into her. He was large, but her body made room for him. He filled her with velvet heat, and her hands on his shoulders felt the muscles move beneath the skin. Michael balanced on his palms and toes above her, and thrust himself deep within, his hips moving to a slow rhythm that made Gabby gasp and moan. Their bodies entwined and thrust together, pulled apart and pressed together once again. Michael's sinuous, strong movements molded Gabby's body like hot clay, and she yielded her bones to his muscles. His nerves, his flesh, his blood sang with a symphony of sensations, aromas, and textures. The scent of cloves drifted up from the tangled sheet, and Gabby's body breathed the heady, pungent aroma of passion. Her hair was damp, beads of moisture glistening between her breasts. Her eyes were dreamy, fixed on an inner focus, and her legs clasped around his hips to hold him deep inside as he rocked her gently. Then he was on his back and she above him, her body poised on his hardness, her eyes closed, her black hair cascading around her shoulders like a waterfall. He lifted his hips off the bed, and her body with him, and she leaned forward against his chest and whispered 3 soft words that had no meaning but the ecstasy of the moment. Michael cupped his body around hers, and she threw her hands back to grip the iron bed frame as they first strained against each other, then moved in a delicate unison. It became a dance of passion, a ballet of silk and iron, and at its zenith Gabby cried out, heedless of who might hear, and Michael let his control go. His spine arched, his body held in her pulsing grip, and the pressure flooded out of him in several bursts that left him dazed. Gabby was drifting, a white ship with billowing sails and a strong hand on the wheel. She relaxed into his embrace, and they lay together, breathing as one, as a distant cathedral chimed the midnight hour. Some time before dawn, Michael brushed the hair away from her face and kissed her forehead. He stood up, careful so as not to awaken her, and he walked to the window. He looked out over Paris as the sun showed a faint edge of pink against the night's dark blue. It was already light over Stalin's land, and the sun's burning eye rose over Hitler's territory. This was the beginning of the day he'd come from Wales for. Within 24 hours he would have the information, or he would be dead. He breathed the morning air and smelled the scent of Gabby's flesh on him. Live free, he thought. A last command from a dead king. The cool, brisk air reminded him of a forest and a white palace a long time ago. The memories stirred a fever that would never be quenched, not by a woman, not by love, not by any city built by the hand of man. His skin prickled, as if by hundreds of needles. The wildness was on him, fast and powerful. Black hair rose across his back in bands, ran down the backs of his thighs, and streaked his calves. He smelled the odor of the wolf, wafting from his flesh. Bands of black hair, some of it mingled with gray, ran across his arms, burst from the backs of his hands, and quivered, sleek and alive. He lifted his right hand and watched it change, finger by finger. The black hair rippled across it, circling his wrist, tendrils of hair running up his forearm. His hand was changing shape, the fingers drawing inward with little cracklings of bone and cartilage that shot pain through his nerves and brought a sheen of sweat on his face. 2 fingers almost disappeared, and where they'd been were hooked, dark-nailed claws. His spine began to bow, with small clicking sounds and the pressure of squeezed vertebrae. "What is it?" Michael dropped his hand to his side, pinning his arm there. His heart jumped. He turned toward her. Gabby had sat up in bed, her eyes puffy with sleep in the aftermath of passion. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice groggy but carrying a note of tension. "Nothing," he said. His own voice was a raspy whisper. "It's all right. Go back to sleep." She blinked at him and lay back down, the sheet around her legs. The bands of black hair on Michael's back and thighs faded, returning to the pliant, damp flesh. Gabby said, "Please hold me. All right?" He waited another few seconds. Then he lifted his right hand. The fingers were human again. The last of the wolf's hair was rippling from his wrist along his forearm, vanishing into his skin with needle jabs. He drew another deep breath and felt his backbone unkinking. He stood at his full height again, and the hunger for the change left him. "Of course," he told her as he slipped into bed and put his right arm, fully human once more, around Gabi's neck. She nestled her head against his shoulder and said drowsily, "I smell a wet dog." He smiled slightly as Gabi's breathing deepened and she returned to sleep. A cock crowed. The night was passing, and the day of reckoning was upon him. 6. "Are you sure you can trust him?" Gabi asked as she and Michael slowly pedaled their bikes south along the Avenue des Pyrénées. They watched Mouse, a little man in a filthy overcoat, pedaling a beat-up bicycle past them, heading north to the intersection of the Rue de Ménilmontant, where he would swing to the east and the Avenue Gambetta. "No," Michael answered, "but we'll soon find out." He touched the Luger beneath his coat and turned into an alley with Gabi right behind him. The dawn had been false. Clouds the color of pewter had rolled across the sun, and a chilly breeze swept through the streets. Michael checked his poisoned pocket watch. 29 minutes after 8. Adam would be emerging from his building, following his daily schedule, in 3 minutes. He would begin his walk from the Rue Toba to the Avenue Gambetta, where he would turn to the northeast on his way to the gray stone building that flew Nazi flags over the Rue de Belleville. As Adam approached the intersection of the Avenue Gambetta and the Rue Saint-Fargeau, Mouse would have to be in position. Michael had awakened Mouse at 5:30. Camille had begrudgingly fed them all breakfast, and Michael had described Adam to him and drilled him on it until he was sure, or as sure as he could be, that Mouse could pick Adam out on the street. At this time of the morning the streets were still drowsy. Only a few other bicyclists and pedestrians were heading to work. In Mouse's pocket was a folded note that read, "Your box, l'Opéra, 3rd act tonight." They came out of the alley onto the Rue de la Chine, and Michael narrowly missed hitting 2 German soldiers walking together. Gabi swerved past them, and one of the soldiers hollered and whistled at her. She felt the damp memory of last night between her thighs, and she nonchalantly stood up in her seat and patted her rear as an invitation for the Germans to kiss her there. The 2 soldiers both laughed and made smacking noises. She followed Michael along the street, their bicycle tires jarring over the stones, and then Michael turned into the alley in which he'd encountered Mouse the night before. Gabi kept going south along the Rue de la Chine in accordance with their plan. Michael stopped his bike and waited. He stared at the alley entrance, facing the Rue Toba, about 35 feet ahead. A man walked by, dark-haired, stoop-shouldered, and heading in the wrong direction. Definitely not Adam. He checked his watch. 31 minutes after 8. A woman and man walked past the alley entrance, talking animatedly. Lovers, Michael thought. The man had a dark beard. Not Adam. A horse-drawn carriage went past, the clopping of the horse's hooves echoing along the street. A few bicyclists, pedaling slowly, in no hurry. A milk wagon, its husky driver calling for customers. And then a man in a long, dark brown overcoat, his hands in his pockets, strolled past the alley entrance in the direction of the Avenue Gambetta. The man's silhouette was chiseled, his nose a hawk-like beak. It was not Adam, but the man wore a black leather hat that had a feather in its band, as had the Gestapo agent on the road, Michael recalled. The man suddenly stopped, right at the alley's edge. Michael pressed his back against the wall, hiding behind a pile of broken crates. The man looked around, his back to Michael. He gave the alley a cursory glance that told Michael he'd done this too many times. Then the man took off his hat and brushed an imaginary spot of dust from the brim. He returned the hat to his head and strolled on toward the Avenue Gambetta. A signal, Michael realized, probably to someone else farther up the street. He had no more time for speculation. In another few seconds, a slim, blond-haired man in a gray overcoat, carrying a black valise and wearing wire-rimmed eyeglasses, walked past the alley. Michael's heart pounded. Adam was on time. He waited. Perhaps 30 seconds after Adam had passed, 2 more men crossed the entrance, one walking about 8 or 9 paces in front of the second. One wore a brown suit and a fedora. The second wore a beige jacket, corduroy trousers, and a tan beret. He carried a newspaper, and Michael knew there had to be a gun in it. Michael gave them a few more seconds. Then he took a deep breath and pedaled out of the alley onto the Rue Toba. He turned to the right, heading toward the Avenue Gambetta, and saw the whole picture. The leather-hatted man walking far ahead at a brisk pace on the left-hand side of the street. Adam on the right side, and spaced out behind him, the man in the suit and the newspaper reader. A nice, efficient little parade, Michael thought. There were probably other Gestapo men waiting ahead on the Avenue Gambetta. They had performed this ritual at least twice a day since they'd zeroed in on Adam, and maybe the sameness of the ritual had dulled their reflexes. Maybe. Michael wouldn't count on it. He pedaled past the newspaper reader, keeping his pace steady. Another bicyclist zoomed around him, giving an angry beep of his horn. Michael pedaled past the man in the suit. Even now, Gabby would be about 100 yards or so behind Michael, positioned there as a backup in case things went wrong. Adam was coming to the intersection of the Rue Toba and the Avenue Gambetta. He looked both ways, paused for a truck to chug past, then crossed the street and walked northeast. Michael followed him, and immediately saw the leather-hatted man step into a doorway, and another Gestapo agent in a dark gray suit and two-tone shoes emerged from the same doorway. This new man walked on ahead, his gaze sliding slowly back and forth across the street. Way up at the junction of the Rue de Belleville and the Avenue Gambetta, Nazi flags whipped in the breeze. Michael put on some speed and pedaled by Adam. A figure on a beat-up bicycle was approaching, the front wheel wobbling. Michael waited until he was almost abreast of Mouse, and then gave a brief nod. He saw Mouse's eyes, glittering and moist with fear, but there was no time to stop the plan, and it was now or never. Michael pedaled past Mouse and left it up to him. On seeing the man's nod, Mouse felt a spear of pure terror pierce his guts. Why he'd agreed to something like this, he'd never know. No, that was wrong. He knew fully well why he'd agreed. He wanted to get home, to his wife and children, and if this was the only way to do it— He saw a man with two-tone shoes glance sharply at him, then away. And walking perhaps 20 feet behind the two-tones was the blond-haired man with round eyeglasses whose description had been drilled into his head. He saw the dark-haired woman approaching, slowly pedaling her bicycle. She'd made enough noise last night to give the dead hard-ons. God, how he missed his wife. The blond man, wearing a gray overcoat and carrying a black valise, was nearing the intersection of the Rue Saint-Fargeau. Mouse pedaled a little faster, trying to get into position. His heart was hammering, and a gust of wind almost threw him off balance. He had the piece of paper clenched in his right hand. The blond man stepped off the curb, began to cross the Rue Saint-Fargeau. God help me, Mouse thought, his face tight with fear. A velotaxi swept past him, upsetting his aim. His front wheel wobbled violently, and Mouse thought for a terrible instant that it was going to leap off its spokes. and then the blond man was almost up on the opposite curb, and that was when Mouse gritted his teeth and swerved to the right. He threw himself over. The tires skidded out from under him on the edge of the curb, and his shoulder brushed the blond man's arm as Mouse fell. He reached out with both hands, seemingly fighting the air for a grip. His right hand darted into the coat's folds. He felt patched wool lining and the rim of a pocket. His fingers opened. Then the bicycle and his body crashed down over the curb, the impact whooshing the breath out of him. His right hand, the palm sweating, was empty. The blond-haired man had gone on 3 paces. He turned, looked back at the fallen, raggedy figure in the gutter, and stopped. "Are you all right?" he asked in French, and Mouse smiled stupidly and waved. And as the blond-haired man turned away again and kept walking, Mouse saw a gust of wind swirl the folds of his overcoat, and a small piece of paper spun out of them and took flight. Mouse gasped with horror. The paper spun like a treacherous butterfly, and Mouse reached out for it, but the thing whirled past. It landed on the sidewalk and was scooted along a few more inches. Mouse reached for it again, sweat on the back of his neck. A dark brown polished shoe stepped on his fingers and crunched down. Mouse looked up, still smiling stupidly. The man who stood over him wore a dark brown suit and a fedora. He was smiling too, except his face was gaunt and his eyes were cold, and his thin-lipped mouth was not shaped for a smile. The man plucked the piece of paper off the pavement and unfolded it. Less than 30 feet away, Gaby slowed to a crawl and put her hand on the Luger beneath her sweater. The man in the brown suit looked at the writing on the piece of paper. Gaby started to pull the Luger from her waistband, aware that the Gestapo man in the beret was walking faster toward his companion, and he was holding his newspaper with both hands. "Give me some money, please, sir," Mouse said in his best French. His voice shook. "You dirty bastard!" The brown-suited man crumpled the paper in his fist. "I'll give you a kick in the balls. Watch where you're riding that wreck." He tossed the paper into the gutter, shook his head at his companion, and both of them strode on after the blond-haired man. Mouse felt sick. Gaby was stunned, and she took her hand off the Luger and swerved her bicycle onto the Rue Saint-Fargeau. Mouse picked up the crumpled paper from the gutter with his left hand and opened it. His fingers palsied. He blinked and read what was written there in French. Blue suit, middle button missing, white shirts, light starch, colored shirts, no starch, extra collar stays. It was a laundry list. Mouse realized it must have been in the blond man's inside coat pocket, and it had been knocked out when Mouse's fingers had deposited the note. He laughed. It was a strangled sound. A flex of his right hand told him the fingers weren't broken, though 2 of the nails were already turning violet. "I did it," Mouse thought, and felt tears pressing at his eyes. "By God, I did it!" "On your feet. Hurry!" Michael had circled back and now paused astride his bicycle, a few feet from Mouse. "Come on, get up!" He looked down the Avenue Gambetta, watching Adam and his Gestapo guards nearing the Rue de Belleville and the Nazi building. "I did it!" Mouse said excitedly. "I really did!" "Get on your bike and follow me, now!" Michael pedaled away, heading toward their rendezvous point, the scrawled sign that proclaimed Germany victorious on all fronts. Mouse pulled himself up from the gutter, got on the wobbly-wheeled bike, and followed. He was shivering, and perhaps he was a traitor, and deserved to be hanged, but the image of home bloomed in his mind like a spring flower, and suddenly he felt very victorious indeed. 7. Tosca, The Tale of Doomed Lovers, was the presentation at the opera. The gargantuan building seemed to rise before Michael and Gaby like a sculpted stone monolith. as they approached it along the Avenue de l'Opéra in a battered blue Citroën. Mouse was at the wheel, considerably cleaner since he'd bathed and shaved this evening. Still, his eyes were hollow, and his face deeply lined. And though his hair was slicked back with pomade, and he wore fresh clothes, courtesy of Camille, there was no mistaking him for a pure-bred gentleman. Michael, wearing a grey suit, sat in the back seat next to Gaby, who wore a dark blue dress she'd bought that afternoon on the Boulevard de la Chapelle. Its color matched her eyes, and Michael thought she was as beautiful as any woman he'd ever known. The sky had cleared, and the stars were out. In the polite glow of the succession of street lamps along the avenue, the opera house, a majesty of columns, finials, and intricate carvings, the stone frontage shaded from pale grey to sea green, stood defiant of time and circumstance. Beneath its domed roof, on which stood statues of Pegasus at either end, and a huge figure of Apollo with a lyre at its apex, music was the ruler instead of Hitler. Cars and carriages halted at the cavernous main entrance, debarking their passengers. Michael said, "Stop here," and Mouse slid the Citroën to the curb with only a small grinding of gears. "You know what time to pick us up?" He looked at his pocket watch and couldn't help but think of the capsule within. "Yes," Mouse said. Camille had checked with the ticket office to find out precisely what time the third act would begin. At that time, Mouse would have the car waiting in front of the opera. It had occurred to both Michael and Gaby that Mouse could take the car and go anywhere he pleased, and Gaby had had some bad moments about this, but Michael had calmed her. Mouse would be there on time, he told her, because Mouse wanted to get to Berlin, and what he'd done for them already was enough to condemn him to a nice torture session with the Gestapo. So, German or not, Mouse was on their side from here on out. On the other hand, if there was really any madness in Mouse, there was no telling how and when it might show itself. Michael got out, came around the car, and opened the door for Gaby. He said, "Be here," and Mouse nodded and drove away. Then Michael offered Gaby his arm, and they strolled past a German soldier on horseback, just like any French couple out for a night at the Opéra. Except Michael wore a Luger in a holster that Camille had supplied, the pistol lying just under his left armpit, and Gaby had a very small, very sharp knife in her shiny black clutch purse. Arm in arm, they crossed the Avenue de l'Opéra to the opera house itself. In the huge vestibule, where gilded lamps cast a golden glow on statues of Handel, Lully, Gluck, and Rameau, Michael saw several Nazi officers with their lady friends among the crowd. He guided Gaby through the throng, up 10 steps of green Swedish marble, to a second vestibule where the tickets were sold. They bought their tickets, 2 seats on the aisle near the back of the house, and continued through the building. Michael had never seen such an assembly of statues, multi-hued marble columns, gilt-edged mirrors, and chandeliers in his life. The grand staircase, a gracefully massive thing with marble balustrades, swept them up to the auditorium. Everywhere he looked, there were more staircases, corridors, statues, and chandeliers. He hoped Gaby knew her way here, because in this place of art-run riot, even his wolf's sense of direction was stunned. At last they entered the auditorium, another marvel of space and proportion which was rapidly filling, and they were shown to their seats by an elderly attendant. The odors of conflicting perfumes stung Michael's nose. He noted it was chilly in the huge auditorium. Due to fuel rationing, the building's boilers had been turned off. Gaby glanced casually around, noting where perhaps a dozen German officers sat with their female companions. Her gaze went up to the third of the 4 tiers of loges, stacked atop each other and connected by gilded balconies and fluted columns like the layers of a massive and rather gaudy cake. She found Adam's Loge. It was empty. Michael had already seen it. "Patience," he said quietly. If Adam had found the note, he'd be here. If not, then not. He took Gabi's hand and squeezed it. "You look beautiful," he told her. She shrugged, uneasy with compliments. "I don't dress this way very often." "Neither do I." He wore a crisp white shirt along with his gray suit, a muted gray and scarlet striped necktie, and a pearl stick pin that Camille had given him for luck. He glanced up at the third tier. Adam still hadn't arrived, and the orchestra was tuning. 100 things could have gone wrong, he thought. The Gestapo could have searched his coat when he got to work. The note could have fallen out. Adam simply could have hung the coat up and not even looked in the pocket. No, no, he told himself. Just wait and watch. The house lights dimmed. The heavy red curtains parted, and Puccini's tale of Floria Tosca began. As the desperate Tosca murdered her brutal tormentor with a knife at the end of Act 2, Michael was aware of the pressure of Gabi's grip on his hand. He glanced again at the third tier. No Adam. Damn it, he thought. Well, Adam knew that he was being watched. Maybe he chose, for whatever reason, not to appear tonight. Act 3 began, a prison scene. The minutes ticked past. Gabi cast a quick look at Adam's loge, and Michael felt her fingers crunch his hand. He knew. Adam was there. "A man's standing in the loge," she whispered, her face close to his. He smelled the delicious apple wine scent of her hair. "I can't tell what he looks like." Michael gave it another moment. Then he glanced up and saw the sitting figure. The footlights, dimmed to a moody cast as Tosca visited her imprisoned lover, Cavaradossi, glinted on the lenses of eyeglasses. "I'm going upstairs," Michael whispered. "Wait here." "No, I'm coming with you." "Shh!" the man behind them hissed. "Wait here," Michael repeated. "I'll be back as soon as I can. If anything happens, I want you to get out." Before Gabi could protest again, he leaned forward and kissed her lips. An electricity passed between them, a tingling of the nerves that connected them for a few seconds like raw wires. Then Michael stood up, walked purposefully up the aisle, and left the auditorium. Gabi stared at the stage, seeing nothing and hearing nothing, all her attention fixed on the deadly drama that was yet to be played out. Michael ascended a series of wide staircases. An attendant, a young man in a white jacket, black trousers, and white gloves, stood on duty on the third tier. "May I help you, please?" he asked as Michael approached. "No, thank you. I'm meeting a friend." Michael walked past him, found the rosewood door of Loge No. 6, and rapped quietly on it. He waited. A latch was slid back. The door opened on brass hinges. And there was the man called Adam, his eyes wide with terror behind his glasses. "I was followed," he said, his voice reedy and trembling. "They're all over the place." Michael entered the loge and closed the door behind him. He slid the latch shut. "We don't have much time. What's your message?" "Wait. Just wait." He held up a pale, long-fingered hand. "How do I know you're not one of them? How do I know you're not trying to trick me?" "I could recite the names of people you know back in London, if that would help. I don't think it will. You'll have to trust me. If you don't, we might as well forget this, and I'll swim home across the channel." "I'm sorry. It's just that I don't trust anyone. Not anyone." "You'll have to start right now," Michael said. Adam sank down in a red-cushioned chair. He leaned forward and ran a shaking hand across his face. He looked emaciated, about to pass out. On stage, Cavaradossi was being escorted from his cell to face a firing squad. "Oh, God!" Adam whispered. He blinked, his glasses reflecting the dank, gray light. He looked up at Michael and drew a deep breath. "Theo von Frankowitz," Adam began. "Do you know who that is?" "A sidewalk artist in Berlin." "Yes, he's a friend of mine. Back in February, he was called to do a special job by an SS colonel named Erich Block, who used to be the commandant of Falkenhausen concentration camp from May to December of 1943. Michael interrupted. "I've read Block's dossier." As little as there was of it. Mallory had gotten him the dossier on Block. It had told him only that Erich Block was 47 years old, born into a military and aristocratic German family, and that he was a Nazi Party fanatic. There had been no photograph. But now Michael felt like a raw nerve. Block had been seen in Berlin with Harry Sandler. What was their connection, and how did the big game hunter figure in this? "Go on." "Theo was taken to an airstrip, blindfolded, and flown west. He thinks that was the direction because of how the sun felt on his face. Perhaps an artist would remember such things. Anyway, Block was with him, and there were other SS men, too. When they landed, Theo could smell the sea. He was taken to a warehouse. They kept Theo there for over 2 weeks while he painted." "Painted?" Michael stood toward the rear of the lodge, positioning himself so he couldn't be seen from the auditorium. "Painted what?" "Bullet holes." Adam's hands were white-knuckled on the armrests. "For more than 2 weeks he painted bullet holes on sections of metal. The sections were obviously part of a larger structure. They still had rivets in them, and someone had already painted the metal olive green." He looked quickly at Michael, then back to the stage. The orchestra was playing a funeral march as Cavaradossi refused a blindfold. They had pieces of glass for Theo to paint, too. They wanted bullet holes in precise patterns, and what would look like cracks in the glass. Block wasn't satisfied when Theo finished, and he made Theo do the glass all over again. Then they flew Theo back to Berlin, paid him a fee, and that was it. "All right. So your friend painted some metal and glass. What's it mean?" "I don't know, but it worries me." He ran the back of his hand across his mouth. "The Germans know the invasion's coming soon. Why are they spending time painting bullet holes on green metal? And there's this, too. Another man came to visit the warehouse, and Block showed him the work Theo was doing. Block called this man Dr. Hildebrand. Do you know that name?" Michael shook his head. On stage, the soldiers of the firing squad were loading their muskets. "Hildebrand's father created the chemical gases used by the Germans in the Great War," Adam said. "Like father, like son. Hildebrand owns a chemical manufacturing company, and he's the Reich's most vocal proponent of chemical and germ warfare. If Hildebrand's working on something, it could be used against the invasion." "I see." Michael's stomach had knotted. If chemical gas shells were dropped on the Allies during the invasion, thousands of soldiers would die. And adding to that tragedy was the stark fact that, once repulsed, the invasion of Europe might be delayed for years. Time for Hitler to fortify the Atlantic Wall and create a new generation of weapons. "But I don't understand where Frankowitz fits in." "I don't either. Once the Gestapo found my radio and destroyed it, I was cut off from all information. But this is something that must be followed up. If not—" He let the sentence hang, because Michael fully understood. Theo overheard Block and Hildebrand talking. They mentioned a phrase twice. Eisenfaust. "Iron fist," Michael translated. A fist of flesh knocked at the lodge's door. Adam jumped in his chair. On stage, the firing squad lifted their rifles, and the orchestra played a dirge as Cavaradossi prepared to die. "Monsieur?" It was the voice of the white-jacketed attendant. "A message for you." Michael heard the tension in the young man's voice. The attendant was not alone. Michael knew what the message would be, an invitation from the Gestapo for a lesson in screaming. "Stand up," Michael told Adam. Adam did, and at that instant the rosewood door was broken open by a man's husky shoulder as the muskets fired on stage. Cavaradossi sagged to the stage. The noise of the gunfire had masked the sound of the door splintering. Two men, both in the dark leather overcoats of the Gestapo, were shouldering their way into the lodge. The man in front had a Mauser pistol in his hand, and he was the one Michael went for first. Michael picked up the red-cushioned chair and smashed it across the man's head. The chair burst to pieces, and the man's face bleached white as blood spewed from his broken nose. He staggered, the gun coming up, and his finger twitched on the trigger. The bullet whined over Michael's shoulder, the noise obscured by the soprano wailing of Ninon Valin's Tosca as she fell at Cavaradossi's corpse. Michael reached out, grasped the man's wrist and the front of his overcoat, twisted sharply, and lifted the man over his shoulder. He took a lunging step toward the gilded balcony and threw the gunman into space. The man shrieked, louder than Tosca had ever dreamed, as he fell 52 feet to the auditorium floor. For a second their voices blended in eerie harmony. Then there were other screams, and the screaming spread like a contagion across the audience. The orchestra stopped in a shatter of broken notes. On stage, valiant Ninon Valin was desperately trying to continue her role, so close to the dramatic finale. But Michael was determined it was not going to be his own swan song. The second man reached into his coat. Before the gun could come out, Michael slammed his fist into the man's face and followed it with a blow to the throat. Strangling around a crushed windpipe, the man fell backward and crashed against the wall. But the lodge's splintered doorway filled with a new figure, a third man in a pin-striped suit, a Luger in his right hand. Behind him was a soldier with a rifle. Michael shouted to Adam, "Grab onto my back!" And Adam did, putting his arms around Michael's shoulders and locking his fingers together. Adam was light, 130 pounds, if that. Michael saw the third man's eyes widen as he realized what was about to happen, and the Luger rose for a shot. Michael leaped to his right and bounded over the balcony with Adam clinging to his back. 8. He had no intention of following the first Gestapo agent's descent to the auditorium's floor. His fingers gripped the fluted finials of the gilded column that rose beside Adam's lodge, and the muscles of his shoulders strained as he pulled himself and Adam up toward the topmost tier. A new chorus of screams and shrieks swept across the audience. Even Ninon Valin cried out, whether in fear for a human life or rage at being upstaged, Michael couldn't tell. He hoisted them up, grabbing whatever handholds he could find. His heart pounded, and the blood roared through his veins, but his brain was cool. Whatever the future held, it was to be decided very quickly. And so it was. He heard the vicious crack of a gunshot, a Luger being fired at an upward angle. He felt Adam's body shudder and stiffen. The man's arms, already tightly clamped around him, in an instant became as rigid as iron bars. Warm wetness trickled through the back of Michael's hair and down his neck, drenching his suit jacket. He realized the bullet had just blown away a large portion of Adam's skull, and the muscles of the corpse had frozen in the sudden paralysis of severed nerves. He clambered up the column, a dead man locked on his back and blood trickling over the finials. He pulled himself over the balcony of the uppermost lodge as a second bullet flayed away a shower of gold paint 4 inches from his right elbow. "Up the stairs!" he heard the Gestapo agent shout. "Hurry!" The lodge Michael found himself in was unoccupied. He spent a few seconds trying to unlock Adam's fingers from where they were clenched together at his chest. He broke two of them like dry twigs, but the others resisted him. There was no time to fight a dead man's grip. Michael staggered through the door into the crimson-carpeted hallway outside and faced a warren of lamp-lit corridors and staircases. "This way!" he heard a man shout from somewhere to his left. Michael turned to the right and staggered down a corridor lined with paintings of medieval hunting scenes. The corpse hung to his back, its shoe-tips dragging furrows in the carpet. Behind them, Michael realized, was also a trail of blood. He stopped to thrash against the body, but all he did was burn up priceless energy, and the corpse remained latched to him like a lifeless Siamese twin. A shot rang out. Just over Michael's shoulder, a lamp held by a statue of Diana exploded. He saw two soldiers coming after him, both armed with rifles. He tried to reach his Luger, but couldn't get to it because of the corpse's grip. He turned and ran into another corridor, this one curving to the left. The voices of his pursuers shouted directions to each other, their Germanic snarls like the baying of hounds. Now the corpse's 130 pounds seemed an eternal weight. He forced himself on, the corpse leaving smears of blood in the halls of beauty. An ascending staircase was ahead of him, cherubs with lyres mounted on its balustrades. Michael started toward it and smelled the bitter scent of a stranger's sweat. A German soldier, with a pistol, stepped from a shadowed archway on his left. "Your hands," the soldier said. "Up!" He motioned with the gun. In the second that the barrel was up-tilted, Michael kicked him in the right kneecap and heard the bones break. The pistol fired, its bullet thunking into the ceiling. The German, his face twisted with pain, staggered against the wall but didn't let go of the gun. He began to take aim, and Michael leaped at him as Adam dragged on his shoulders. He caught the German's wrist. Again the gun fired, but the bullet passed Michael's cheek and smashed something on the other side of the corridor. The German gouged at Michael's eyes with hooked fingers and screamed, "I've got him! Help me! I've got him!" Even with a broken knee, the soldier was strong. They fought in the hallway, grappling for the gun. The soldier struck Michael in the jaw with a blow that stunned him and made him see double for a few seconds, but he held on to the gun hand. Michael delivered a punch that hit the German in the mouth and knocked two teeth down his throat, strangling his screams for help. The German brought a knee up into Michael's stomach, driving the breath out of him, and the corpse's weight pulled Michael off balance. He fell backward, hitting the wall with a force that cracked Adam's ruined skull against the marble. The soldier, balancing desperately on one leg, raised his Luger to shoot Michael at point-blank range. Behind the German, Michael saw a whirl of dark blue, like a tornado unfurling. A knife glittered with chandelier light. Its blade plunged down into the back of the soldier's neck. The man choked and staggered, dropping his pistol to clutch his throat. Gabi wrenched at the knife, but it had gone in too deeply. She let it go, and the soldier made a terrible moaning noise and crashed face down. Gabi blinked, stunned at the sight before her. Michael, his hair bloody and gore spattered over one side of his face, and clutched to his back an open-mouthed corpse that had a pulpy mess where the right temple had been. Her stomach churned. She picked up the gun, her knife hand smeared with scarlet, as Michael found his balance again. "Geissen!" a man shouted from down the corridor. "Where the hell are you?" Gabi helped Michael try to unlock the corpse's fingers, but they could hear the noise of more soldiers approaching. The only route available to them was the ascending staircase. They started up it, Michael's legs beginning to cramp under Adam's weight. The staircase curved and took them to a latched door. As Gabi threw back the latch and pulled the door open, the night wind of Paris rushed into their faces. They had reached the roof of the opera house. The tips of Adam's polished black shoes scraped the tarred stones as Michael followed Gabi across the opera's huge roof. Gabi looked back and saw figures emerging from the doorway they'd come through. She knew there had to be other ways down, but how long would it take the Germans to cover all the exits? She hurried on, but had to wait for Michael. His strength was ebbing, his back beginning to bow. "Go on," he snapped. "Don't wait for me." She waited, her heart pounding, as she watched for the figures coming after them. When Michael had caught up with her again, she turned and started off. They neared the front of the roof, with the sprawling, glittering city spread around them in all directions. A massive statue of Apollo rose from the roof's apex, and pigeons took flight as Michael and Gabby approached. Michael felt his legs weakening. He was holding Gabby back. He stopped, supporting himself and Adam's weight against the base of Apollo. "Keep going," he told Gabby when she paused again. "Find a way down." "I'm not leaving you," she said, staring at him with her sapphire eyes. "Don't be a fool. This isn't the time or place for argument." He heard the men shouting back and forth to each other, coming closer. He got his hand into his coat, and touched not his own Luger, which was trapped in its holster, but the poisoned pocket watch. His fingers gripped it, but he couldn't make himself bring it out. "Go," he told her. "I'm not leaving," Gabby said. "I love you." "No, you don't. You love the memory of a moment. You don't know anything about me, and you wouldn't want to." He glanced at the figures, approaching cautiously about 30 yards away. They hadn't yet seen him or Gabby underneath the statue. The pocket watch was ticking, and time was running out. "Don't throw your life away," he said. "Not for me, not for anybody." She hesitated, and Michael could see the strain on her face. She glanced at the oncoming Germans, then back to Michael. Maybe she did only love the memory of a moment. But what was life, if not simply the memory of moments? He pulled the pocket watch free and popped it open. The cyanide capsule awaited his choice. "You've done what you can," he told her. "Now, go." And he shook the capsule into his mouth. She saw his throat convulse as he swallowed the pill. He grimaced. "Over here! Here they are!" one of the men shouted. A pistol fired, and the bullet knocked sparks off Apollo's thigh. Michael Gallatin shivered and fell to his knees, with Adam's weight atop him. He looked up at Gabby, his face sparkling with sweat. She couldn't stand to watch him die. Another shot was fired, and it zipped by close enough to unthaw her legs. She turned away from Michael Gallatin, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she ran. About 50 feet from where Michael lay dying, Gabby's shoe hit the hand grip of a trapdoor. She pulled it open and looked down at a ladder. Then another glance toward Michael. The figures were surrounding him, victors of the hunt. It was all Gabby could do to keep from firing into their midst, but they'd surely shoot her to pieces. She went down the ladder, and the trapdoor closed over her head. 6 German soldiers and 3 Gestapo men stood around Michael. The man who'd blown Adam's head open sneered. "Now we've got you, you bastard." Michael spat out the pill he'd been holding in his mouth. Under Adam's corpse, his body shivered. Prickles of pain shot through his nerves. The Gestapo agent was reaching down for him, and Michael surrendered himself to the change. It was like stepping from a secure shelter into a maelstrom of wild winds. A conscious choice, and, once decided, difficult to reverse. He felt the primeval shriek in his bones as his spine bowed, and with a thunder that boomed in his head, his skull and face began to alter their shape. He shivered and moaned uncontrollably. The Gestapo agent's hand froze in midair. One of the soldiers laughed. "He's begging for mercy," the man said. "Get up!" The Gestapo man stepped back. "Get up, you swine!" The moaning changed pitch. It lost its human element and turned bestial. "Bring a light!" the Gestapo agent shouted. He didn't know what was wrong with the man who crouched before him, but he didn't care to stand any closer. "Somebody get a light on—" There was the noise of ripping cloth and cracking sounds of bones being broken. The soldiers stepped back, and the one who'd laughed now wore a fractured grin. One of the soldiers produced a hand torch, and the Gestapo agent fumbled to switch it on. Before him something heaved, laboring under the stiff corpse at his feet. His hands shook. He couldn't get the balky switch clicked. "Damn it to hell!" he shouted, and then the switch moved, and the light came on. He saw what was there, and his breath froze. Hell had shining green eyes and a sleek, muscular body, covered with gray-streaked black hair. Hell had white fangs, and Hell moved on all fours. The beast shook violently, a powerful motion that broke the corpse's arms like matchsticks and threw the body aside. It cast off, as well, the last of its human masquerade. A blood-covered gray suit, white shirt with the tie still knotted in the ripped collar, underwear, socks, and shoes. Amid the debris was a holster that held a Luger. The beast had deadlier weapons. "Oh, my!" The Gestapo agent never got to call on his deity. Hitler was absent, and God knew the meaning of justice. The beast sprang, its jaws gaping, and as it hit the Gestapo agent, its teeth were already sinking into the throat and ripping away flesh and arteries in a crimson shower of carnage. All but 2 of the soldiers and 1 of the other Gestapo agents shrieked and fled for their lives. A German soldier ran the wrong way, not toward the doorway, but toward the street. He ended there on a crushed note. The second Gestapo man, a heroic fool, lifted his Mauser pistol to fire at the beast as it whirled toward him. The fierce green glare of its eyes hypnotized him for perhaps a half-second, and that was much too long. The beast leaped upon him, claws making a bloody tatters of the man's face, and the man's strangled, lipless scream shocked the 2 soldiers from their trances. They ran, too, one of them falling and tangling the second in his legs. Michael Gallatin raged. He snapped the air, his jaws cracking together. Blood was dripping from his muzzle, its hot perfume heightening his abandon. A human mind calculated in the skull of the wolf, and his eyes saw not the darkness of night, but a gray-hazed twilight, in which blue-edged figures ran for the doorway, their screams like the high squeals of hunted rats. Michael could hear the panicked beating of their hearts, a military drum corps hammering at an insane speed. The smell of their sweat had sausage and schnapps in it. He bounded forward, his muscles and sinews moving like the fine gears of a killing machine, and he turned on the soldier who was trying to struggle to his feet. Michael looked into the German's face, and in a split second judged him a youth no more than 17, an innocent, corrupted by a rifle and a book called Mein Kampf. Michael seized the boy's left hand in his jaws and crushed the fingers without breaking the skin, removing the possibility of further corruption by rifle. Then, as the boy screamed and flailed at him, Michael turned away and bounded across the roof after the others. One of the soldiers stopped to fire his pistol. The bullet ricocheted off the stones to Michael's left, but did not slow him. As the soldier spun around to flee, Michael jumped up and slammed into the man's back, knocking him aside like a scarecrow. Then Michael landed nimbly and kept going in a blur of motion. He saw the others barreling into the door that led down the staircase, and in another few seconds they would be throwing the latch. The last man was about to squeeze through. The door was already closing, and the Germans were hollering and trying to pull him in. Michael lowered his head and propelled himself forward. He leaped, skewing his body in midair, and crashed against the door. It flew open, knocking the Germans down the stairs in a tangle of arms and legs. He landed amid them, clawing and tearing with fevered indiscrimination. Then he left them behind, bloody and broken, as he raced down the stairs and through the corridors still marked with the furrows of Adam's shoe-tips. As he came down the sweeping staircase from the main auditorium, he met the crowd that milled in confusion and shouted for refunds. As Michael bounded down the stairs, the shouting ceased. The silence, however, didn't last long. A fresh wave of shrieks crashed against the Opera's marbled walls, and men and women in their elegant attire jumped over the balustrades like swabbies off the sides of a torpedoed battleship. Michael leaped down the last 6 steps, his paws skidding across the green marble as he landed, and a bearded aristocrat with an ivory cane blanched and stumbled backward, a wet spot spreading across the front of his trousers. Michael ran, the power and exhilaration singing in his blood. His heart pumped steadily, His lungs bellowed. His sinews worked like iron springs. He snapped left and right, scaring back those who were too dumbfounded to move. Then he was streaking through the final vestibule, clearing a path of screams and onto the street. He raced under the belly of a carriage horse, which reared and danced madly. Michael glanced back over his shoulder. A few people had run out after him, but the panicked horse was in their midst, and they scattered away from the pounding hoofs. There was a fresh shriek, worn brakes, and tires clenching stones. Michael looked ahead and saw a pair of lights rushing at him. Without a hesitation, he bounded off the ground and up over the car's front fender and hood. He had an instant to see two shocked faces behind the windshield, and then Michael scrambled up over the top of the car, down the other side, and raced away across the Avenue de l'Opéra. "My God!" Mouse gasped as the Citroën shuddered to a stop. He looked at Gabby. "What was that?" "I don't know." She was stunned, and her mind seemed to be full of rusted gears. She saw people coming out of the opera house, among them several German officers, and she said, "Go." Mouse hit the accelerator, swerved the car around, and tore away from the Opera, leaving a backfire and a poof of blue smoke as his last salute. 9. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning when Camille heard a knock at her door. She sat up in her bed, instantly alert, reached under her pillow, and pulled out the deadly Walter pistol. She listened. The knock came again, more insistently. Not the Gestapo, she reasoned. They knocked with axes, not knuckles. But she took the pistol with her as she lit an oil lamp and went to the door in her long white gown. She almost bumped into Mouse, the little man standing wide-eyed and frightened in the hallway. She put a finger to her lips as he started to speak, and then she walked past him to the door. What a damnable mess, she thought angrily. She'd barely gotten the sorrow-racked girl to sleep 20 minutes before. The fool Brit had gotten both himself and Adam killed, and now she was stuck with a Nazi lunatic. Only a miracle could save this situation, and Joan of Arc was dust. "Who is it?" Camille asked, making herself sound sleepy. Her heart pounded, and her finger hugged the trigger. "Green Eyes," said the man on the other side. No hand in Paris had ever moved faster to unlock a door. Michael stood there, hollow-eyed, his jaw and chin in need of a shave. He wore a pair of brown corduroy trousers that were 2 sizes too small, and a white shirt meant for a fat man. On his feet he wore dark blue socks, but no shoes. He stepped into the apartment, past Camille, who stood open-mouthed. Mouse made a choking sound. Michael closed the door gently behind him and locked it. "Mission," he said, "accomplished." "Oh!" someone said, a rush of breath. Gabi stood in the bedroom doorway, her face pale and her eyes rimmed with red. She still wore her new blue dress, now misshapen and full of wrinkles. "You died. I watched you take the pill." "It didn't work," Michael said. He walked past them, his muscles sore and stretched, and his head throbbing with a dull ache, all after-effects of the change. He went to a bowl of water in the kitchen and splashed his face, then took an apple and crunched into it. Camille, Gabi, and Mouse followed him like 3 shadows. "I got the information," he said as his teeth whittled the apple down to its core. It also served to clean his teeth and get out the last of the crusted blood. "But it wasn't enough." He looked at Camille, his green eyes shining in the lamp glow. "I promised Mouse I'd take him to Berlin. I have my own reasons for going there as well. Will you help us?" "The girl said she saw you surrounded by Nazis," Camille told him. "If the cyanide pill didn't work, how did you get away from them?" Her eyes had narrowed. It was impossible that this man was standing here. Impossible. He stared at her, unblinking. "I was faster than they were." She started to speak again, but she wasn't sure what to say. Where were the clothes he'd left here in? She looked at his stolen trousers and shirt. "I needed a change," he said, in a calm and soothing voice. "The Germans were after me. I took clothes hanging on a line." "I don't—" She glanced at his shoeless feet. He finished the apple, tossed the stripped core into a trash basket, and reached for another. "I don't understand." Gabi just watched him, her senses still wrecked. Mouse said, "Hey, we heard it on the radio. They said a dog got loose in the opera house and raised hell. We saw it, too. Right up on our car, didn't we?" He prodded Gabi. "Yes," she answered, "we did." "The information I got tonight," Michael said to Camille, "has to be followed up. It's vital we get to Berlin as soon as we can. You can help us get there by arranging the route." "This is such short notice. I'm not sure I can—" "You can," he said. "We'll need new clothes, identity cards if you can get them. And it'll have to be arranged for Echo to meet me in Berlin." "I don't have the authority to—" "I'm giving you the authority. Mouse and I are going to Berlin as soon as possible. Check with whoever you want to. Do whatever has to be done, but get us there. Understood?" He smiled slightly, showing his teeth. His smile chilled her. "Yes," she said. "Understood." "Wait! What about me?" Gabi finally shook off her shock. She came forward and touched Michael's shoulder to make sure he was real. He was. Her hand gripped his arm. "I'm going to Berlin with you." He looked into her beautiful eyes, and his smile softened. "No," he said gently. "You're going west, back where you know your job, and you do a damned fine one." She started to protest, but Michael put a finger to her lips. "You've done your best for me, but you wouldn't survive east of Paris, and I can't be your guardian." He realized the nail of the finger pressed against Gabi's mouth had blood crusted under it. He took it quickly away. "The only reason I'm taking him with me is because I made a bargain." "Yes, you sure did," Mouse piped up. "And I'll honor it. But I work best alone. Do you see?" he asked Gabi. Of course she didn't, not yet, but she would see in the fullness of time. When this war was over, and she was an older woman with children and her own vineyard where German tank treads once tore the earth, she'd see, and be glad that Michael Gallatin had given her a future. "When can we leave?" Michael turned his attention to Camille, whose brain was already working feverishly on the possible routes from Paris to the diseased heart of the Reich. "A week. That's the soonest I can get you out." 4 days, he told her, and he waited until she sighed and nodded. "Home!" Mouse thought, giddy with excitement. "I'm going home!" "Damnedest mess I've ever been in my life," Camille thought. Gabi was split. She yearned for the man who stood before her, returned miraculously from death. But she loved her country more. Michael had 2 thoughts. One was of Berlin, and the other was a phrase, a key to a mystery: Iron Fist. In the bedroom, as the candles burned low, Gabi lay on the goose-down mattress. Michael leaned over her and kissed her lips. They sealed to each other with moist heat for a moment, and then Michael chose the cot and lay down to ponder the future. Gabi reached for his hand, and he took hers. The night went on, and dawn broke with crimson fire.